has called the suspension indefinite. Moving over to some NFL drama this time, Jets owner Woody Johnson said that he is leaving that Aaron Rodgers decision up to his new head coach and general manager. At the introductory press conference yesterday, Aaron Glenn said that he's going to make a decision on Aaron Rodgers' future in New York very soon. He doesn't want to drag this thing out. But then in the same breath, he also said he doesn't want to rush the process of going through the roster. So we're still at a will they, won't they, but it's important to remember Aaron Rodgers is under contract for the 2025 season, but none of his money is guaranteed. Now, he can be released or if he retires, but that comes with a $49 million cap hit. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west, and the boys are all back together. We're all back in the Navy Yard studios.
Wow.
Me and B in the prison cell, the boys in the aquarium. And I got to tell you, emotions are incredibly minimal. We're all back. I haven't even spoken to him yet. Good morning, Andrew James. I saw White Brian. So you know where I park, and Brian takes the Metro. I literally saw him for a block and a half. I waved to him. He either completely didn't see me or just completely dissed me. He did not wave back. We walked into the building.
He said, I'm about to sit with you for 4 hours. I'm not talking to your ass right now.
We walked into the building at the exact same time, just still nothing. He completely ignored my existence until we were in the kitchen, and he almost bumped into me, at which point he had to say hello. Good morning, White Brian.
Yeah, Brian, you only got a certain amount of time to deal with him.
I did not see you. I'm sorry. I wasn't ignoring you.
I'm just, I'm not a person that stands out, B. I did see Jeff told me he almost got attacked by a dog, and he's very fast, even though he was running around the street in his drawers. I assume you were like taking the trash out or something.
He had a little mutt. A little mutt was playing with Jeff, man. That dog was
that was the size of Nico.
Probably Nico would say he'd start running.
Nah. This was like a pit mixed with like a Labrador Retriever. It was a fairly ugly dog, but that thing was muscular and it was aggressive.
If it was a pit and a lab, that dog would have caught you.
If he wanted to.
No.
Bro, yes. The dog was just playing with you, Jeff.
When I am scared, another gear kicking. The only thing I'm really scared of.
So when you're not scared, you run 6'4". When you're scared, you run 6.
Nah, when I'm not scared, I run like a 5. But when I am,
that was a 6'4". That was
your 5 days are long gone.
When I'm scared, I run like a 2-3, bro. Nothing is that dog was not biting me.
Well,
I tell you,
Jeff,
like you said, bro,
we're glad you made it, bud.
I got a trash can and some stuff in that trash can. That dog gonna have a problem when he get back home. They're gonna wonder what the hell happened to my dog.
B would definitely fist fight them.
Listen, bro.
You
gotta look them right in the eye, and then if you got any type of weapon, pop them upside the head one time.
Got it.
I was taking the trash out. There were no weapons.
All right, moving
Your
forward.
Slippers.
I think shout out to Pupatella, the pizza joint.
Yeah.
I think all the boys have already had a couple slices of pizza by 10:06.
I hope the name don't. I mean, but that all meat was good, man.
Dude, have you put Metropolitan Moving and Storage got us these quarter zips? Have you put this joint on
I wore
yet?
it before.
Yo, it's soft.
Yeah.
I recognize this brand. So this brand, you know what? Is it Alo? Alo? What do we call this? ALO is the brand. Anybody?
We're gonna go with Alo
Alo it
or
is.
Aloe, whatever.
Like
Aloe
J-Lo
Black is
with an
spelled
A.
how? Is Aloe Black A-L-O?
Well, here's what I knew, B, is I've seen this brand in my home. Not with my children, certainly not my stuff.
Your wife?
So I'm like, all right, that brand is fancy.
It's
Because whenever there's
expensive.
a new brand at my house, it's not like the latest offering from Target.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like,
I
it's
got-
like, I don't know much about that, but I know something, and I know it's probably expensive.
So if Lauren buys it for her,
yeah.
it has a little price to it.
Yeah.
All right. She buy you something.
Target.
Yeah, discount.
Yeah. But yo, this joint is nice. It's like very soft and warm. It was weird driving in today, B. And this shouldn't be a surprise, right? But there's a finality to locker clean out. And like when I left Ashburn yesterday, it was very clear the season was over. And while that's obvious, right?
Mhm.
Like I'm not breaking any news with that. At the same time, there's a bunch of dudes in that locker room that I've gotten to know. And like there's just this finality of saying goodbye to guys and whatever. You can text guys or DM them or whatever. Like you don't lose touch. Like even a guy like Nick Gates, who I saw on the field in Philly on Sunday, dapped him up, chatted for a few minutes. Like you kind of build these relationships around the league that last more than the season. But there seemed a sense of, I don't want to say melancholy because that's too much, but there was a sense among the players yesterday that, man, this run is over. And that doesn't mean there aren't more runs in the future, but this one with this group is over.
Yeah, but see, I know us as fans and media people, we go all into it. When you're on that other side, you deal with it, you're done, you move on.
Right.
And it may seem dismissive to fans, but fans is fanatical, not football player. Because if you keep worrying about what was, you'll never get to where you're trying to go. So these guys are they probably wiped it out yesterday. They're going to go through their process where they're going to sit there and think about everything that went on, what they could have done better, what things they need to work on more, what things are there that they keep enhancing. And then they're going to start focusing on next year. How can we make the run better? You know what I'm saying? And now the bar is higher because you're going out there, like what I say, once you show me what you're about, that's what I expect. It was hard for us to expect what we saw this year. But now you got to make it to the playoffs. Making it to the playoffs is nothing. Got to win games, and hopefully you can get back to where you were and build on that. That's why now you're going to see people getting ready to go check out the East West Rhine and all that type of thing. And this is where the brain trust began to give you better pieces to be able to go out and operate with.
Yeah, dude, I thought it was really telling, honestly, that, Adam Peters is gone. He's probably, maybe even flew out last night. He probably flew out this morning. They got little planes that fly you direct to Mobile.
Yeah.
In a little plane, how long do you think it takes to get to Mobile? $1.20?
Quick.
Yeah.
We had some experiences this year, Jay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think, like, the show goes on.
Yeah.
Whether you're ready or not. And I think when you get that close, B, you had some NFC Championship game losses. How do you – and that Philly team was more of a veteran team that had kind of knocked on that door a bunch and couldn't break through, so the feeling is probably different. But how long does it take to balance, we had a really good year with, damn, we just lost a chance to go to the Super Bowl?
Well, I think everyone understands one team from each conference is going to go. They understand that. And once that's over with, you have to listen. I think the best thing to do is you go look at the things that were bad and what you think you can improve upon. Then you start looking at the things that were good. And you know what that does for you? Automatically throws you into more of excitement for the offseason, where you may jump back in a little sooner. You know what I mean? And to try to build on next year to where now, like last year, I was just stagnant for about 2 months. Well, I'm only be stagnant for a month and a half, maybe a month this time.
Right.
I'm going to get right back into it. And then what you do for those that live in the area, hey, mama don't want to go somewhere. So you go home every night, but you're normally tired. They don't want to go somewhere. So you go on vacation, you relax, you do your thing. A lot of guys are going to go to the Super Bowl. Some of them got some awards, things, and all that type of stuff. Then when you get back from that, the process starts. We're going to go on a vacation, and you might want to start jogging on your vacation. And then when you get back, then you go right back into your stuff, and you find out people that live in the area. Hey, man, let's meet up. Let's go lift a little weights together, run, start talking. That's that brotherhood continuing on. Because everybody was talking about how good it was, how much they felt about the guys in the room. And I think that's something you got to hold on to. Hell, you watch me around some of the guys that I went on a Super Bowl run with and guys I played with even in Philly, how we are once we see each other. That stuff don't end just because the season ended. And you got to keep it going so you can be able to get to the highest level of the season quicker than it was in the previous years.
I'm with you, man. It's just a weird feeling to know. I mean, not only is this Commanders run over, but the football's almost over. Like
Jeff and I were just talking about that.
And it just when football ends is like the worst part of the sports calendar.
I think what you
get into February where it's college hoops. Isn't hockey taking a break? I feel like hockey's not playing for like 2 weeks.
Hockey gonna do the little some type of little championship or something.
I think there's like the World Cup of hockey or something.
Yeah, but you know what? That's when you go back and look at the stuff again. Like for everybody that's been saying they were looking at film, you know what? You can go back and really look at it now, and find out some things that you might have missed, and some things you thought that you didn't see. You thought you saw that you really didn't see once you look back at it. It'll take you through it again. I know a lot of fans who always go back and look at the games again. But we'll have stuff to talk about. We will find topics to discuss.
I'm not worried about us being able to talk. Lord knows you and I can just talk. We did 10 minutes on Jeff getting chased by a dog. I think, though, it's fascinating for us because, like, in the content business, for the next 10 years, Brian, 15, 25, we're not leaning on the crutch of let's talk about the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's such a refreshing feeling, dude.
Yeah.
But knowing that football season is over and that it's, you know what Dan Quinn said yesterday? So DQ was really funny yesterday, and you could tell both. So a lot of times you'll have locker clean out one day, and then the coach and the GM will talk like later in the week because they just need a couple days to process. But because they were so far into this process, because they're so far into the offseason now.
Yeah.
They probably, now they certainly had scouts and stuff there, but Peters probably wasn't at, hell, I know he wasn't. I saw him at practice. Like last week was the Shrine Bowl. Peters wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I bet a lot of teams had like coaches there, not just scout front office staff.
I mean, they were busy.
Right. And they were focused on
weren't.
the more important task at hand.
Yeah.
I think now, because of the timeline, Peters and DQ had to talk last night because they just have stuff to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Even on a super condensed, beyond the college showcase games going on, like the self-scouting process where they go back and watch every practice, every game, and they see who they like, and they start to identify who they want to come back and all these things. A lot of times that starts 2 weeks ago. Even if you make the playoffs, it starts 2 weeks ago. So they have a bunch of work to do. And whenever it's DQ and Adam Peters, a lot of times the media people will ask kind of 2 questions or 1 question to both guys, that sort of thing. And after, like, I think it might have been the first question, honestly. I think DQ after the first question was like, yo, I'm not doing the both of us. Ask one of us. and Dan is always gracious with his time. And like, but
the thing about it is,
it.
When
like
you
gassed,
ask it for both people, just like if you send somebody a text instead of calling them on something that's serious. So you just throw out a question to both of us. Do you even know who really can answer the question? You know what I mean? It can be like, okay, hold on. They're going to keep doing this. Nah. Ask me directly. Ask him directly what you want to ask him.
So I asked Dan a direct question. And it's tough when you get both of them because we get to talk to Quinn all the time. I mean, NFL rules in season, we're talking to him 3 times a week. You don't get the GM very often, so it's understandable that you want to ask Peters more questions. Let me tell you something about Adam Peters. He doesn't say anything.
Ain't telling you a damn thing. You know what? And I say kudos to that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was fairly telling on Lattimore. Like, if you give him a general question, he's going to give you a general ass answer. If you ask for something specific, he'll give you something specific. And I thought there were a couple situations where I thought he was pretty telling and was honest. I do think Quinn, he joked at the end. He's like, talk to you guys in April. And we're like, I
am not going to be around.
Well, Coach, you'll probably talk to us before that, but that's fine. Another funny moment yesterday when Ertz was talking. He, the reality is players, like every game exists and you watch the film and then you're kind of on to the next. You told me this. When you got to Philly, you had no idea about any of your stats, right?
None.
It was the Eagles that kind of looked all that up and told you everything.
I didn't know it till I got there.
And that's not to say incentives guys might be aware of, or, if they know they're close to 1,000 yards or 100 catches or something.
Oh, hell, the PR people always told you that too.
Right. But what was funny is Ertz yesterday was talking, and it was kind of half and half about the game Sunday and his future, where he was clear what he wants to do. But he said, he's like 4 turnovers. That's probably the most we've had all year. You can't win a game like that. And then when he got done later, I was like, Zach, you had 5 in the win over Philly. He's like, damn. There's these moments where our job is to know all these little nuanced facts and statistics, and those dudes' job is to make catches and tackles.
Yep. There you go.
It's a different role.
They can't be sitting there thinking about, hey, man, how many yards I need for what? No. Now, a lot of times, your teammates will know before you know.
I do have one last observation from locker cleanout yesterday. And I don't know exactly when this changed, so I'm not pot stirring or saying this changed when ownership changed. I don't know when this changed, but there has been a change at locker cleanout that I noticed.
What's that change?
They used to just give them trash bags.
Well, they had boxes.
Yeah. Did you notice that too?
Yeah. I noticed that when I saw things on TV.
Yeah, because it used to just be trash bags.
Yeah. But you know what? The trash bag thing has been with a lot of teams.
For a long time.
Yeah.
It got me thinking. So
normally I'll just leave half of the crap because I'm not going to use it next year. They're going to see y'all new stuff anyway.
The only stuff, that's the other part.
If I had pictures and I had my speakers, yes, I go get that. The shoes, for the most part, can stay there. Or a lot of times they would ask us to sign certain things and you're donated. But
there are huge piles of
take
donation
all that
boxes.
trash back home anyway.
I would say 80, 75% of what is in an NFL player's locker at locker cleanout gets left there.
Yeah.
The stuff they take are like the personal effects, like you got a picture of your family.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also some like personal, what do you call your stuff? Like deodorant and all that kind of stuff. What do you call that stuff? Like hygiene products? I don't know.
Yeah, hygiene products.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like people will take that stuff. Like they got their own
toiletries.
Thank you, B. That's what I was looking for. Take like your toiletries that you bring in because there's stuff there, but then people I like the Arm & Hammer toothpaste, so I'm gonna bring that with me, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then it's like speakers and but dude, the rest of that stuff, the one thing most people take, and I did see a couple guys leave them yesterday. You know how so many of the players do the jersey swaps after games? So some dudes' lockers will have like 5 other jerseys in there. It's kind of bizarre when you look at it.
Why don't they take those home?
A lot of them do yesterday. But a couple of them got left. Because I just wonder if there's some dude you knew in college or some dude you knew from high school And after the game, he's like, yo, what's up with this jersey swap? And you're like, yeah. But in your head, you're like, man, I don't really care.
But then you got to worry about if they don't come to your house.
Well,
And you see all the other ones on the wall. I didn't do jerseys. Well, we didn't do that back in the day.
but like me, think about it. If the amount of people that come up to you, they're like, yo, B, oh my gosh. If they were to hand you something in the moment, you're not going to not take it. But that may not make it all the way home, that keepsake.
Yeah, you got a point.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. You know what's
It'll
funny?
be nice.
Yeah, you want to be nice.
It may
in the
not
moment.
make it on the wall, but I'll take it.
Now, if you're looking to move a house, I recommend boxes over trash bags, but it's up to you. But what I recommend most is talking to John Leahy. He is the DMV MVP of real estate.
That just like Mike did. Mike had been a landlord in Germantown for over a decade, and he didn't want to deal with some bad tenants anymore. So Mike actually lives in Ohio. So he needed someone who could relocate those tenants. So he had to go out there and find someone, and he found our guy, John Leahy. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group accomplished all that he wanted and got the property sold using their VIP seller program. John and his team got a great offer and had a great remote settlement, which led to Mike's home being sold in only 13 days and for 100% of the asking price. If you're looking for a seamless home selling experience, John's guaranteed offer just might be for you. See for yourself at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens, so if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
That's just some of the advantages with John. It was funny, dude. I was looking at my kitchen this morning, and we redid our kitchen probably like 3 years ago. It is certainly modern and up to date, but having young children, it is just beat up. Like the cabinets are beat up. There's I had to wipe a bunch of peanut butter off the pantry door. Shout out to my 6-year-old. Like that's just life in a house, right? And I was thinking, like, man, if I ever wanted to sell this, it's interesting because you poke around on Leahy's website and he's got that home valuation tool, and you take a look and you're like, I could sell this and actually have some cash. What would I do with that cash? Those are the kind of things you can figure out with Leahy. But looking at my kitchen, I'm like, dude, I couldn't sell this thing. I'd have to at least repaint all these cabinets, if not get new doors and stuff, because my kids have just beat it to hell. Well, if you're in a similar situation and you're thinking about it, talk to John. If you don't want to come up with the cash up front to maybe clean up that kitchen to get it sold, John can front you that cash. You settle up on the back end of closing. And generally, if you're going to do construction before you sell a house, that's an investment that returns 2 or 3x. Stuff like that is why you should talk to John. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
So we know which teams are going to be playing in the big game, but now we also know what they're going to be wearing. I know this sounds silly, but as the home team, the Eagles got to pick their uniforms first, and they picked their signature midnight green jerseys. That means the Chiefs are going to wear their white uniforms. If you're superstitious or you like to follow the trends, this is a stat to know. The teams wearing white away jerseys are a whopping 17-3 in the last 20 Super Bowls. Funny enough, though, the only two clubs to hoist the Lombardi Trophy while wearing home colors over the last decade are the Chiefs and the Eagles. So maybe this means nothing, maybe it means everything, but it is a fun little clue into maybe the Chiefs wearing white's a good sign for them. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
It's been
I'm feeling this, Landfill.
You make me feel. You make me feel. You make me feel like a natural woman.
That's the effect White Brian has on people. All right. Yo, between that song, they were playing Whitney Houston in the kitchen this morning. There's a lot of vibes out there. B, I want to talk about a number of things, but let's shout out the stream. Who was first? Anybody check?
LL.
LL. Like he was
958.
rocking bells.
LL was on before the show started.
Said raise hail. Appreciate you, LL. I want to go through some of what we heard from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn yesterday. Let's start with this Marshawn Lattimore discussion. Number 4, Landfill. Adam Peters asked about Marshawn Lattimore's play this season.
Yeah, Marshawn, he came into a tough situation. He did, and he was injured when he got here, and so anytime you come into a new team and you're injured, it's really hard to integrate, and plus you're coming in at the end of the season. So at the same time, you're rehabbing, you're learning a new defense, you're trying to meet new teammates, and so it was a tough situation for him to come in. But what was cool was, we saw him get better, and we saw him get more acclimated, not only to the defense but to his teammates. And so, really excited for him to have an off season with us, and really learn the defense from the ground up, and really have that full runway of training camp and leading into the season. And looking forward to that.
I tend to think that's the truth.
Yep.
Do you?
Yeah. I don't think Adam does a lot of just blowing smoke. Looking forward to it. Now, let's be real. Something can change. Somebody in somebody's camp could say something wrong, and you're like, okay, well, we're not going to deal with this then. So
they did rework the deal. Like there could be some cap savings. I feel like a lot of people just don't think he's going to be here next year. I don't agree with that. I think they traded him to be a part of this for the long term.
Everything he said makes sense. You're rehabbing, you're away from the team per se, and you come in and you're trying to learn, rehab and learn, and they don't want to put you out there when you're not healthy. Then you finally get out there where you're going to be rusty. So if you get a whole off season, things can look different, So I just know what he's capable of, and we have to throw the thing out there when he's healthy.
I tend to agree. I think there's a dude on their staff that I doubt most people have not heard of at all. I want to get his exact title because it's an interesting title. Dylan Thompson, the Senior Director of Team Support and Advancement.
Okay.
I don't know how you describe what his role is, but there are people that swear by him helping their career on the human side. He was with Detroit for the last few seasons. He had been in Houston. If you do a Google search on Dylan Thompson, the things different players have said about him.
Is he someone that kind of gets you on that mental track?
Get your mind right.
Yeah, because like, listen, man. I think we look at athletes and we think that, hey man, the athletes, they're supposed to play that. But you know what they do? They have the same damn issues that you have. They have family problems, they have personal problems, they have things that haunts them from when they were younger. A lot of time athletes have made it because they were running from something from their past.
Dylan Thompson, have you ever heard of a fella that plays for the Houston Texans by the name of C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud said the following: I think I grew tremendously, man. I know he's going to be mad at me for this. Dylan Thompson, oh my gosh. Dylan is one of the best human beings that I've ever met in my life. There's a ton of people, great people in this organization, but DT has been the main person. You talk about a brother like to somebody who loves you no matter what happens on the field. You can feel that. I just appreciate that. And now he's going to be mad at me, but man, he's a great person. And really one of the reasons why I feel like we were very successful this year.
You know what? I heard that actual interview with C.J. Stroud talking about that dude.
When you're talking about winning on the margins, it's stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, and maybe I have no idea that he'll make any impact with Lattimore, but one of the things, the part that I thought really rang true in Peter's comments about Lattimore was saying, we really want him here for an offseason. We want him to be a part of our organization for a while. And I think, let's see how that works.
Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes you got just a person you can trust and you open up to them.
And you know, you can trust the whole building.
Like they may find out what makes him lash out all the time and stuff. It may be just the way he played, but it may be something that makes him act that way. And if that guy can help him get a hold on that, hey, we'll see.
I asked Dan Quinn a question because I am really curious. In 2016, DQ and the Atlanta Falcons went 11-5, went to the Super Bowl. Everybody's aware of what happened in that Super Bowl game, right?
Mm-hmm.
About a week later, he lost the majority of his offensive staff.
Mm-hmm.
And he allowed pretty much everybody to go. There were situations he could have blocked guys. He didn't. I think that team really suffered because of that. I think he built things differently here in Washington because of that. Number three on DQ landfill. I asked Quinn how prepared he was for the coaching carousel this time.
Yeah, you better be prepared, right? Because as a staff, if you do well, then those are some of the things that take place from that. And we do have a deep crew, and that was part of the plan all along, that if those moments happen, we'll be ready to adjust. Not only do we develop the players here, Adam and I, we also want to develop coaches. And so like everybody in here, like how do we get better? Where do we go? And so we dig in hard on those. As far as what is just, more speculation for us, but that is our plan of how we do things. We develop people here.
I think they built a gigantic staff with a lot of veteran coaches, as well as I think some really sharp young minds to try to develop their own.
They just like they want the players to be prepared. Coaches in front office got to do the same thing, because when you play well, and let's say that the players that play well happen to be right at the end of that contract, or a veteran guy who still has a lot to go, teams try to pick those people too. And if the coaches are being picked the same way, you don't want to just lose all your talent and don't have nothing behind them. So you want to make sure you build, and when you look at them on that roster, they basically have somebody to back up everybody. You know what I mean? Because their roster is huge.
But
coaches.
The other part of it is, I think it's highly possible they lose some of the guys further down the roster. Like, we all go into the offseason knowing the locker room's going to be different. Players are going to get paid to go elsewhere. I mean, Jeremy Chin Would you be shocked if Jeremy Chin gets a 3-year deal somewhere with the way he played this year? Like there are
Not at all.
going to be guys with heavy markets for their services. And that's going to happen further down their roster too, like on the coaching side of things. So I think we got to all mentally prepare ourselves for that. Certainly the name discussed most is Cliff Kingsbury. Adam Peters was asked about Cliff Kingsbury's status going forward. We'll tell you what he said when we come back. It is Beamish and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting than with FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown, who will take home the MVP trophy, or the coin toss, FanDuel makes it easy to place your bets and feel the thrill of every moment. With live betting all game long, you can jump into the action, adjust your bets, and ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers can score $200 when you make your first bet. Just place a $5 bet, and if you win, you'll get $200 in bonus bets. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. Must be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hell of a baseline here. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Commander season is legit over now. It was hell of a run, man. Onward and upward. Adam Peters and Dan Quinn spoke yesterday, end of season presser. We won't hear probably from either of them until Combine, is my guess, late February.
Mm-hmm.
I think from something that could happen before free agency opens in mid-March, I think March 10th is the tampering period. I looked it up yesterday because I'm a loser and I look stuff like that up. The biggest changes that could happen would be on the coaching or front office side.
Mm-hmm.
We know assistant general manager Lance Newmark had some interviews to go take over other places. Doesn't look like that's happening. Inevitably, you probably lose scouts and stuff, but that will happen after the draft at this point in that cycle. Coaches, though, this is coaching time. There's currently one NFL job open, the New Orleans Saints. Teams requested interviews with Cliff Kingsbury, Washington's play caller. Cliff turned them down, said, I'm not doing any interviews until our season is over. Cliff has been a head coach before in Arizona, but he's also talked about how much he's enjoying where he is, working with Jaden, not having the head coach's responsibilities, just working on calling plays, running an offense. Not to mention he's still getting paid by Arizona.
Yeah.
So I don't
That
think
makes him make his he's not as pushed and pressed as anybody else.
Totally.
Yeah.
And here's Adam Peters asked about Cliff Kingsbury's future in Washington.
I'll speak on the first part. I thought he did a fantastic job, and I thought he really he led well. He had great energy. He listened. He was, obviously the performance was outstanding. He's a great play caller, but I think just really being able to. I've known Cliff since I was 23, and so I've known him a long time. I never worked next to him, and just to see how hard of a worker he is and how tireless he is. He's here, 3 a.m. I think I didn't beat him in once. Tried to, couldn't do it, and how much he cares about this team and the guys in that room was really really special to see. And I'm sure his time's coming soon.
The last part stands out to me. I'm sure his time is coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
So I tweeted that video out, and people are like, "Oh man, you think AP's telling us something?" No. Does anybody think
Do
Cliff
you not think
Kingsbury's?
he's
Do you think he's gonna be the OC here forever?
Do you not think somebody's going to come calling for him? People always are trying to make, when you text something, tweet something, always act like somebody is trying to tell you a message. No, you just want to hear a message,
People
Or
hear
if
what
you
they
think
want.
a person's going to just sit here for the next 15 years, then you're fooling yourselves. Understand, when you have success, people want to take your people. Point blank.
Dan Quinn said that. It's a good problem to have. It means you're winning games. Nobody's getting hired off the Titans staff. There are not people beating the door down to get folks from Jacksonville right now. Like winning.
The coach they got may not be around. This goofy self. God. Duval.
I need to hear Steve Wino, somehow, unbeknownst to me, is a Jaguars fan. I bet he is so mad at Liam Cohen for sounding like such a dork.
Oh, he didn't even sound right.
But specifically with this Kingsbury stuff, I'm not pretending to know anything here, but because they went so deep and Cliff said, I'm not doing interviews till we're done, that was already a message.
Yeah.
I'm not doing interviews till we're done means I'm not desperate for your job. I'm happy where I'm at.
Yeah.
Because Ben Johnson did the interviews while they were going. Aaron Glenn did them. Those guys got jobs.
Yep.
Liam Cohen did them. I bet he was doing virtual that first week.
Yep.
And I'm not mad at those guys. Like, it's okay. The rules allow it. You want to be a head coach? Do it. Cliff sent a message by not taking interviews until everything was done. Now that everything's done, there's only one job left because Dallas hired a mediocre offensive coordinator, and there's only one job left, and it's New Orleans. The Saints, I read this article from the Picayune down there. This is
Times.
I thought it was Paris. I think Paris retweeted it. That's how it got to me. This is by Luke Johnson, staff writer for NOLA.com, Times Picayune. And he said there are 6 candidates now for the Saints job.
Okay.
Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore, Cliff Kingsbury, Darren Rizzi, which he ain't getting the job. Anthony Weaver from Miami, and Mike Kafka.
Who the hell is Darren Rizzi?
He was their interim head coach. He's the special teams.
No, he's not doing it.
No, I think McCarthy's getting this job. Maybe it's Kellen Moore. What I loved is I just thought this was such a fair
McCarthy
way.
may get it because Kellen Moore is still working.
Yeah, right. But
2 more weeks.
I think he did a virtual with them.
Yeah.
I thought this was such a great way to present this from Luke Johnson. He said, "Is Kingsbury actually a candidate? The Saints are interested, but he has put off even accepting virtual interviews until after the conclusion of the Commanders season. Now that they're out of it, the Saints are the only team left with an opening. Will he interview? ?
Mhm.
I don't know, but I know this, B. I know the Saints have the worst salary cap situation in the NFL.
Mhm.
As it's currently constituted, I believe they're $50 million over the cap, and they don't have a ton of talent. They're almost $60 million over the cap.
Mm.
Good God. A lot of that is old deals that they're finally paying off.
Yeah.
From a draft picks situation,
If I have power like he does, I don't know if I'm taking that.
bro, that is, to me, that is not it. That is not the job to leave for. Somebody replied to me that I thought this was really good. Rafaelito on Twitter. So I tweeted out, if I'm Cliff, the Saints job ain't it. Worst cap situation in football, no quarterback. And Rafaelito replied, it's a hired to be fired job. And unfortunately, somebody will probably get it, and that's what they'll
You hire me, and depending on how much you give me, you can hire me to fire me.
Sure.
You know, if you give me you give me like 10, 12, I'll take it.
Well, and
Well, I'll take it.
you might only
We all will take
you
it.
might only be there a year. You might only be there 2 years. But you're gonna get paid for 5.
I know somebody that's getting paid still right now.
Sure. There are
Golfing every day.
there are reasons to take head coaching jobs, even if it's a bad situation.
Yeah,
Cliff doesn't need to, though.
he doesn't.
I said this earlier, and I thought their ownership was too cheap to make the move, and they proved that. The Bengals job would have caught my interest, right?
Hell yeah.
But they kept
Joe
Burrow, right? But
Yeah.
who the hell's Zach Taylor? There's one job that I don't think's coming up, but I think they should have a real conversation about it. And if it did, I'd be very interested.
Which one is that?
Buffalo.
You think they're gonna get rid of Sean?
No, I don't think they are, but I think you can. They just might have reached like Doug Collins with Michael Jordan in Chicago. They were getting to the Eastern Conference Finals all the time. They never broke past that till they had Phil Jackson. I don't know that anybody's going to break past Kansas City anyway, but I wonder if you're Buffalo and you keep running up against the same problem,
Mhm.
at some point,
But-
do you try something else?
But then you ask that question: who's gonna be better than Sean?
It's a very,
Okay,
you know what his
he's
record
a
is?
defensive coordinator. I mean, he's a defensive coach. He hired offensive coordinators. And how much fall on your quarterback every once in a while? But I would say Josh played well in that game. His tight end got to catch the damn ball.
Sure. Sean McDermott's been fantastic. He's 86-45 in 8 years in Buffalo.
Yeah.
I mean, he's winning 65% of his games. He's been really, really good. You know who they're not going to find? You know what they're not going to do is move on from Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And so eventually it's like, do you try something else? And I don't know if you do. He's
I think
7-7 in the playoffs.
let's think about it. There's a man right up the road, 95. He has won a Super Bowl for you, but has had more misses than he did winning that one Super Bowl. John Harbaugh ain't going nowhere. If that dude could get you to the championship game over and over again, you have to believe once you're going to hit it. Yo, that would be like saying Marv Levy kept making it to the Super Bowl and he never won it. You know, if there's not a coach that's just going to step in and make your team instantly better, and I don't know if that happens when you get a new coach because they seem to want to get their own guys. You take a step back first, or most times. That'll be hard. It'll be hard for me to let him go.
I agree. I'm just saying, if I'm Cliff, those are the kind of jobs I'm interested in. I'm not interested in New Orleans. I'm waiting. You know why? Time is on my side if I'm Cliff Kingsbury. Nobody go anywhere. Barstool Nate next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. New York Jets owner Woody Johnson has been heavily criticized for his role in the last season's 5-12 disappointment, but he is vowing to improve in 2025. So he got a bit more involved than usual last season. He fired his head coach mid-season, which is something that he hadn't done before, and apparently he took a very hands-on approach. But there was a report that came out that other members of the front office and the coaching staff were super frustrated by this. But he shot back recently saying those reports are completely false. But he does have full faith in Aaron Glenn and his new GM to fix this team, starting with what the heck to do about Aaron Rodgers. A decision needs to be made there, and Woody Johnson has taken a hands-off approach starting right now. And a bit of college basketball news. The new top 25 is here, and Arizona's upset of Iowa State had some big impacts on the rankings. So Auburn and Duke are still 1 and 2, but it's now Alabama and Florida at 3 and 4. Iowa State dropped to number 5 overall. The rest of those rankings remain the same, but some big shifts up top. For over 65 years now, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Didn't you love me? All right, whenever you hear OAR singing that song, it means it's time to talk to our boy, Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate, Little Nate X. What up, Nate Dogg? How are you, buddy?
Guys, it's the first Tuesday in a long time that we have a little bit of sadness in our voices. It was a hell of a season. It was a fun season. It was so great to talk to you guys every Tuesday after a Sunday or Monday night win, which we had a ton of. And it's January 28th, and I just cannot wait for next season to start. I don't care about the draft. No off-season stuff will get me through the off-season. I'm just ready for the season to start again, and I have never felt this way in my life.
B and I were talking about it this morning. Like, not only is it the end of this wild run for the Burgundy and Gold, it's also just about the end of football in general. And both of those things are sad, and they kind of combine for this gut punch. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, this awesome year was so cool, and it ended in a real crappy way in Philly. And so there's that. And then you're like, oh, dude, there's only the Super Bowl left, and the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. Like, it's just like there's a lot of factors.
Yeah.
So after the game, I was sad. I was down. It was like, wow, the season's over. This stinks. But then you start reflecting and you start thinking that we just went to the NFC Championship game in Jaden's rookie year. And I think we're still not talking enough about that. And I don't think we could ever talk enough about that. It's not like this was year 5 and we broke through and got to that NFC Championship game. It was year 1 and we went to the NFC Championship game, one game from the Super Bowl in year 1. So there's a lot to be happy about. There is a lot to be optimistic about. And that's why it's like the football is not over. In some ways, it's just beginning, because if we want to look at it on the flip side, now we get to continue building the team, building the roster, free agency, the draft, etc., and then come back with, a very updated, upgraded roster for next season coming after going to the NFC freaking championship game. So it stinks the season's over. It stinks the Eagles are in the Super Bowl. There's no denying that every single scumbag Eagles fan deserves nothing but sadness and terrible things to happen to them. But we have a lot of good things coming. I think we'll be back. I don't think this is a fluke. I've seen that word flying around your station. I don't think this was a fluke.
Not from our
I don't
program.
think,
I agree with
Not
you
from your
100%
program.
on that, Nate.
but I think this is a sign of good things to come, not a flash in the pan, not a remember that time we went to the NFC championship game. I think the answer to that will be which one, not, oh yeah, I remember.
Hey, as you look at the season, like, you know, it's things you look at and you take it with you and it kind of gets you over it and it can take care of you till the season starts again. Then you look for something else. What will be that one thing
that I'm looking forward to or looking back on?
What do you look back on that's going to be able to take you towards next year until that season starts? Because it's going to be something that you got to hold on to.
Just so many great moments from this season, right? Like the Bears Hail Mary happened, you know, like the beatdown of the Cardinals and the Panthers and the Browns, that 3 straight weeks where we all looked at each other like, oh, this team's for real. Just Jayden in general, just progressing and improving week after week, his pinpoint accuracy, his poise, his demeanor, and just the way he was able to put this entire team on his shoulders, a roster that many experts in the field called a bottom 5 roster in the league, and led us to, you know, the NFC championship game. And it's just, there's so many good things to look back on that we did not expect to be looking back on right now, or, you know, maybe even next season. We didn't expect to get here this quickly. It looks like Cliff is going to stick around. It looks like, you know, it looks like a lot of great things from this season will carry over to next season. And the schedule might be a little harder, but our roster is going to be better. So I really expected this to be the norm. You know, I don't expect this to be an overachieving year. I expect this to be, this is who we are. This is what our culture is. This is what our franchise is. Let's continue this in the next season.
Talking with our friend Barstool Nate here from Barstool Sports. You can follow all his work at Barstool Nate on X and Instagram. I am hesitant to get too far down the road of like, yeah, NFC title games become the expectation, right?
Sure.
Every year is its own entity, but I think it's hard to look at what Jayden did this year and think it won't be replicated. And I think if people try to look too much at the, you know, all the 1-score games and all that, they coach that, they teach that, they work on that. I thought after the Chiefs game,
You know who does a lot of 1-score games? The Chiefs.
yeah,
And they have become the standard.
you know who does a lot of 1-score games? Good teams.
Yes.
Because most, why does everybody love the Red Zone channel? Because from 3:30 to 4:30
You
every
watch
Sunday,
highlights.
there's 5 or 6 crazy ass games coming down to the wire.
Yeah.
Like that's just the league, dude. The league is built for every team to go 8-9 or 9-8. And what changes that is really good players making big plays and big opportunities. And frankly, I think Washington got one of those guys now.
Yeah, and I'll add on that. A coach who understands time management, clock management, end of game management to put the roster in a position to win the game. That we saw it all season. Bad coaches can screw their teams out of opportunities to win the game. Our coaching staff gave this team opportunities to win those close games. And then through talent and will and Jayden Daniels, they did it. They won all those close games that over the last 10 seasons we lose. That's the difference.
Yo, I agree, man. And I think we talked about this dude, Dylan Thompson, that they hired as a like kind of player advancement person. The fact that they hired this dude, Dave Gardy, I feel like Sheehan has always talked about this. And I think he nominated himself, but maybe it wasn't. But there has been this theory that coaches should hire someone to manage clock, when to go for it, all of that stuff that comes up in the moment in games that frankly is really hard to keep a wrap on because you have so much other stuff going on.
Yeah.
Washington did that. And I feel like nobody talked about it, and it made an impact all year in Dave Gardy. Like they hired him away from the league to come in and run that stuff.
But
it was a big deal.
The coach that does it has to also be one that's willing to listen.
Got to put your balls
Yes.
on the line.
Because most coaches in the moment, they don't want to hear a damn thing.
Sure. That's a great point.
And that's how we got here. And I'll shout this from the mountaintops. It's from the top down, from Josh Harris down. He trusts Adam Peters. Adam Peters then goes out and hires Dave Gardy. Then Dave Gardy is in Dan Quinn's ear, and Dan Quinn trusts Gardy because Gardy's trusted by Peters, and Peters is trusted by Josh Hare. And they're all aligned. They're all in same wavelength. And that's how we won games. You're 1 billion% correct. Everybody, there's no turmoil. There's no leaks. There's no drama. There's no egos. Everybody's on the same page to help this team win football games. And everybody this season did their job and did their role so perfectly and just allowed this roster that's going to look much different in the next couple of years, because this roster is frankly not that good. We know this, and I think they know it, but everybody did their job to perfection. It was always next man up. It was always playing to win the game, playing for each other, and they did it. And it's only going to improve when you get better players in these jobs, that can protect a little better, that can make that first tackle and not allow those extra yards. And despite all of that, let me say it again. NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
Like, we were just there. It's not like we squeaked into a wild card game. We went on the road in Tampa, kicked their ass, went on the road to Detroit, outcoached them in every single way, and kicked their ass. It's like, that's what this team is now. Will there be bumps in the road? Absolutely. I don't, maybe we lose 2 games in a row next season and people start throwing around the fluke word again. I don't want to hear any of that. This team and franchise and front office and organization is set up for just the foreseeable future. As long as Jayden is Jayden and Adam Peters is Adam Peters, I trust 1 billion% that we have now set a new expectation in Washington.
I agree with you, man. I think things have changed dramatically. I don't want that to be – I think we've got to remind ourselves how incredibly difficult it is to go on these types of runs and celebrate what they did rather than immediately be like, all right, well, next year the Super Bowl's in Santa Clara, so let's book tickets. Because, other teams that are well set up are going to try to kick everybody's ass too. Yeah. Seattle, I like Mike McDonald a lot. I think there's smart other teams out there. Like, it's Game of Thrones, man. And everybody's got their own little city state, and they're going to try to kick your ass next year. So you got to keep the big picture in mind.
I like it,
but you got to like where they are.
It's changing. It's going to change quicker than we think.
Right, dude. Totally. Like, I don't know if Jordan Love is regressing. I think the Rams could be really freaking good next year with that front seven they've got that's so young. I think it'd be silly to give up on Detroit. I don't think Philly's going anywhere. That's just the NFC, right? But I think Washington has established they are a playoff contender. And
you're no longer looking at Washington as a team that, they just floating around. No, they are a contender.
And
that's all you need.
They talked about this yesterday, and I think what I had always stressed was organizational alignment. Was Harris hires AP, hires the coach. They all agree on the quarterback and work to develop the quarterback together. And that had never happened here because you had ownership getting involved. And then when there were young quarterbacks, you had members of the front office not fully buying in or the quarterback not full. I mean, think about how it went wrong with Kirk, how it went wrong with Robert. I mean, you go further back to Jason Campbell, who had like 17 offensive coordinators in
every other offseason.
Right. Like Patrick Ramsey damn near got concussed every third play. Like, the organizational alignment never occurred until this year. And then you drop on top of that, oh, wow, Jayden immediately can play and looks like the absolute truth going forward. And that, to me, is where you should be right now. We got time for free agency and draft picks, but, like, it's okay just to be, at this point,
reminisce.
Not even it's
like,
not even 48 hours old.
It's not 48 hours old, but I think, it's you got to get through that point of truly admiring what they did, then move on. I don't think right now we should be automatically jumping to what's going to be happening in 3-4 months. You got to talk about it then.
The only difference is it's not 3-4 months because they played so late into the year.
But about 2 months. 1 month, 2 months. So we're going to be able to talk about it in about a month. We need to talk about it and then have to talk about it again.
The thing that could happen now, Nate Dogg, is coaching. There's going to be, we know there's going to be roster turnover, but that doesn't happen until mid-March. The coaching stuff's going to happen now. I don't think Cliff's going. Are you concerned about Cliff going?
No, it's definitely a possibility, but you're talking about to New Orleans?
Yeah. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't
It's-
see it, but I don't know.
I don't see it either, but you know things happen quick in the NFL. It could happen in snap of your fingers. But no, it looks, knock on wood, it looks like we've retained Cliff, which I think is huge just for Jaden's development, for the offense to remain on the same page. I think the offensive line, for as you know, ragged as the offensive line was at times this year, I think just them being comfortable in Cliff's offense and just again, it's all just everybody being on the same page. And them being able to run it back next season, I think that's extremely important.
I agree. If I was Cliff, I wouldn't be leaving for New Orleans. That doesn't do much for me.
No.
That doesn't. I'm not Cliff though, so who knows? And the opportunity to be a head coach of the NFL is incredibly intoxicating.
Yeah.
I don't think he goes though, and. One thing Brian and I talked a lot about yesterday, and I'm curious if you land here too. The turnovers were a major problem. The refs were bad, but I think Philly proved they're the better team.
Yep.
And I think Washington's goal now is to build a team that can beat
Compete with
Philly
them.
regularly, right?
Yeah.
Bless you. And just, all right, what is Philly? Big and strong on both lines.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Washington needs to get to.
That's how you win.
Yeah, and let's remember, and you know I don't like bringing this up. You know it pains me to bring this up, and I don't like harping on it, but Ron Rivera was a terrible drafter, and this is a team without first-round draft picks. This is a team that took Emmanuel Forbes and Jamin Davis and Jahan Dotson. This is a team that no longer has Chase Young or Montez Sweat. These are all first-round picks that aren't on the roster anymore. This is a team that just made it one game from the Super Bowl without guys like, on the offensive and defensive line, like the Eagles have. Like you just said, this is a team without a Jalen Carter. This is a team that doesn't have the game-changing players that the Eagles have. We have some guys. We don't have all the guys. And the Eagles are just absolute dogs in the trenches on both sides of the football. They are just absolute warriors. And they, what do you want to say? They outpowered our guys, and just is what it is. Sometimes talent overcomes everything else, and the Eagles simply had more talent, and it showed. And I don't think that's anything to be embarrassed about or ashamed about. This was year one of the rebuild after Ron Rivera screwed this team up through the draft for 5 straight years. It is what it is. I think we just have to accept that. I think our guys battled what's that word?
Valiantly.
That word, yeah. And they have nothing to be ashamed of either. But it just, at some point, having a bunch of first-round picks on the team like the Eagles do is going to be better than our team that doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, let them build. Nate Dogg, I've never said this after a football season. Your hope and optimism and positive prognostications were all proven correct, bro.
Yes, sir.
We've been doing this for 4 or 5 years. So, you're 1 of 4, but hell, you nailed it this year, dude.
I mean, I want to give myself credit.
I'm
for
shocked
still
you want to
riding
give
and
yourself credit.
No. For riding and dying with everybody, though. Like, it was, I really put myself on the train tracks as the train was coming for guys like Carson Wentz and not Brady Quinn, whoever that wide receiver, Trey Quinn, and just guys like that who.
Yeah, you lost us on those, Nate. Be honest.
We needed to find somebody at some point,
but
and we finally
you need to be
did,
truthful to yourself too. Those people were not the people.
They weren't. They certainly weren't. But now we're building with the people. We have the quarterback. We have the GM. We have the coach. We have the front office. We still have Terry, who is absolutely amazing. We have a bunch of salary cap room. We have a bunch of guys coming off the books, for next year. So, yeah, it's a fun time to be us.
I like that. It's a fun time to be us. Thank you, Eric.
All right,
Appreciate
Nate,
you, buddy.
be cool, brother.
Hey, it's been a great football season. Shout out to all the millions and millions of your listeners who have tuned in every Tuesday, and let's keep this going. And when we talk on January 28th of next year, hopefully we'll be talking about our favorite restaurants in San Francisco.
All the Nateaholics. I'll tell you the truth. Santa Clara is about 90 minutes south of San Francisco.
Way down there.
Well, let's find a good restaurant in San Jose. All right, dude?
That sounds amazing. I love San Jose.
See you, buddy.
See you guys.
Hi, bro.
That's our guy, Nate Dogg. And listen, Nate's talking about next year's Super Bowl in Santa Clara. But let's be real. The best time of year for football is finally here. The big game has arrived, and fans are excited to see who will be hoisting the trophy in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Check out their big game giveaway promo for your chance at $1 million in prizes. 25 winners will walk away with 10 grand, 10K in cash, and 7,500 winners will get $100 in bonus bets. There's no deposit or bet required. Opt in today at the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Ben Johnson's replacement has been found. The Detroit Lions are tabbing Broncos passing game coordinator John Morton as their new offensive coordinator. Tom Pelissero has just confirmed that news on his Twitter account. Now, Morton spent the 2022 season with the Lions as the team's senior offensive assistant, so he is very familiar with head coach Dan Campbell and the Detroit offense, but filling Ben Johnson's role, that's no small task. Looking to upgrade your office game? Well, swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
It's just so hard to start talking when this intro's coming in. Slash just slaying. Slash is out here slashing. All right, Brian. Something I wanted you to hear. I'll be honest, I haven't heard this yet. I saw it on Twitter and I saw some folks reacting to it. Shout out to Jeff out here practicing sex aerobics in the break. Jeff's talking about opening his own sex aerobics studio. I think Adam Pohl's going to be one of his instructors. We'll get to that. Also saw Wendy. Wendy's here for a Wendy Knows Sports segment. We'll get to that. But I wanted us all to hear. Has anyone heard this RG3 audio about Sunday's game? I have not yet.
When he was running?
No, this is from Kay Adams either this morning or yesterday.
Okay, I know.
This is just Robert talking about the NFC title game. All right, here we go. We're all in it together. Robert Griffin III.
I'll say it this way, because you have to be critical and constructively critical of the teams, even if you love the team. So for Washington, I feel like we were outcoached. We got outclassed. And at the end of the day, it was heartbreaking to watch, because when you look at Jaden Daniels and him having the greatest rookie quarterback season of all time, and just the excitement around the city, the excitement within the building, it was quickly crushed. And Kay, let me take you down a story road of what it was like in the building for the Commanders this week. All right. They're coming out. They come off a big win against the Eagles in week 16. And the coach is telling them, all right, guys, this guy, Saquon Barkley, has run for 146 yards, 150 yards on us in back-to-back games. This is what you call a gut check type of game. You got to let him know on the first play of the game that it is not happening today. And then Saquon Barkley and his McThickums ran for a 60-yard touchdown on the first play of the game, crushed everybody. And at that moment, it almost felt like the game was over, because they had been talking about it all week. We got to stop the run. We got to do this. And they couldn't do it on the first play. And in his first 2 touches, he had 2 touchdowns. So for me, that was crushing to watch. It was heartbreaking as a fan. And as an analyst, the last thing that popped up was the fact that we actually did get back into the game, and it was 14-12. But then Jaden Daniels didn't even touch the ball again. Or should I say, when he touched the ball again, the score was 27-12.
Crazy.
We had the fumble, and the Eagles went on 2 touchdown drives. So it just wasn't meant to be. And Philly had the better roster, and their star players played better in that game.
I think the last thing he said was accurate. Philly had the better roster, and their star players played better in that game.
Yeah.
I don't know how you could say outcoached in a
think
game with 4 turnovers.
It was basically the turnovers that killed everything. Coaches don't coach turnovers. They don't tell you to fumble the ball. So They were outplayed. They took care of the little things. I don't know if you can say they were outcoached.
I don't agree with that.
Four turnovers is the reason that game was lost.
If you want to say outclassed, I feel like it's a little hot take-ish, but Philly was better.
Come on, who you're dealing with?
Philly was better, so like I understand that. I also think, dude, I think it was an 11-point game when Eckler fumbled, right? It was 34-23. They score, they get the 2-pointer, and then I think they actually forced a punt. They forced a punt. It's an 11-point game.
Yeah.
And they're driving. It's 1st and 10 at the 20. They hit 16 yards to Ertz. Then they go incomplete to Terry, incomplete to Ertz. They get another first down, 3rd and 10. Daniels connects with Ertz for 13. You're at midfield, and this is halfway through the third. There's still plenty of time in this thing. And it's 1st and 10 at the 49, and you're down 11 in the third quarter. That is completely a game. 1st and 10 at midfield, you're down 11. That is a ball game. And then there's a fumble.
Yeah.
And after that, they score again. That, to me, was the big swing. It was 34-23, fumble, 6 plays later, 41-23.
Yeah.
But, like, that was – I mean, Philly scores to go up to 41 in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
I don't know. I think that's a little too much. And obviously the end of that game got away from them, understandably. Yeah. I'm not acting like it was closer than
no.
But
you have 4 turnovers in the field of play like you're doing. I mean, 3 turnovers for sure. Where you had them at, you're going to have problems.
9 penalties.
You know?
I don't know that there was anything wrong with the scheme. I think they moved the ball pretty well. I mean, they put up 350 yards of offense. The run game has fallen apart for this team over the last 6-8 weeks. They were able to run the ball well in Detroit, but that was it. I think so much of this offseason is going to be focused on what does Philly do so damn well is they're big and strong on both lines of scrimmage. Yeah, dude. And I think when Peters was in San Fran and they were going to those Super Bowls, what did they do really well?
Same things. I think we've gotten so caught up in what football has become. We forget about the things that still help you win games. Run the damn ball, stop the run.
Well, dude, I think football's kind of getting back to that. I mean, think about.
I think some teams have gotten back to it.
The
Most
Chiefs
teams still follow.
Look at this Super Bowl. These are 2 run-first defense teams. Yeah. And they happen to have electric quarterbacks capable of making crazy plays. But I think mobile quarterbacks now are part of the run the ball positioning. Like the run the ball theory includes your QB. I mean, if you look at all 4 quarterbacks
I think it should.
The championship game.
I think it should, but Pat Mahomes been running the ball since he got into the league.
But
There's nothing new with him.
Look at this Final 4. You had Hurts, Daniels, Allen, Mahomes.
But
all runners.
Every one of those guys have run the ball since they got in the league. Jaden was just here 1 year. But there are most teams out there don't try to do all that stuff. They are trying to throw it around the yard all day, and they don't end up there. Joe Burrow, his team was so great, and it's Hall of Fame because he just throws the ball around. MVP candidate. But they don't win games. So, you can't stop the run, you can't run the ball, you can't win. And the league, they on their own made running backs not valuable. Running backs are still valuable.
Well, I think you got to be one of the best, right? Like you can't look.
Well, they're paying quarterbacks that aren't the best. So I mean, let's be real. You may not be one of the best, but if you at least give them a chance, you might. There are some of them that were not paid just because, and they were good. So
last year, Henry and Saquon made a huge difference. You don't have players like that are probably going to come available in free agency this year. But, like, when Bijan comes up, I think Bijan will be the next really interesting test.
How would you know who's available, capable when they don't get the opportunity most times anymore? They don't lean on them most times anymore. So if you don't give me the ball, then I'm damn sure not valuable.
Well, I'm not I don't disagree with you theoretically in the general running back conversation. I'm just saying Henry and Saquon are different. Those are both guys that have proven to be the best in the league, and they both happen to become available at the same time.
And Saquon got better when he got behind what?
A better line.
Yeah. So maybe.
But you agree with me that Derrick Henry and Saquon are
I
a different
understand they're
conversation.
different, but I guarantee
And
you.
hell, you even had
I guarantee
Jacobs and Jones.
the little kid out there in the Rams, he is not considered like them, but he is damn effective every game.
The dudes that are currently slated for free agency at the running back
Mhm.
position, Aaron Jones, Najee Harris, A.J. Dillon, Nick Chubb, but he's had so many injuries at this point.
Mhm.
I'm just saying this ain't the class that was available last year.
I understand that.
I kind
But
of
still, they shouldn't be lowball like you paying all these damn idiot quarterbacks. So pay the damn running backs too.
Okay.
Got to run the ball.
David Aldridge joins us at noon. Damn, I just noticed this. Our guy Nucci's front porch. Everybody knows Nucci.
Yep.
He
Nucci
went,
performed at the ball I went to the other night.
did he?
Yeah.
Dude, he just did a show at the DC jail.
He did it at
I think that's
the
pretty
convention
cool.
center the other night
That's
on
great.
Saturday night.
That's great. You gotta get Nucci back on. I just saw that on Instagram, man. That's
Nucci, MC Light, Drew Hill.
I don't often say nice things about this building, but I really like whoever's decision it was to start playing music in the kitchen. It's always upbeat. I don't know. I was just listening to Michael Jackson in there.
Right,
I want to rock with you.
Put
Fun.
the speaker in the wall in the bathroom though, just hanging.
All right.
You ever seen it? It's not like this. It just hangs.
Step 2, put the speaker in the bathroom on. Brian, there's a lot of angst about this matchup, Eagles-Chiefs.
Why?
I'm not sure when, and I think a lot of it is like Taylor Swift and like political and just stuff that I have no interest in. But at some point, people have started to hate the Chiefs. People think they get all these calls, and sometimes they do seem to get the calls, but like good teams always seem to get the calls. There was a period of my life where the Maryland-Duke rivalry was probably the most important thing in sports I had, and maybe in my life because I was
People
20.
don't like winners, bro.
Right.
You should think that they like winners. When you win, people find ways to not like you.
But
Michael Jordan wouldn't like.
I'll never understand that. But all that said, for me anyway, this is the easiest Super Bowl in the world to figure out who you're rooting for. It's anybody but Philly. Like, I can see it being kind of difficult for you because you have ties to the Eagles, obviously, and you have ties to Andy Reid in Kansas City. To me, anyway, there is no debate who I'm rooting for in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it's Kansas City. What about you?
I would love to see the three-peat.
Landfill?
I'm rooting for the meteor strike.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I refuse to watch another game with the Kansas City Chiefs in it, and I don't want the Eagles to win.
I
Why
understand.
you refuse to watch a game with Kansas City?
Correct.
For the same reason I don't watch the same episode of a TV show 48 times. Like I'm tired of it.
But the TV show just comes on.
I watch
Football,
The
you have
Office
to earn
all
your
the
way in, and if they earn their way, why hate on it?
Last night I watched a Seinfeld episode from like 25 years ago.
Yeah, but I'm not going to sit there and watch the same one 8 times in a row. It's just not going to happen.
So will you actually maybe not watch the Super Bowl?
I probably will not watch the Super Bowl.
I am fascinated because while I don't agree with your premise, I've heard that from it's at least like a popular internet thing, which don't always come to fruition. Do you
It's
think
just
that-
like all the people that disappeared and wasn't coming back to watch the Commanders, and the stadium was full and all their gear keep leaving. So somebody's buying it. You know, they're like nobody watches the preseason, but they always have numbers better than the NBA and baseball championship games. So somebody's lying.
Well, I also wonder.
Hey, Landfill, you one of the liars, man? I'm not watching it. And he's right there in the front of the TV with his popcorn.
I wonder if ratings will be down though. I don't know. Jeff, what about you? Do you?
Andy Reid against the Eagles for the three-peat? I will take it. I will take it.
No, there's a baseline of it's a freaking Super Bowl. We're all gonna watch it.
Yeah, that's what it
like,
is.
Period.
Yeah, but I want the Chiefs to demolish the Eagles.
Correct. White Brian?
I will be heavily rooting for the Chiefs.
Okay.
Oh, he's a Giants fan, you know.
Yeah, but like
He don't want anybody from the East to win unless it's the Giants, which is going to happen by 25 years.
I understand
He might be my age, but he would.
Dude, I think legit the whole country wanted it to be Bills Commanders. I think outside of anybody that did not have a dog in the fight, if you were a fan of one of the 4 teams, you wanted your team.
Yeah.
But I think if you were a football fan removed from any of the 4 teams, if you were a Seahawks fan or a Texans fan or a Dolphins fan or a Browns fan, I think you wanted Commanders Bills.
I'll take Command. I was looking for the Commanders to be in the game. Didn't care who they were playing. But I ask this question: am I just the only person in the world that people get caught up in the Taylor Swift stuff? She's just another fan in the stands to me. I'm watching football. I'm not giving a damn about Taylor. So people get so caught up in the Taylor Swift thing, and maybe some ladies came in, some other guys came in because she's around the football. But I am not paying much attention to her. I pay attention to the football.
They do put her on TV a lot.
They put her on TV a lot. But guess what? Just like when I'm walking around when they wasn't putting her on TV and go get a drink, it's the same way. I try to come back for when the plays are starting, and I'm not worried about all that. And they flash up on the TV, I hold a conversation with somebody.
Tony Chaz just tweeted me, 100% not watching Super Bowl, no chance. I want to be clear, Tony. I don't believe you.
You're by yourself, Tony. I'm not going to be with you.
Hold on. This dude, Tony Chaz, is listening to our program, where this is a sports talk radio station, and all we do is talk about football. He follows me on social media, which I appreciate. Shout out to, if you want to follow Tony Chaz, it's Antonio SC79.
Don't talk too long. Tony he's going to stop following you, Jay.
That's fine, too. Make your own choices. You're lying. Anybody that says they're not going to watch the Super Bowl is lying. You're going to watch the Super Bowl.
The people that are not watching it don't watch it any year. But you're watching it.
Like,
no, they're going to say they were at a party. They weren't really watching it, though.
Right. Like, there are people out there that don't pay attention to sports. Like, how many people are in the U.S.? 350 million, roughly?
Mm-hmm.
And usually the Super Bowl number is something crazy like 75 million. I don't know. I don't understand.
They can't predict how many people at your house, though. See, if they see my TV on, they're going to go based off how many people live in my house. What if I have a party and I got 100 people there?
Sure, but I agree with that. But here's what I find more hard to understand than any of it. The B. Mitchell Finley estimate for United States population is about 350 million, right? Last year's Super Bowl had 125 million people watch it.
In the United States, or was it worldwide?
In the U.S.
Okay.
What the hell are the other 200 million people doing? Like, I don't even understand how many.
Probably another 75, 80 of them were right there watching the game with the other people. They just couldn't calculate it.
Okay. So I'll give you 200 million are watching it.
The rest of them are little kids. They don't care.
And I don't think all the 150 million difference is little kids.
Old people had to work.
You think that's 150 million? You don't think there's anybody that just doesn't watch? I think there are like hipster,
you probably got some people that don't watch,
that just don't watch.
But it ain't 200 million people that just don't watch.
Maybe my math's off.
So when you on Super Bowl,
it'd be 150
on Super Bowl Sunday, everything is basically open. So people are working. They can't watch. And I promise you, if we go check into the offices, they got earplugs in, they got their phone on, they got their little computers on.
So you think everybody's watching?
I think
unless you're really old or a baby.
I think a TV, I think a TV or some apparatus where you can see something or hear is around somebody. Most people.
Bro, there's a lot of people, man. Ryan, the photographer, says, I'm not watching the Super Bowl this year either. I'm a huge football fan, but no thank you this year. James Schneider says the Super Bowl will be on, but interest waned once the Commanders lost. Commercials have gotten lame.
So in other words, they're telling me they haven't watched Super Bowl for the last 33 years.
Right.
You say once Commanders lost his so you haven't watched Super Bowl for 33 years, then you're telling me.
Azoma says, I'm not watching the Super Bowl. I'll still have it on because of my son, but I'm not going to watch like I normally do. Hate both teams.
So
I guess
you're
I'll
not
take
going to
the
look at it.
Chiefs,
Not going to
but
look at it one time. I don't buy it. I do not buy it.
Yo, left hand up. I'm going to watch the Super Bowl.
I've been watching it. I'll be in the city where it's at, and I'll do what I've done every year. But I'm just letting you know.
I'll be home on my couch.
I normally start off at this city. I end up back at home. But I'm not watching just because I love football. I don't just love one team playing football.
Me too. B. Mitchell Finley, David Aldridge joins us next.
Oh, Jimmy Butler. He's been sidelined once again. The Miami Heat have suspended Butler indefinitely, marking his third suspension with the organization this month. What did he do this time? Well, apparently he walked out a shoot around Monday morning after learning that the team wasn't going to start him. For all other NBA teams, he's still requesting a trade, so if you want him, he's not busy. NFL hiring news. The Lions have hired John Morton as their offensive coordinator for the 2025 season. Morton comes to Detroit from the Denver Broncos, where he spent the last 2 seasons serving as the passing game coordinator for head coach Sean Payton. Now he's going to be replacing Ben Johnson, who left Detroit to become the head coach of the Chicago Bears. Morton spent the 2022 season with the Lions as the team's senior offensive assistant, so he is pretty familiar with head coach Dan Campbell and the entire Detroit offense. But filling Ben Johnson's shoes, well, those are some pretty big shoes to fill. That's an understatement of the year. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
MC Light, baby.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and we are fired up to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. David Aldridge from The Athletic. DA, what's up, dude? How are you?
Gentlemen, what's going on?
We're chilling, Dave.
I
We're
need
at the time of the year where we don't have a lot to talk about in this area. Say it like that.
Usually, yeah, we've been looking at college drafts for 3 months usually, right?
Feels great not to be. DA, I want to start with perhaps the most underreported story coming out of Philadelphia on Sunday. Yeah, that you got stuck in the press area and couldn't get out of the building.
Dude, David Harrison saved me, man. Like,
wait. He got stuck in that press area?
Bro, getting out of stadiums at night is always really difficult. In Detroit, I kind of got stuck for a little while, and DA got stuck.
So, B. Mitch, when you go into the link, you go into it's like this high, they got all these high gates all around the stadium, right?
Yeah.
Which I understand, right? But the problem is this gate is enclosed. So it's open before the game, and you walk in and you go into the, through the little door entranceway, and you go through the metal detectors, and then you're in the stadium, and you go up to the press room. But after the game, B. Mitch, they locked the gates.
Oh, wow.
And then I come out through the press entrance, and the door's locked behind you.
Oh, wow.
You know what I mean? Like, so I come out, the door locks behind me. I go to the gate where I came in. The gate is closed and is locked. So now I can't get through the gate, and the door behind me is locked. I'm stuck. I'm in a pen like a giraffe.
You got to go back to being a kid. You got to climb that gate, Dave.
Dude, I was looking at it. I was like, B, I had my bag with me. I could probably do this by myself, but I don't know how I could do this with a bag on my shoulder. You know what I mean? And then thank God that there was an open door. There was another entranceway next door to this pen, and David Harrison, who covers the team and has been there all year, was walking out, and it's like, Dave,
help me.
You go
throw me a life raft.
Door. And so he went back in and opened the press door again, and I was able to get back out and go out through the other entranceway. So shout out to David Harrison, man. I might still be there, guys.
I love it.
I'm going to have to give you Big Dom's number. Call him next time.
Yeah, right.
I love it, man. All right, now that we've gotten the most underreported story from Philadelphia out of the way, let's get down to business. We're talking with our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic on the Rude Guest Hotline. DA, how do you best summarize what was just an incredible year for Washington?
I mean, it was just like, it's like a kid who's a genius, and they get skipped a couple of grades. You know what I mean? Like hear about the 15-year-old kid that's at Harvard. You know what I mean?
Doogie Howser.
Like it's like that. It was like that because you're not expecting that, right? Nobody's expecting that. Like y'all. I mean, nobody thought they were going to win 10 games, much less 14 if you count the 2 playoff wins, right? So, I think we were all like 7-10 would be a good start. You know what I mean? Like for a rebuild, 7, 8, 9, that'd be a pretty good start. That'd be a pretty successful season. So what they did, they took two or three steps further than we all expected they would. And I think it's obviously Jaden's the biggest part of that for sure. No doubt about it. But it wasn't just Jaden. I just think these coaches, Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Witt, I mean, I think they just absolutely maxed out with the talent that they had. And part of that is due to them, and a large part of it is due to the players really all buying in, because guys you can be cynical about brotherhood and all that sort of thing. This is a business. My brother doesn't get cut if he doesn't perform well. You know what I mean? Like, he's not cut from being my brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so it's a little different, but they had as close a proximity as you could have in terms of guys really kind of buying in and all kind of pulling in the same direction in terms of chemistry and teamwork and all that sort of thing. So for the talent that they had, and it's good talent. It's not bad talent, but it's not dominant talent.
Yeah.
The Eagles have dominant talent. We saw dominant talent on the other side of the football. You know what I mean? Saquon Barkley, dominant talent. Carter, dominant talent. Offensive line, dominant talent. A.J. Brown, dominant talent. You know what I mean? The Commanders aren't there yet. They have good talent, but they maxed out. They completely maxed out. Jaden Daniels, dominant talent now. And that's the most important place to have a dominant player.
Dave, you said, we had you on earlier this year, you said if Jaden Daniels just makes some plays to make you have those moments where you go, okay, I see why we drafted him. Yep. He exceeded that. And now Absolutely. They got to put the right people around him. What position you think they need to work with most? I'm looking at offensive line, defensive line.
Yeah, me too, B. Mitch. I mean, I think, there's no secret. You win championships on the offensive and defensive lines with dominant players, right? Yeah. Like with players that make a difference. Like, that can flip a field with their play. I mean, the holes that Saquon had. Saquon's a great back. Okay, he would do it anyway, but he had monster holes to go through all day. In fact, every running back on their team had monster holes to go through, to run through. And Jalen had a lot of time. Most of the time, they got to him a couple of times, but for the most part, he had plenty of time to sit back there and pick the receiver he wanted to throw to. So. It's no secret the Eagles have one of the best offensive lines in football and one of the best defensive lines in football. And they're going to the Super Bowl. Kansas City's got one of the best defensive lines in football, one of the best offensive lines in football. They're going to the Super Bowl. So they need to fix the offensive line. They need to improve it. The guys they have are good. I think they have one really, really good player, and that's Biadasz. He was terrific this year. He was terrific at center. That was a great free agent signing. And I think Sam Cosman, when he's healthy, is really good and is Pro Bowl level. So you've got, but now he's recovering from an ACL, and you don't know where he's going to be at the start of next season. So you have one, and when healthy, two, I think really, really good offensive linemen. And I think you need to look at upgrading the others, right? Like, and doesn't mean Brandon Coleman can't start, but maybe he's a right tackle instead of a left tackle. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Maybe Allegretti is a great swing backup guard instead of the starting guard. There's not saying cut them all, but I'm saying I think you have to upgrade, because when you have to constantly leave a back in the chip or constantly leave a tight end to chip to help your tackles, that's one less guy out in the pattern. That's one less guy for Jaden to throw to. Yeah. And you want to maximize the ability for him to pick the open receiver and make the throw. He made plenty of them, so he can make all the throws. But to me, offensive line and defensive line are the places you have to start.
Talking with our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic. You can give DA a follow at David Aldridge DC on X and Instagram. I think they learned a lot about where they are going against Philly, who's just so big and strong and tough on both O-line and D-line.
Yeah.
But I also feel like we learned a lot that this team is now part of the playoff contenders. Like going forward, I think expectations are just going to be so significantly different. And there's a lot of reasons, but Jaden's in the middle of it.
He's the reason, right? Like we all understand where this is going. It's about the quarterback, right? And he showed you how he's a top 10 quarterback today, right? And whether you think he's top 8 or top 5, that's, a matter of personal preference, but he's certainly the top 10.
Yep.
And when that's your starting point, that is a great point to start for a franchise. So now you have to build around him, like B. Mitch was saying. You have to put the pieces in place to help him supplement what he can do, because you know what he can do. And the other thing is you don't want to expose him to have to run as much. You want that run to be a threat that you use occasionally, not all the time, right? Like, so because, you don't want him taking unnecessary hits. So the better you can surround him with an offensive line that can run block, where you can run the ball a little bit more effectively and can pass protect, so that you only need 5, maybe 6 guys to pass pro, and you can send 4 or 5 guys out. Jaden's going to find the right guy. He's going to make the right decision. So you have to help him out in that regard. But he's the guy. He's the show.
He's shown that.
He's the reason why you have hope, because he makes throws and makes plays that win your football games.
Totally. You said this a couple weeks back, and I don't know if it was in the room or the press box or something. I feel like it might have been on radio. I was listening to you talking with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how long ago do the years of us trying to convince ourselves, listen, if Fitz just doesn't turn it over that much, and this defense is really good. You know what I mean? Like the lies we told ourselves.
When you say if he doesn't turn it over that much, means he turns it over too much.
But Carson Wentz gets back to his Philly days, or maybe this is the year for Heineke, whatever. Like, it's been so long of this.
Right.
Case Keenum, whatever. Like I got lots of names.
Oh, sure. Like we actually had discussions about that, like serious ones. Like, but he's got, Taylor Heineke's got so much moxie. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sam Howell's a tough kid. He may, he'll stand in there all day and wait for the guy to get open. You're actually having conversations about these guys. Right. As franchise quarterbacks, right? Because you're so desperate for one.
Right.
And so now you've got one, and you don't have to have that discussion anymore. Like, at least not for the foreseeable future. Like, you've got the guy that you can build around. And if you build right around him, he can take you to the Super Bowl. That's what you have now.
Bro,
you have a guy like that in the room.
He's been compared to rookies and all. Like, my thing is, I haven't seen many veterans with his poise.
No, right. No, you're right. I mean, he's on the way he kind of deals with the media. It certainly doesn't. It's not like I'm saying that's why he's a great quarterback, but you can tell that the unflappability, whether it's a good question, which you like to think everybody asks, or a dumb question, which occasionally does get asked, right? Like he handles them all the same. Like, and so you can tell the guy kind of is not, like, he's not looking to score points or be funny or all those things. Like, he's just being a genuine he's trying to actually answer your question. You know what I mean? Like, and so, and you can sense that on the field too. Like, he kind of goes to the next play, no matter what happened on the last play. Like, even watching him, like, after the Hail Mary, like, he celebrated a little bit, but it's not like he was jumping up and down and diving in people's arms and getting on the pile at the end, in the end zone. No, he had his little fist pump, and then he went and shook Caleb Williams' hand. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't like tripping off of it, So that's what you want. And those are the traits that Peyton Manning has. Those are the traits that Joe Montana has. Those are the traits that all the Tom Brady had. All the great quarterbacks that I've known in the last 15, 20 years are unflappable. That's their trait. Even Mahomes seems unflappable. Like,
Totally.
he gets hurt. He gets dinged up. He limps to the huddle. He good for the next. Let's go next play. And I see a lot of that in Jaden already, and it's crazy. And he's a rookie. That's just crazy.
It's funny. I referenced this quote a lot. When Supreme Court Justice Potter Stewart was asked to describe his test for obscenity back in 1964, he responded, "I know it when I see it." It's the same thing with a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Like, you know when it's real versus what we've been trying to convince ourselves.
Yeah. I say this all the time, and I mean it. I think offensive linemen are the truth tellers on every football team I've ever been around. I don't know why that is. But they're the ones that tell you the truth. Like, they'll tell you who's real and who's full of it, and they'll tell you. And I don't know if that's because they have to do so much. They have to know so much about the team and the offense, and they have to. And because they're bigger guys, their injuries are probably more painful, right? You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. But when veteran guys say, "I will block for that guy all day and twice on Sunday. I will do anything for that guy," because they know fakes and phonies behind center, right? And we've seen some of those in this town over the last 30 years, you know?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and when they say, "No, this is my quarterback. That's my dude right there," and they point to 5, that tells me all I need to know. You know, when Sam Cosmi said that, when he signed that extension, he was like, "I came back here because of 5, because I want to block for that guy. He's the real deal," you know? And he came back for the money. I know that. But what I'm saying is that he said, I believe in that guy. And he was a rookie then. Like, he hadn't even been on the field for real yet, you know, like, so that's what they saw in OTAs, and they saw it in camp. And when that continued through the season, and Alan Grady says it, and Wiley says it, and Biadasz says it, you know, and Brandon Coleman says it, and they all say it independent of one another. That tells me all I need to know about how real Jaden Daniels is.
Totally. You know what's funny is I just had this like moment of clarity. I've said it a million times on the show, and I've said it to be that the 2 position groups I always enjoy talking to the most are O-line and DBs. And O-line is because I think you get the most actual insight into football. And DBs is because they're just the most irrationally confident people on the planet.
Right.
But dude, I think I got that O-line. I think like back in the way back of my brain, I feel like I remember you and Tony always talking to O-linemen in the locker room.
Always.
Back on like Tony's radio show when B would come on after him with John Thompson. Like, I think that is ingrained in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, always. I mean, back in the day, you talk to Jim Lachey, you talk to Bostic, you know, you talk to Rollo McKenzie. Like, those are the guys that know. When you want to know about a dude, you ask an old lineman. They'll tell you. You know, they'll tell you what they say and what they don't say. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
You know, and so, you know, we all remember Jeff George getting sacked in Dallas, and ain't no old lineman helping him up. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, Robert, too.
That's all you needed to know.
I remember Heath Shuler getting punched in the face in practice, and no lineman they say, "Huddle up."
Right. And you saw it this year with Zach Ertz when he was mic'd up, and what was it, the Atlanta game, I think, when somebody took a shot at 5, and he's like, hey, you don't do that to my quarterback.
Right.
You know, those guys, no, that's for real. Like, they believe in that guy. Like, he's made them believe. And that's a powerful thing. Powerful thing.
And dude,
Totally.
I think that stuff starts with the work ethic. It starts with him being there before. You know what those linemen love? Seeing his car when they get there.
That's right.
And
that's right.
All that stuff makes a huge difference.
Yeah, they know this guy's for real.
Yep.
Like, he can't get to the checks and the things that he does and the sliding the protections and all the things he does on the offense, you know, in real time with the play clock running down, if he doesn't know that playbook.
There you go.
If he doesn't know exactly what to do. And he didn't get well, I'm sure he got some things wrong, but he didn't get many things wrong in that regard all season. And again, that just shows you he's been in the playbook. He's taken this for real. He understands the O-line, what they need to do, and he gets them. They kept talking about it as they played, you know, in Detroit and in Tampa Bay, how they knew exactly what they were going to do, and they knew exactly what the check was because they had worked on it. And when Jaden gave them the call, it was the right call. So that's why they were able to execute in Ford Field in front of 80,000 people, cheer, you know, making that
Loud
kind of
as
noise.
hell.
And they didn't have one false start penalty the whole game. Just think about that.
Yeah.
You know, in a playoff game, they have one false start, you know, because they knew what the hell they were doing because the quarterback put them in the right position every time.
Yeah.
Totally.
We kind of knew that when he checked off in the preseason game through the touchdown to Diami. The deep ball down the field. Like, hey, don't do that yet.
Right.
Like, hell, y'all made me learn it. I'm going to use it.
Yeah, exactly.
DA, last thing from me, dude. I think they keep Cliff another year. Do you?
Yeah, I think so. Right. I mean, the only job is the Saints. no disrespect to the Saints, but I can't imagine you would leave this job for the Saints. Like right now, they don't really have a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like going forward, like, I mean, it's kind of a rebuild. Like, like I just can't see that being the job that you walk away from Jaden Daniels for. I mean, you got to remember, that's a powerful thing. He's working with Jaden Daniels now.
Totally,
So for him, like I remember Tom Moore never left Peyton Manning, right? Like Tom Moore stayed with Peyton Manning for 15 years in Indianapolis, right? He could have gone somewhere else.
That might have been the easiest job in the world right there because Peyton called all the plays for the line of scrimmage.
Exactly.
You don't remember
like, so,
Peyton's success was because of Adam Gase. That's why he got 2 jobs.
right.
That's what Adam Gase wants you to think.
right. So I'm not saying, look, I think Cliff's going to leave it inevitably for a head coach because he's a young man. He wants to be a head coach again. So, and I get that. That's fine. I just don't know that it'll be next year. I agree with you. I think he's probably there for another year, and that'll be great because they can build on this season and take do some different things with the playbook. And as the personnel improves, and I think they will, and that's another reason for incredible optimism because I think Adam Peters knows what the hell he's doing.
Right.
And they will draft well. I do not think they will. I don't think we're going to have, what's the number, 10 out of 31 draft picks not be on this team
Yeah.
in 2 years.
Right.
I'll be very surprised if that happened with this group. So they're going to pick the right people to make it better and easier for Jaden Daniels going forward.
DA, we appreciate your time, man. Thank you.
All right, Dave.
All right, guys. Thanks very much.
Take care, man.
David Aldridge from The Athletic. Give him a follow at David Aldridge DC. DA is a DC lifer, man. Went to DeMatha, covered B-Mitch as he is a DC lifer, just like I am. There's a lot of us out there. The guys that run Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they are DC lifers too. They have been moving people in this city, I mean, probably since we were in high school, man. If you don't know Justin or John, you should give them a call because Metropolitan Moving and Storage is the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. I feel like 3/4 of the station here have used Metropolitan to move them, but they can do way more than just move your house. They got commercial clients up and down the East Coast. If it's a local move, a long distance move, residential or commercial, whatever it is you're moving for, call up Metropolitan Moving and Storage. They can help you store all the stuff. If you need to clear out your house, to stage it, to sell it, bang, they got you. They can pack your boxes. I talked to, did you see the video I posted of Lamine Zacchaeus yesterday? Somebody asked him, it's like, oh, what's the hardest part about locker cleanout day? He's like, actually, man, it's packing up all your bleep. Packing sucks. Hire them. They'll do it for you. They can build out custom crates if you have any fine arts or chandeliers or sculptures, and they'll send a moving consultant to your home or office to discuss exactly what the details will be and give you a free on-site estimate. No truck space sharing. That is huge. It's not going to be your stuff all commingle with somebody else's stuff, and then it all gets lost at the end. Metropolitan Moving and Storage doesn't roll like that. Take it from me. I've known these guys for 30 years. Call up Justin today, 301-279-0090. That's McCarty. Call him, 301-279-0090. Or visit DCMetropolitanMoving.com. They'll take care of you.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Start with the Capitals, who continue their Canadian road swing tonight. Caps are hoping to bounce back from Saturday's loss in Vancouver. In Calgary this evening, 9 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey on the Fan. Caps are looking to get back on track after having their winning streak snapped, a 5-game winning streak in Vancouver. Alex Ovechkin's chase continues tonight, now 20 away from breaking Gretzky's all-time record. Cap yesterday also signed goalie Logan Thompson to a 6-year contract. Wizards, they lost last night in Dallas, 130-108. Alex Sarr, the rookie, left that game as well with a sore left ankle. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Is this Dawson's Creek? Shout out to Dawson's Creek. Shout out to Joey. She was just cute and innocent long before Tom Cruise got involved. Crank that. Sing it for me, Jeff. I don't want to wait for our lives to be over. I want to know by now, where will it be? Now you hear some actual good singing. Sing it, Stevie.
I want to wait for our lives to be over.
I want to know by
JP,
now.
stop. Stop. Let Stevie do it.
Sorry.
I don't even have my headphones
You're
on.
killing
I don't
my-
even know where the beat is.
You killing my damn
Your energy.
my ears right now.
Live, dude.
Talking about JP killing my ears. So like eating rocks over there. I don't want to know.
The poor people that listen on the podcast or on the stream that don't hear the music track underneath, and it's just us singing.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
got to be awful. So I apologize to y'all.
Hey, they'll deal
but
with
you're
it.
supposed to listen on the radio, man. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Stevie's here. Hi, Stevie.
Hey, what's up, JP? You guys getting some rest?
No, hell no.
Oh my
No.
gosh.
It'll start probably after Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean,
This Super Bowl week gonna be something special though, Jay.
B,
We burn the count at both ends,
I gotta
bro.
be honest. The way I feel right now, going to New Orleans for a week almost sounds like a punishment right now. Like,
Hey.
I just don't know.
I don't care. You'll get over it.
You know I will. I
get
will
over
power
it.
through.
Yep. I'm gonna invite all my real friends on
oh,
down
that's right.
there.
You're going to hometown.
I'm gonna invite Maniac to come hang out with you, Gil.
Oh boy. Tell Maniac to bring the priest. I think
True story.
I just
Okay.
it's a very
I have
true
no
story.
clue.
All right, Stevie's here for a very special reason.
Yeah.
When B. Mitch said if they won 11 games, he'd put on the 2-2. And B. Mitch was a man of his word. He put on the 2-2. Now, Stevie provided said 2-2, and I've had it hanging up here in the prison cell for some time. I mean, they won 11 games 2 months ago. When did they?
I don't even know.
I'll pull it up.
It's been
real
a
quick.
while.
They got to 11 wins when they beat Atlanta
in December.
In late December. Okay. They ended up winning 14 damn games. Pretty darn impressive.
Hey, JP should have the way to tutu.
No. The rule was.
Oh no, you
We
see.
were 60 minutes away from me in the 2-2.
Okay. Nah.
If they
I
got to
thought you
this,
said NFC Championship game.
I said NFC Championship game, and then we weren't on the air, so he knew what he was doing.
everybody.
But then
agreed.
you also said you were going to wear it with no shirt, and nobody wanted to see that.
No. I was going to wear it with nothing else.
Oh my! No, you
Just
were
the tutu.
You were going to mess up the tutu.
That's why I said you wouldn't have wanted it back if I got it.
No. That
He was going tutu to tutu.
Now, my 2-2 rules were only if they got to the Super Bowl. So,
And Jeff said if they won 12 games, he'll win. Nah, he can't fit that.
Nah, Jeff
No,
was ripped.
wow. That's okay. I can cut the elastic and put an extra ribbon on that.
All right, so I
Jeff
was
will
not.
never be in a tutu.
I thought the tutu was now part of the show lore. I thought it lived here in the prison cell.
Hey, it can.
I've been informed. It's like when a museum gets a piece donated for a period of time, it's now going back with Stevie. She wants to take it back. So we were going to have a tutu retirement ceremony, I suppose.
Well, my thing is that I had a couple of
Judge Austin sent
girlfriends.
one too. You can put that one in the studio. I would have never worn that one.
The one Judge Austin
It's too
sent?
many colors. He
Like a
ordered one
rainbow
from
joint?
Amazon. Sent it to my house.
No. See,
I
that's
hope
wrong.
I say, nah.
No, we can keep this one.
This is a very nice tutu.
Well-
I'll show the people on the street.
So the story behind the tutu, when B Mitch said he was going to wear it, and I was like, oh man, I got to get the tutu. And I think it was Drew, and the phone call before that said, hey, B, if they win this weekend, remember you said you got to wear the tutu. I was already on my way to pick one up, just because I had a feeling. And then I went to a couple of stores. I'm like, oh man, it can't be too girly, even though it's already girly. So I said, well, let me put this together. I mean, I have not hand sewn anything since I was 12-year-old putting on a button on a shirt, but my
Yeah, you
fingers were
got me, though.
working. I got you.
I
So
walked in here. You already had it here.
I had a couple of
You
friends
know I
who
was going
said,
to play that thing off for like a month or two.
I was shocked.
And then I was going to run right past it.
The way things usually work on our show is we talk about them and then they never actually happen, right? Like that's kind of how we operate. And then we walked in that morning and that tutu was here. I was like, damn.
what the hell?
All right. I do, as much as I enjoy it being in the room with us, it's not in the way at all. I do think, however, it'll get lost or stolen or ruined. So I do think, for the sake of wearing the tutu again in the future, the safest place is for it to go with you.
okay. I had a couple of girlfriends that said, oh, I want that tutu. I want that tutu.
Why?
And then because they
Because I
want to wear it
wore
to
it.
the games. And he wore it.
You know?
And so then I thought,
it's valuable now, Jay. It was on B. Mitch.
oh my God.
Yo, did I tell you? I don't think I've told you this. And Stevie, you'll laugh at this. Saturday night, did I tell you this? We did the live Q&A. Saturday night, we did a show on NBC4 from the
I saw it.
Commanders Party.
I
Okay,
saw it.
it was a lot of fun.
Yes.
But we did a live Q&A. I mean, we're in a bar. People are drinking, some heavily. And we asked a couple people questions. Everything's cool. And then I get to this one woman, and I'm like, oh, what's your name? And, she said,
Whatever.
I can't remember what it was. Sally from Bowie, whatever it was. And I was like, all right, what's your question? She's like, do the players still have bed checks? And if so, what time?
Yeah, what time? Yeah.
And I was
I
like,
thought you were going to lose your mind. Your eyes were trying to stay focused and professional, but you were like, bed
Yeah,
checks.
they
And then
have
there was
bed
one.
check. How about you go find out?
Yeah, and then there was a question after that.
some dude shouted from the back, why am I single? I was like, you two need to talk. And like the Hard Rock was right across the street from the Commander's Hotel. It was it was an interesting time. Okay,
Okay, so then the last thing here, as I was thinking, if you wanted to be, because I know you do a lot of charity and you guys, if you want to donate it for charity, like do a fundraiser, because you guys have this live event coming up soon, right? I mean,
Anybody want it?
if think about it.
What's the price?
We might
What's
go.
the price?
Well, I don't know. That
I'm
the
asking
highest
them.
bidder.
They got to be.
you have my support. I'm not going to do anything to organize that or
No,
anything.
I'm not either.
I think you should just take it, and it's the official tutu.
The official
and
tutu. The
we might need it next year.
B. Mitch and Finley show. Okay, one of
Yeah,
y'all
it's
gonna
on
wear
you
it.
this time, JP.
Yeah. mhm.
Yo, my
If they win
turns
10
are.
games next year, you got to wear it.
No, sir. Get
Yes.
to the Super Bowl.
No,
and
no,
I'm wearing the tutu and
just
just-
going to the Super Bowl. That's too far.
B, they just got to the NFC title game.
No. That was, hey.
You're the one. Hey,
That was
you,
fluky.
Okay,
You
look,
always-
look, you guys are starting to argue. I'm getting out your mess.
You always
I
say,
will-
when you showed me this, show it to me again.
Yeah, show it to you
Go
again.
one step
But
further.
you haven't worn that tutu yet,
Yes.
so we got to see it.
I'm a Super Bowl tutu
okay.
wearer.
Well, I'm
Landfill.
out anyway. You guys can argue
Thank
on your
you.
own.
Take it.
So if
All
I
right,
go to the Super
here's the
Bowl,
official
you
ceremony.
wearing the tutu?
Dun, 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 dun.
If I go to the Super Bowl, you
Dun.
going to wear the
Bride
tutu?
No,
song. What
that
are
is
you
not
doing?
it. What's the graduation song? Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
There
you go. We'll be right back. Phone
Stevie
lines
know
open
every
at 1
damn
o'clock.
song.
Now I know nothing.
All right, folks. You hear Tina Turner. It is a Tuesday. I've just looked it up. It takes 40 minutes from my home to the Tally Ho Theater. Landville's playing some bangers today. Oh, what's love got to do? Got to do with it. Love you, Tina. R.I.P. All right, on Tuesdays, listen, I'm going to confess. With this Commanders playoff run, we haven't been doing a lot of our normal stuff because we've just been so all in on every angle. But Commander season is over. And so it's time for us to get back to business and bring in our friend Wendy for the world famous Wendy Knows Sports segment. Hello, Wendy.
Hi.
Hi.
I like your sweatshirt.
Thank you.
One of my favorite lyrics is, I ain't one of the Cosbys. I ain't go to Hill, man. All right. Obviously, it was a big weekend in Washington.
It was.
What happened?
Commanders lost.
To who?
Philly.
Okay. So where does Philly go now?
It's the Super Bowl.
Bang! All right.
Yeah, there we go. In what city?
New Orleans.
Wow. All right.
You smiling. What the hell?
Yeah.
I love New Orleans.
Do you?
I do.
How many times you hung out in New Orleans?
A handful of times.
Can you
Like,
tell us about it?
no, because one was my cousin's bachelorette weekend.
Oh!
And did I go? And I went there for my bachelorette weekend too.
Oh, hell. What all happened?
Yeah, what did happen? What do you remember?
This you can't tell us.
My bachelorette weekend, I will never drink Jack Daniel's honey ever again. in my life.
You know what? We can make that promise together. I also will not drink Jack. I don't know that I've ever had it, but that doesn't sound like my kind of thing.
No.
It's a little sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a headache waiting to happen.
I
All
will
the sugar.
never drink that ever.
Yeah.
So the Eagles are going to the Super Bowl.
Mhm.
Who are they playing?
Kansas City.
Who did they beat?
Did they beat Baltimore?
No.
No.
The team that beat Baltimore.
Oh, the team that. Then I don't know.
I like how you said it. The team that. Okay.
It starts with a B.
It starts with a B.
Buffalo.
Yeah, there we go. Who is Buffalo's quarterback?
I don't know.
His first name's Josh.
I was about to say Josh Morgan, but he used to play for us.
That's true.
And he's a receiver.
Yeah. His last name starts with an A. One of the most famous players in football.
I'd have not a clue.
His last name could also be considered a first name, and it starts with an A. Josh.
Wow.
Allen.
Yeah, there we go. Who do you think should win NFL MVP?
Jaden.
I'm not arguing with that.
I take that.
Who is the coach of the Kansas City Chiefs?
I don't know.
Big fella, mustache.
Everybody's a big fella.
That's
He
a good
does-
line right there.
He does commercials for State
With Pat
Farm.
Mahomes.
A lot of them do commercials for State Farm.
But not coaches. I think he's the only coach.
Well, how about this? Considering you're a big Washington fan and Washington just played Philly, who coaches the Eagles?
I don't know.
Who's the Eagles' best player?
Can't remember his name.
What position does he play?
That part I don't know either.
Would it be a Hurts?
Oh, Jalen.
Yes. What about Saquon? Have you heard of Saquon?
No.
Really?
You never heard of Saquon Barkley?
I don't watch football.
Well, that's right.
Don't
But
you at least watch the Commanders, though?
When I'm at somebody's house when it's on.
So, B, we talk about...
So
Yeah.
Wendy won't watch the Super Bowl.
Will you?
Probably not, no.
So what do you do when the Super Bowl is on?
If I'm home, I'm probably watching something else.
For real, you will have a television on during the Super Bowl and
But it
just
won't be
watch
on
it.
TV.
Yeah.
Just watch it
On
on
the
Netflix
Super
I'll
or something.
watch. Yeah, I'll probably
You watch what?
Netflix or.
Don't tell me some.
Just like a movie.
Don't tell me some of these little fake reality shows.
You just put
No,
it
I don't
on
really watch reality TV.
and take it easy on reality TV, all right?
I don't like fake reality.
I get down with the boat show.
Nah, that's,
Oh, sailing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Below Deck.
yeah, Below Deck.
Below Deck is the jam. Man.
Below Deck is
I know
good.
somebody was on it. Guess what? They
know them
produced
too.
that as well.
I
So it's not reality
I'm
TV.
aware.
That's why I call it fake reality.
I love that. That's what you get hung up on.
I get pissed off. Don't tell me it's reality if you're gonna be sitting up here. Oh, do that part again.
If you watch it,
That
you
part
know
is
it's not
true.
reality.
Well, that part is true.
So Brian, now hold on. B. Mitch, we just went through the numbers. 125 million people watched the Super Bowl last year. B thinks that number is closer to 200 million because so many people are at parties. I think that's accurate.
Did I watch it last year?
Well, we think the only people that didn't watch it are babies and old people, and you are disproving our theory.
Nah, she's a baby. How old are you?
I am 38.
Baby?
Could be my child.
Wendy, another rousing edition of Wendy Knows Sports. Are you excited? What matchup are you most excited for in this Super Bowl?
The matchup?
Bud Light against Bud.
The Doritos commercial.
That's what you watch for, the commercials?
So listen, the fact that she knows the commercials, she watches the game.
So I want to say the last time I actually watched the game was when Eminem was in the halftime show because I'm a huge Eminem fan.
When was that?
That was
the LA one.
3 years ago.
It was Snoop and Dre and Eminem came out. I think
And
50
50
came
Cent.
out.
When you were about to get shot because you wearing a red jersey in L.A.?
I don't think I was actually getting shot.
A red jersey.
Yeah, I saw the
in
guy
LA.
say, look at him, man. Blood.
I was wearing a...
My college has a new coach. I knew that.
Oh, yeah?
What's your college?
Delaware State.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they got... I actually saw
Deshaun-
DJ on
Deshaun.
the sideline in
Jackson.
Philly.
I did.
And I said, congrats on the new job.
Deshaun Jackson.
He's our new head coach.
I also saw a Philly fan as Santana was walking off. I don't know if you heard this dude. This dude kept yelling D-Jack to Santana. And Santana
But he-
gave him a one
But
finger
he say he's a
salute.
Philly fan.
Yes.
He almost know who the hell his players are.
It was wild.
So he thought DJ was in the stadium with a Commander's hat on.
Yes.
And he was Santana.
Yeah.
Isn't Santana shorter than him?
They're about the same height.
I think D-Jack might be shorter than Tana.
They're about the same height.
I know who Santana is.
That's great. He's also a great dude.
I have his jersey, I think.
You have a
You know what
Santana
I'm saying?
jersey?
I do.
Will you wear
Actually.
that next Tuesday for Wendy Knows Sports?
If I can find it, yes. I'm
Although we
pretty
won't-
sure I have a Santana jersey, though.
We also won't be here. We'll be in
Oh,
New Orleans.
never mind.
Yeah.
But the week after the Super Bowl, we're back to our regular schedule. All
Okay.
right? Okay. Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome.
You want to tell anybody your Instagram or anything?
I do not. My Instagram is private for a reason. But I will be at the fan live on Friday.
Nobody get it.
You're going to be at the fan live.
I will be at the fan live on Friday.
Apparently, Brian and I will be too.
Wouldn't it be the girl with fresh hair and glasses on, y'all?
I probably won't have my glasses on.
Landfill can't go. What is on sale that night? Baked goods?
Vegetables.
Vegetables are on sale at his local supermarket. All right. That's Wendy Knows Sports. When we come back, we're opening these phone lines. We're
All
going
right,
to go
Wayne.
around the
Take
room.
care, baby girl.
Bye.
What was your favorite moment of this season? Favorite singular moment this season? It's B. Mitch and Finley.
I'm Earl Forsey. Sports Update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. So the season's over with now. What a run. Still, it's done. Jaden Daniels feeling like a lot of us on Monday. Tough to deal with the day after during the clean-out day when they talk for the final time to the media.
Sick. Like, obviously that one hurts, and, you got to deal with that for the rest of the offseason.
Yeah, and still a lot of business to take care of now this offseason. It's going to feel short. Such a deep playoff run. You only have 6 weeks now till free agency starts in the NFL. So buckle up. We're only going to have a few weeks really off until things start happening. 6 weeks from now, Wednesday, March 12th. Legal negotiating period begins Monday, March 10th, and about 3 weeks away from the time when franchise tags go out in the NFL. Commanders linebacker Bobby Wagner, he's heading to Orlando, was added to the Pro Bowl on Monday night, so he will join Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, part of the Pro Bowl games coming up this weekend on Sunday. Caps continue their Canadian road swing tonight, looking to get another winning streak started after having one snapped in Vancouver Saturday. Caps in Calgary tonight, 9 p.m. here on The Fan. For all of your garage door and opener needs, go with the pros at Door Pro America. From maintenance and repair to new installations, Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. Call 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Lit up again. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, The Fan. It's a simple question without a wrong answer. There is not a wrong answer to this. But it's a fun question. And I think as the week goes on and we get, 24, then 48, 72 hours removed from the end of this season, there's a lot of real football stuff to kind of look ahead. We got to catch up with the Caps, who are on fire. Terps are playing well. George Mason tied for first place in the A-10. Don't think I forgot about that.
All right.
But I just, this year was so fun being a Washington fan. I think it's cool to just celebrate the fun parts. And I wanted to do just a simple question. What was your favorite moment from this season? And I'll start. I think for me, the singular moment was week 3, Monday Night Football in Cincinnati on the road. Commanders are big time underdogs in that game. And, I don't think many people really thought they would win. And they got out to a big lead. And then, Bengals kind of come roaring back. Washington was up 28-13. Then they were up 28-20. And it was 31-26. So not only a one-score game, but a touchdown gives Cincy the lead.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a 3rd and 7 from the Bengals 27. Heavy blitz comes right away. Terry McLaurin lined up single coverage on the right, and Jaden just gives him a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Gives his guy a chance. Terry brings it in. I remember where I was in the press box. It was a tough angle on the play, and then we see Terry pop up with the ball, and then we see the ref give the touchdown sign. That was the first real holy bleep moment of the year for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the first time I really allowed myself to trust my eyes on everything I had seen from Jaden that had impressed me throughout training camp. I mean, the practice he had in Miami when he just torched Miami, I was like, damn. And then the way the Dolphins players talked about him. And I thought the second half against the Giants is when he realized, okay, I can play on this level. I'm good. But that throw to me was the moment, because it's the moment when everything became real and the the scope of what the future could be changed in that moment.
Yep.
Well, football moments, I have too many of those. I had too many favorite moments to deal with that. But I'm going to say this. People say a lot of stuff, but when you begin to act upon things, you begin to show a change. And I would say all the road trips, like let's just say on the road, watching how the fans came out and represented, it showed me at that point, you know what? Now, we don't have to think, oh, are we coming back? I say this team's coming back. You showed it when you had fans taking over places, all over the towns and things like that. And when you begin to spend your money, they say put your money where your mouth is. We got a lot of people that call us on the phone, they post stuff. But when you saw the people that weren't coming now, it showed you that things have changed. So I like seeing that.
Let's phone lines are open here. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I think this is a new caller, so I'm kind of excited about it. Dump Truck Don. Hello, Dump Truck Don.
John been calling before.
What was your favorite moment?
Dude, I'm not new to this, man. Come on. I think the most important and the best moment for me was the official end of the Ron Rivera project era. Like years of drafting project players, like drafting a wide receiver and turning to a running back and wondering why he fumbles running through holes, drafting tackles and making them guards, signing a man cover and making him play zone, then drafting a zone corner and making him play man, drafting an outside linebacker and making him play inside. So April 25th, when they decided to draft Jayden Daniels instead of the projected next Josh Allen and Drake May, that was it for me. That is my moment.
That's a good moment, man.
All right,
when they
brother.
drafted Jayden is when it all changed.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Don. Appreciate you, bud. Let's go to Ida in Rockville.
Hey guys, how are you?
How you doing? How are you?
Hey, B-Mitch.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. I actually made a mistake because even though I love Jayden Daniels, I was really worried when he got hurt and they took him out of the Dallas game. But when Mariota threw that dime to Terry McLaurin to seal the deal, that was my moment. And I'm sorry because I love Jayden Daniels.
That's okay because that was a low-key huge moment because remember, as things were unfolding there, it looked like Green Bay was about to win, and then Washington would have had to play Philly in the first round.
Yeah.
So that touchdown kept them in the 6th seed. And to his credit, the most excitement Jayden Daniels has shown all year
was when Mariota threw that pass.
Was when Mariota threw that touchdown. So it clearly meant a lot to that locker room. I think that's a great one. Thanks for the call.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye-bye. A lot of folks, understandably, are saying the Hail Mary, which is very fair. David, via Twitter, just said, when Luvu had the team doing the Samoan chants in the locker room, that was it. I was like, these dudes are a brotherhood. They mean business. On the field, the Hail Mary, I'll never forget that moment.
Do that chant for us.
Maybe 201. He said, on the field, the Hail Mary, I'll never forget that moment with my wife in our living room going nuts for as long as I live. The Hail Mary was special, man. Where were you? Were you down in the tunnel?
Yeah. I was in my spot right there, Jay. You know,
but it was on the far side, right?
Huh?
The Hail Mary catch was on the far side from where you guys stand. It was on the side of the tunnel. It was on the side of the end zone where
I thought it was on the same side. But I was in the tunnel, so I didn't see the action.
You probably heard the crowd.
I'm looking at the TV.
And then
I'm looking at the TV right there.
But you had to hear the crowd first.
Oh, they lost their mind.
It was nuts. That was just absolutely nuts. Let's go to Lawrence in DC. Lawrence, what was your favorite moment, man?
What's happening, family? Man, that moment. One game I did get a chance to go to, that Atlanta game when Mariota came out there, talked to JD. It's like, man, give your God-given abilities and go win this game. And then he just came right back out, threw that touchdown pass, and we clinched the playoffs, man. That was a moment right there, man.
Bro,
All right, bro.
That was a special, special moment, man.
yeah.
And Daniels looked kind of gassed in that one, if you remember.
Yeah. I thought Mariota was coming to sub him out, and he was telling him, like, come on, man. Let's win this game, man. Let's get this over with.
Yep.
Well, dude, Washington was down 10 at halftime. It was 17-7.
Yeah.
Bijan was running all over him. They made the adjustments. It was 17-7, then it was 17-14, then it was 17-21, 24-17. Atlanta tied it up, and then Jaden scored in overtime.
The OT.
Connected with Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz made clear yesterday, doesn't want to retire, wants to be back here. Zach Ertz made a lot of big plays for this team.
He did.
They got to bring him back. They got to respect alone. They got to bring him back, man.
Football's a crazy business, dog.
Yeah,
But it's funny,
yeah.
Lawrence, specifically, if you're saying that Atlanta game for you, I remember, it was cold as hell that game? Like there was a weird
it was
cold
supposed
front.
to rain. That's when Amelia was talking about it was supposed to rain that night, and it was a clear night.
Yeah. I think it rained pregame. And then
Right.
dude, I remember I'm walking out, and when you walk out of, especially that was a night game, that was Sunday Night Football. By the time I'm getting out of there, it's 2 a.m. And kind of like
I didn't get out of that parking lot until like about 1 o'clock. It was a party though.
DA was talking about earlier, like when you're coming out of the media, most of the stadium shut down. You got to find the right entrance and exit and all this stuff. And I walk out and I see somebody else out there, and couldn't really see each other until we got under the, the solar panels lots. And I noticed it was for Luga. And I said to him, I was like, dude, this kid, and Barry just shook his head, and we both were like, this is something special here.
Mm-hmm.
Every moment just built and built and built. Jeff, let's come to you for a moment. I see you doing phones. I wanted to get your favorite moment. I want to make sure we all get a chance to weigh in because the phones are going to be packed.
Okay, I have to agree with the guy who said the Atlanta game, and it's really 2 moments. It was the Eagles game going into the Atlanta game that we fought back. We won that game. It gave me bragging rights to just talk the craziest amount of trash to my cousins that are Eagles fans that were once Washington fans. Another story. But it has to be the Atlanta game. There were playoff implications on the line. We handled our business. The atmosphere was electric at the stadium. It was beautiful, man. It was for us clinching a playoff and not having to worry about the last week. It just solidified everything from the end of at the end of the season for me.
I like that. Let's go to my guy Adam in Reston. Adam, what was your favorite moment, man?
Okay, so to me, there's one turning point, and actually, this was the game that I thought they were going to lose for sure. It has to be the Philly game at home. I know Jalen Hurts got hurt. I know they, won against an undermanned Eagles team, but to turn the ball over 5 times, to be -3 in turnover margin, and for Jaden to throw the game-winning touchdown pass to Jamison Crowder under those circumstances, in that environment, against a team as good as the Eagles, who are now going to the Super Bowl, that was the turning point for me.
That was a great one, man.
All right.
It was a great one because, and I'll add, Adam, that they were in that game in Philly about a month earlier and then just really kind of gave it away at the end in the last 10 minutes when Saquon was able to break 2. And they got down early in that one and then were able to claw their way back. Yeah, Hurts went out, and maybe we know more now than we did then, but it doesn't change what that moment was like.
No, I love it.
Great call.
It
Thanks,
catapulted them to the playoff success they had.
That's right. Thanks, bud. Our guy Tailgate Ted is on the line. I don't know what.
What up, Ted?
Ted, what's your favorite moment?
It had to be being in Detroit, guys. The second that our fans started coming down to the lower sections after being all over that stadium and coming together on that lower sideline, and just seeing the Lions fans be so respectful out of what I did not experience in Philly this past week, and actually letting us take their seats because they wanted our fans to be closer to our team and experience that. That's a moment I'm never going to forget, man.
The Philly, the Detroit game, I'm pulling it up now. It's a great call. Thank you, Ted. When it was one of the late touchdowns when they went ahead. I'm pulling the box score up now. It was when McNichols busted in from 1 yard out, made it 45-28. That's when the Lions fans just went to the exits, dude. It was pretty wild
like,
to
"I'm
see.
We're not winning this.
Yeah, it was 7.5 minutes left. It was 7:31 when they scored, and you just saw these Lions fans bounce. And then you could hear on the next possession, you could hear the defense chants from the burgundy and gold in that crowd. And the Lions only got a field goal the rest of the way. That was incredibly cool.
I loved it.
Dude, I mean, the whole Detroit game to get up early and build a big
And
lead.
stay there.
I'm not pandering here. I will say that some of my favorite moments legit this season, and Jupe, I'm not seeing your name on here reminding me of it, but I loved what started happening on Mondays when Jupe would call in and we do the Ric Flair.
Yep.
Like those little things are such a part of this. Jupe, what up, man?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? For sure. We went on a streak this year, baby, because previously, we ain't had too many of those. But my favorite moment was kind of same as the other guys, the Eagles game, but it was when Timothy Daniels was deep in the end zone, and he went and tested big play save gangster down the field, dot to De'Ami Brown, and then went to the left side with Guantanamo Bay with that jail cell down the field, dot to Terry for the touchdown. That definitely was my favorite moment, man. So, and then also too, when he be doing those little hop out of the when the defender is on his back and he's looking down the field and he just hops out of without even looking. Those are my favorite moments. That's what I got for you, fella.
Love
All
it,
right, bro.
Jupe. Hey, Jupe, for give me a season long. What a year it's been, Ric Flair.
Oh yes, sir. You got it.
Woo! 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 Woo!
Appreciate you, bud. I think I caught him by surprise. That wasn't his best. I'm gonna squeeze one in. Everybody on hold, you're gonna get there. We're doing calls the whole last hour. Dylan is in Rockville. What up, D?
Yo, what's up? First time caller. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate
Mine's
it, man.
a little personal. I'm 26. I got season tickets for 4 years now. I sit front row on the away side, right by the tunnel. So what you're saying, the Hail Mary was on the opposite end zone. So B-Bitch, no. It was on the opposite end zone of the tunnels.
Yeah.
But my favorite game was the Falcons game, and I'll tell you why. I got to take my dad, who's 60 years old, to the game. The first time he's been since he had season tickets in 97. So that was such a special moment with the way that game ended. And I also took my cousin, who used to work for Dan Snyder in the media, in 99. So for them to get to live that and be the first time they got to go back to FedEx, we tailgated all day. For me to do that for my dad, that was special.
I love it, man. Football is family, dude. Never forget it.
Football
ATCC, baby.
Special moments.
Take care, bud. You know who else is family for me at this point? Crop Metcalf, man. They've taken good care of my family. Phone lines remain packed. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get everybody in. I promise. We're going to hear from Landfill. We're going to hear from White Brian. Best moments of the year. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Kick of Destiny is back, and this time it's every Manning for himself. This Super Bowl, two legends will take the field in a sudden death field goal showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from New Orleans. One kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who will rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app, and if you back the right brother, you'll earn a share of $10 million in bonus bets. It's the FanDuel Kick of Destiny 3. Make your free pick, and don't forget to tune in to watch the showdown live during Super Bowl 59 pregame show on Fox at 3 p.m. Eastern. May the best Manning win. Download the app or head to FanDuel.com/Brian and bet with FanDuel, official partner of Super Bowl 59. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Now that the football season's over, the big focus in DC sports, the first place Capitals, who are back tonight on the ice, continue their Canadian road swing, hoping to bounce back from the loss in Vancouver Saturday. Caps in Calgary for a 9 p.m. face-off tonight against the Flames here on the Fan. The OV chase of Gretzky continues, and the Caps still leading the way. Top team in the Metro Division, top team in the Eastern Conference, and tied with Winnipeg now for most points in the NHL. The opposite for the Wizards. They lost in Dallas last night, 130-108. Wizards' 14th consecutive loss. They are 6-39, by far the worst record in the NBA this season. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Up train. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Asking folks their favorite moment from this year's Washington season. Nobody's called in and said the Hail Mary yet. It's kind of odd. As a singular moment, it was epic.
Great. But it's a lot of things out there.
Let's go to Pat in Bel Air. What up, Pat? Patrick, you there?
Pat.
I do not want to know what that noise is. I'm putting him on hold. Jeff is in Winchester. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thank you.
We're good, bud. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. First time calling, a little bit nervous. I'm 52 years old, lifelong fan.
Don't be
Mine
nervous.
wasn't a singular play, but I was when I called in, what I noticed at the end of every game, win, lose, or draw, I saw Josh Harris and Adam Peters on the sideline, shaking hands, giving hugs.
Yep.
And at the end of this last game, I remember seeing AP on the sidelines walking down and giving Ertz a big hug, man. So that says something about the squad, this franchise. It just reminds me of like the old days. And B Mitch, let's get you that yellow jacket, man.
All right, brother. Appreciate you.
Thanks for the call, dude. Appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you, man.
Take care. Let's go to Wayne in Hyattsville. Wayne, what was the moment, bro?
The Ravens game. And I tell you why, because we left it all on the field. And at that point, I knew we could compete against anybody in the NFL. And we haven't had that kind of fire in our bellies in I don't know when, man. B. Mitch, I'm Boris Cheek's best friend.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just talked to Boris the other day.
Thanks for the call, Wayne.
Appreciate you, Wayne.
Tonic is in Waldorf. What's up, Tonic? What was your favorite moment?
Hey,
fantastic.
Let me keep my manners together. What's up, JP? How y'all doing?
We're good.
We good, brother.
You on point, Chip?
All the time, Fife.
Yeah, me. Hey, Jeff, man, keep putting them songs together, bro. You working right now, man. But the last time I saw you had on that in Carson Wentz shirt on. I don't want to see that no more, man. Hey, to the rest of the fellas in the aquarium, I don't really know y'all by name as much. Landfill, I do remember that name. Hey, look, back to the topic, man. The moment that I love the most was preseason when he took over the play call and ran what he knew was the best call at the time. And I was happy to see it even more so when it came to fruition in a Philly game at home, because that gave me a chance to put boot to backside on all them Bama fans that was in my section. Hey, That boy gonna do some more work for us. I hope y'all ready.
Thanks, bud.
Y'all have a great show, baby. Love.
Appreciate you, bro. He having it, boy. He
Wild
getting
ride.
it.
800-636-1067. What was your favorite moment from this really magical Commanders fans? A lot of folks in the chat are saying Daryl Green's jersey retirement. That was
a big one too.
That was an incredible day. I'm trying to remember what game that was. Was that the Panthers game, maybe?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
And then it helps when they go on to win 40-7 with the backup quarterback for most of the game.
Yep.
But getting Daryl back in there and, Daryl kept his distance and largely kind of kept it to himself. But when he came back and made clear how important the new commitment was from ownership, just how different things had become, really cemented how real that was. And that was obviously an incredibly powerful moment. You go from Daryl Green's jersey retirement to the following week, the Hail Mary against the Bears. That's a hell of a 2-week run. Landini, what was your favorite moment, dude?
The Hail Mary. That was the best moment.
It was pretty sweet.
It was awesome. I think it was early enough too in the season that we didn't quite realize how good the team was going to be.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of fun.
I saw Deb in the chat say the doink. And the doink in Tampa to win the game.
Yeah.
They hadn't won a playoff game in 20 years, 19 seasons. And now that after they beat Detroit, we kind of forgot about, it had been 19 years since they won a playoff game. But damn, you needed the doink.
Yep. Glad that doink was on the inside of that damn pole.
Yeah, man. Cornell Davis on the chat says, my favorite moment was B. Mitch in the 2-2. Pause. Jeff, get this last batch of callers, and then and maybe lock them up after that. Vinny's in Seat Pleasant. What up, Vinny?
What's going on, my guys? How you feeling, man?
We're great, bud. How are you?
I gotta say that you mentioned the Panthers game. I think that was one of my favorite moments. Being able to see us put up so many points was remarkable, and us clicking on all cylinders on defensive side, seeing Dante Fowler take it to the house and see his boys come down there and celebrate with him, and everybody formed that camaraderie right then and there. I felt like we can click on offense and defense, even though Jaden got a little banged up or whatever. That was nevertheless here and there, but to see us being able to put it all together and make it a full show, yeah, I think that was my favorite time of the
That's sweet,
NFL, baby.
I love
Appreciate
it,
you, man.
Thanks, Vinny. Our boy Greg texted me. He said, for real, it's not a singular moment, but he said, the best part about this year is everybody can now move past 2012 saying that was the best year for the organization because it wasn't. They didn't even win a playoff game. And now for young folks, for Jeff, and if you're if you're under 20, this is the year. Jaden is the year. Like 2012 was a cool 1-year rocket ship, but that is not how you build a franchise. To quote Maryland Governor Wes Moore, that was a sugar high. Don't go chasing sugar highs.
There you go.
To quote me, just get really high. John is in Herndon. What up, Johnny?
Hey, guys. Well, JP, you kind of took my thunder. For me, the highlight was a season of new ownership, new leadership. And so Daryl Green retirement and the game the next week are the highlights for me because all I ever wanted was just moving in the right direction. And boy, did they move in the right direction.
Absolutely, man. This thing is now onward, upward, forward. Thanks, John. Appreciate you listening, man.
All right.
What else we got here? Corey is in Culpeper. Corey, what was your favorite moment, dude?
Hey, guys, there were so many magical moments. It's so fun to be able to bond with my son and my family over such incredible plays. But I have to say, I got really tickled when I realized if Jaden is crossing that goal line untouched, it's like a little imaginary hurdle as he goes over the goal line, man. Sweet.
Pretty damn sweet, man. Thanks, dude. Thanks for listening. You want to go central or south, B?
Go South. I'm from the South. Let's go South.
John is in St. Mary's. What up, Johnny?
Hey, bud, how are you guys doing today?
Doing good, brother. What's happening?
Hey, I tell you what, I've been a Redskin fan all my life. Remember the good RFK days when the stadium shook and B-Mitch, you rocked the place, and Joe Gibbs, the whole gang. But I tell you, there was a lot of great moments this year. My favorite moment is when Josh Harris took ownership and bought everybody a daggone beer.
That was pretty damn cool, man. That was at the Burgundy and Sold party. Right? Didn't Harris
Yeah, right
call
there by
in?
Nat Stadium.
Right, yeah, at Bullpen.
I was feeling good over there.
Bullpen, yeah.
You were hitting the shot ski
I
and
was feeling
everything.
good over there, dog.
Thanks for the call, John. That's a good call.
All right, you guys take care.
Who all? Jeff was there. Of the five of us, it was only B and Jeff there.
What game?
No, the big old party. When
Party over here.
Harris bought the team.
Everybody was there.
Yeah, everybody was there. Cakes.
I mean, of the five of us.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Me.
Did
Yeah, it was-
Layville go?
No.
Nah.
Yeah, it was just B&I.
I remember I was so jealous seeing all those videos because, I was out in Minnesota and had to be live when they voted. And because I was on a flight home that night because I wanted to be here the next day. And I straight scramble mode. I was live in the 6 o'clock news trying to get to the airport. And I finally got to the airport and I had 3 minutes to spare. And in that moment, it all hit me Dan is finally gone. And I remember, my rule, B. I got one martini and I slammed that joint and then I got on the plane back. Rod is in DC. Rod, last
bro.
call, bro. What was your favorite moment?
Man, thanks for taking my call. I gotta say, I heard somebody else say the Ravens game, but my favorite moment was the Bengals game. I could not believe that that was my team I was watching. I was supposed to leave the house and watch the game, but as soon as it started and how good we looked, I sat down in my house. I was glued to the TV. I could not believe that Jaden Daniels was so poised. The team, Terry, that touchdown, it was just so crazy. I could not believe that was my team. And from that point on, I'm like, this is amazing. I don't know. I didn't know. I love it.
I love it, man. That's a great call. Thanks, Rod. Appreciate you, bud.
Appreciate you guys.
Listen, man, whatever your favorite moment was is correct. These are
Hey, it's
subjective
your moment.
things. It's your moment. Whatever it was. Maybe you made out with some girl in the beer line. Whatever it was this year, it's your moment. You're allowed to enjoy it, man. White Brian is a Giants fan from Philly. Did you have a favorite moment, Brian? Because they swept the Giants.
They did. Jaden Daniels was my fantasy quarterback, and
There you go.
I was in the punishment bracket, and he saved me with that game against the Eagles. So that was my favorite moment.
Silver lining for everybody.
There you go, B.
If you're looking for a silver lining, you need something to go right, call my boys at Door Pro America. I just got a new garage door. It is awesome. It is so quiet. It is so efficient. It is so easy. It's got windows that, I recognize we have a basketball hoop for my daughters. The garage door windows are right there. Everybody's convinced they're going to get broken. They don't get broken. It's like this plexiglass stuff. These guys know what they're doing. Check them out. My boys over there. They were at my house for maybe 2 hours. They had to move a bunch of stuff. What I like is when you have contractors that have to move stuff and then they move it all back and it looks like they were never there. That's the way Door Pro America works. Shane and Vince are who you need to talk to. Give them a shout. 877-DOOR-PRO, 877-DOOR-PRO. Call right now and you can save $150 on a brand new garage door. Check them out at doorproamerica.com. I love this bit. If you know, you know. You know it's going to be weird tomorrow, B?
What?
Coming here on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
We haven't been in here on a Wednesday since August,
Been a long time.
right?
Yeah.
It's between Tuesday's gone and knowing I'm driving down here on a Wednesday. It's just feels a little weird, man.
Yeah.
Hell of a year, though. A lot of great moments. Even White Brian had a great Burgundy of Gold moment, for goodness sakes. Awesome show today. I enjoyed today. We make bets at the end of every program. We call it Heard It Here First.
Heard it here first. Heard it here.
All right.
Gather around. Gather around.
White Brian.
Everybody in the aquarium won yesterday, and JP and B Mitch, you are 0-1.
I don't remember what I took, but I'm guessing you're incorrect.
You took Iowa, and they got blown out.
They suck.
Yeah.
I hate that coach, too. Is that Fran McCaffrey or whatever?
Yep.
You hate him. You picked him.
Yeah,
If you hate him,
you know
why
what? I got
if you hate him, why you pick him?
It's a bad pick. Here is, I'm seeing it from Standig. I don't know if maybe this came out elsewhere. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin will not participate in the Pro Bowl. He kind of told us that yesterday. So when Terry was kind of wrapping up his media avail yesterday, I joked with him. I was like, dog, that wedding's coming soon. Are you overdue to get some wedding planning in? He's like, yeah. They're getting married in mid-February.
February 15th.
And right, because it's your anniversary, right? And they hadn't played this late into the year yet. I bet Terry didn't know how much was involved in playing this late into the year.
Uh-huh.
And he basically is like, yeah, man, I was supposed to do Pro Bowl and Super Bowl. He's like, now I just got to focus on Cabo.
Yeah.
So I guess they're getting married in Cabo. But Terry's not
So
going.
if he ain't going to the Super Bowl, he would be leaving on, that's the 9th, isn't it?
I mean, the Pro Bowl's this weekend.
I'm saying the Super Bowl's on the night. If they had made it to the Super Bowl.
Damn, that would have been real tight.
Hey, she would understand.
I wonder if Jaden has been announced what he's going to do. You think if you're Jaden, would you go play in the Pro Bowl?
There is no Pro Bowl.
Would you go do the stuff?
I'll do a little. Yeah, it's his first one.
He just might be kind of beat up. Like he just played.
It's the first one. I'll go through the stuff.
There you go. All right, let's make some bets for tonight, boys.
Give me Kentucky plus 10.5 against Tennessee.
That's got to be in Knoxville.
It's in Tennessee.
I'm taking the Caps.
CAPS. What? I saw something that's a good reminder. I think Caps announcer Wes Johnson.
Yeah.
Is having some
issues.
Medical issues. I want seriously from us to you. I hope get well soon, man. I know Wes, you know him, B.
Yep.
Great dude, great voice, iconic. We're thinking of you. So go Caps tonight. Who the Caps got tonight, B?
Calgary.
All right. Bleep Calgary. That's how I feel about them. Listen, Landville, I can tell you this from sincerely. I don't know a single good thing that's ever come out of Calgary. I don't know a single thing about Calgary, but I don't know a single good thing about Calgary. To hell with them.
It's cold.
I bet it's cold.
That's not a good thing.
It's 48 degrees right now in D.C. That's tremendous. You want a quick feels like in Calgary?
Nope.
Not that cold.
What is it?
39?
What it feels like.
37? Although if you're going to be in this must be a warm spell because by Sunday the high is -4.
I won't go there.
Nah, I'm good on that. What are you taking, Landini?
Lakers.
Who they got? The Wiz? Sixers. White Brian, tell me why I wouldn't take the Hoyas tonight. They're getting 4.5 at home.
St. John's is really good.
They got Patino.
Yep.
dialing everything in. That's a big number at home.
Yeah, they might win the conference.
Over UConn?
Yeah, UConn is the only reason they're still ranked is because they've won 2 in a row.
Yo, I saw there's a kid at Bullis who's 7 feet tall and going to UConn. I got it. Anybody want a winner? I'm giving away for free. Seton Hall plus 3.5 tonight against Providence. The fighting Charlie Mulets. That's what we like tonight.
All right. All on you.
All me, Seton Hall, Providence. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to David Aldridge. Thank you to Wendy and Stevie. Thank you to everybody that called in. Shout out to Poet. She had a birthday over the weekend, I believe. Happy birthday to Poet. She had a birthday cake. I took a piece.
Yeah.
Just telling the truth. Grant and Danny coming your way next. All those boys are here and ready to rock. We'll be back tomorrow in studio. Haven't said that in a while on a Wednesday.
Really?
I
We
assume
change up if we want.
maybe we will.
Both have studios.
B. Mitch and Finley's over. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's
you know, you move on and figure out ways to get better.
and you move on. And the first order of business is free agency, which comes up quickly. This is going to seem like a short off season for a lot of folks in DC because of this deep playoff run. NFL free agency is only 6 weeks away, starting on Wednesday, March 12th. So first order of business is that as they look to improve, to make a run, maybe beating Philadelphia and taking that next step. We found out today that Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin will not participate in the Pro Bowl games this weekend. He's out for that. Linebacker Bobby Wagner Monday was added to replace Eagles linebacker Zach Bond. Of course, quarterback Jaden Daniels, you just heard from, is scheduled to participate and compete Sunday in Orlando. College hoops, Georgetown hosting number 15 St. John's tonight, 6:30 p.m. on the Team 980. Caps hockey as well tonight, continuing the Canadian road swing. They're hoping to bounce back after a loss Saturday, playing in Calgary tonight, 9 p.m. here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny. It's January 28th, 2025. Just after 2 o'clock, we welcome you in to our Half Street Studios in the Navy Yard in D.C. Thanks for making the show part of your day. Austin Eckler will be on the program live with us at 5 o'clock today. Make sure you're listening for our final appointment, I believe, this season with Austin Eckler, presented by IT Cadre. Daniel, how are you?
I'm well, my friend. I watched the Wizards last night. Not much sports on. They came in second to the Mavericks. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're $6 billion. I don't care.
They came in second by a lot.
They did. They're down by 35, I think, in the first half at one point. Klay Thompson went nuts in the first quarter, hit 7 threes, which, by the way, is absurd. He cooled off the rest of the game, but was, basically the damage was done, and that was the ballgame. Whenever I see Klay Thompson, most specifically, just annihilate my Wizards, I can't help but think, remember back to that 2011 draft where so many really good NBA players were on the board for a veteran team that was still doing the big three bit and had some chances to be okay. Everyone from Kawhi Leonard to Klay Thompson to the Morris twins to Kemba Walker to Kenneth Faried, who played in the NBA for a while. Just real, actual NBA players. Jimmy Butler went in that draft. I'll go on. Jan Vesely. That's all. It just bothers me again. Just a reminder that was allowed and that was okay around here for a long, long time. Way longer than it should have been.
Capitals in action tonight. Play the Calgary Flames on the road. Their 5-game road trip continues. Caps are the best team in hockey, and they are celebrating a new contract for their goaltender, Logan Thompson.
I love this, by the way.
6-year extension, little under $6 million. 27-year-old netminder who is statistically this year probably the number 2 goalie in the National Hockey League. So big deal for them to get a big deal done with Thompson. I'd imagine last night he and some of his mates went out and celebrated on the road with a nice steak dinner.
Yeah, as good as you can find in Calgary, in the land way up north, having spent weeks in Calgary. There's not much there, but I'm sure you can find a steak joint.
They got steaks there, don't they?
Yeah, I got a couple.
I bet you they have restaurants in Calgary.
They do. There's a lot of Timmy Hortons. Every 50 feet, you get another one.
Maybe they went and got some donuts at Timmy Hortons.
At Timmy Hortons? You know better than I would. How much of this has Logan Thompson showed in the past? Like, has there been flashes, or has it been like, this is a star and he needs the opportunity?
So he's having a career year, but he's never had a goals against average that started with a 3. I mean, he's been a really good goalie for a team that was very good for a long time. So I think this is authentic. They're playing really good, clean defense in front of him.
I mean, he's awesome.
Yeah, he's excellent. So good contract for the Capitals to get done. Now let's sign Jacob Chikrin, please. And thank you. You know I am a sucker for a lot of things.
Yeah.
What's one of the things that I am just a mark for? this time of year in sports.
Oh, in sports.
This is gonna. You might not get this.
Okay.
But if something's on the TV, I've got to stop and watch
Sports
it.
award shows.
Well, I love those. I'm looking for the introductory press conference.
You do love introductory press conferences.
You don't know what I did last night. I went back and watched all 4 NFL introductory press conferences. Ben Johnson in Chicago, Liam Cohen, who's a bit of a goofy guy, by the way, with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Adam Gase called. And he said, "Good job."
Brian Schottenheimer with the Dallas Cowboys. Aaron Glenn, who killed it, I thought, with the New York Jets. Probably had the best of all the introductory press conferences.
Best promo.
But my wife at different points is like, "Who are you listening to?" I'm like, "Liam Cohen." She's like, "Who's that?" It's like, "Oh, he just got hired to be the Jags head coach from the Bucs OC role." She's like, "Why are you listening to that?" I just wanted to watch introductory press conferences, man. I'm a big fan. So I watched the opening statements and then all the Q&A and see how each team handles it. And do you have to pass the mic? Do you have to state where you're from? I just love it.
You do love that.
I bring this up to tell you the Dallas Cowboys press conference for Brian Schottenheimer. I don't know how to put this in a way that is like not inappropriate.
I think you just put it. Just put it. It's you and me talking.
I think if I was a Cowboys fan, I would be so crestfallen, not just by this hire, but by the fact that my owner might be losing his marbles, in a sense. Like Jerry Jones was asked the first question after the opening comments from Schottenheimer and his little speech that he gave thanking everyone that he knows and whatever else. And a guy that we have on the show, Darius has booked a couple times, Calvin Watkins, who covers the Cowboys in Dallas, asked Jerry, "Why did you choose Brian Schottenheimer?" That's literally the question. It was just like that. Why did you choose Brian Schottenheimer? Jerry spoke for 11 and a half minutes without really talking about why he chose Brian Schottenheimer that much. It was a lot about Jerry Jones.
Well, there's stuff about me here.
He was arguing with like Twitter trolls and these people. I don't know if they exist in real life or not, but just like he was arguing against the general narratives about it being a bad hire and him not wanting to be a guy that anybody works for. And like, it was, I mean, you see this with politicians sometimes where they'll just vamp for 15 minutes about nothing. And you're going, what in the hell are you talking about?
The Twitter trolls are the backbone of,
That's what this was. It was just an old man rambling and meandering.
I love it.
11 minutes.
Great.
11 minutes to not answer a question. And I'm going, this person should not be running anything. Anything. Not an Arby's, not a radio station, not a company that sends puzzles to people.
Oh, I love it.
If you're a Cowboys fan and you watch that, I don't know how you could possibly think anything other than,
good.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It is over until something major changes in this ownership group. I don't know what to tell you other than it was comical.
Oh, it makes me so happy. I love it. There's the thing. I still think they're annoying and they're not going to be total pushovers.
No, they won't be bad.
Yeah, they never seem to bottom out the way that I want. I want like Giants type run of ineptitude for them for the next 1,000 years.
Franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
And while Brian Schottenheimer has no business being a head coach and is just a fairly pedestrian, offensive coordinator, he's very popular, has great relationships. His father's one of the great coaches of all time.
The name matters.
They're going to build a pretty good staff. He's popular with players. I think people like him. He builds good relationships. Like, it's not going to be Jim Zorn, right? Like this unqualified boob of a hire. That's not really what this is. But does it handcuff you from trying to advance and get better? Probably. I mean, are you better off with Brian Schottenheimer than Mike McCarthy? Of course you're not.
No.
How could anyone say that's the case? But to me, that's not even the point. The point is just we have reached a point with Jerry Jones where he's like the guy down the street that like, oh no, if you see him in the grocery store, run away. Because he's going to be talking about weird S for 5 minutes.
I mean, he's doing a Jerry Jones impression at this point. Like, he's crossed into caricature. Like before it was, he just prattled on about that dish because there's gum on your shoe, don't make it sticky. I don't really get that, but that's fine. Now, to your point, he's addressing demons that aren't even there. You know what I mean? Like somebody trolled him on Twitter. Somebody passed him a sheet that said, "This guy says you're an idiot." Well, there's an IQ of 177 sitting right here wearing a suit named Jerry. Like what are you doing?
Like I do this sometimes, very rarely, but I do it occasionally, where I find myself arguing against like a couple of tweets, but on the radio, and it's
Right.
like living in my head. Or just generally, you know what the perception is, and so you're arguing against that. You'll do this sometimes,
Of
and
course,
I'm
yeah,
like,
everybody.
we don't need to address one guy who said, I'm sorry that the one guy didn't like your impression.
Right.
Let's move on.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what his whole press conference was. Was just like the narratives that bother him, and him just like, Jerry, what's your favorite ice cream? You know, people will tell me that I can't be worked with. And 7 minutes later, he's talking about the time in 1979 that he bought an oil company and worked with people. It's like, this is not.
Yeah, show the YouTube comment from Cowboys for the win, that number 4 in there. He said, what?
Also, the Liam Cohen hiring. I think this is going to be the experiment that I need. So you know me. I am team hire the offensive-minded guru. I don't care if he's a leader of men. I don't care about brotherhood. I don't care, and like Dan Quinn's the opposite of this, and you see that he just did this unbelievable, amazing job with this team, and we'll see if they can build on it and keep pushing forward. But it looks like great staff, great foundation, like everybody won. Congratulations. My thing is, get me the play caller to make my quarterback really good, and the rest of it will take care of itself as we're scoring a lot of points. That's kind of my theory. That's about to get tested.
Yeah.
Because this Liam Cohen guy is a goose.
That's a squirrely odd duck right there.
But he can call offense.
Yes, he can.
Like,
The proof is in the pudding over there in Tampa.
I mean, he is a dude in terms of scheming. And I was talking to Logan in Tampa actually before that game. And like Logan was so blown away after studying them for a week or two by some of the concepts and things he'd been doing. He's like, this is really high level, like good football stuff. Like Logan, I think, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but kind of wanted to study it more and kind of get into some of the run game stuff that Liam was doing. I mean, he is very sharp. I don't know if we're putting him in the savant category yet, but he's on that path.
He's on the way.
But boy, is he a silly goose.
Yeah, they went from one of the worst rush offenses we have to, like, there's no point in us even trying to run the ball to one of the best.
Yes.
In a year.
In a season.
Yeah.
But then he walks into the building and there's no aura. There's no, well, what do the kids call it? There's no Riz. This person can't, the conversations are awkward. And I don't know how much that matters. Remember, we were joning on Jonathan Gannon for his embarrassing first few hours as the Cardinals coach. And it turns out he's a pretty good football coach. Or like Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, he had one of the worst opening pressers ever.
Sirianni's opening presser should go into the Hall of Fame. Of like, this is the funniest, most unacceptable introductory presser that's ever happened. And that guy's going to his second Super Bowl in what, 3 seasons?
Yeah.
This year. So I don't know how much any of this matters, but this is a great experiment for me. Like, can he fix Trevor Lawrence? Did the Jaguars start making sweet music on offense with Brian Thomas and their running backs? Because if so, then respectfully to the brotherhood stuff, you just need to be able to design offense. But this is, I'm putting a lot of eggs in this basket.
I was going to say, yeah.
Of like, and maybe it's not the end all be all. It's one guy in a place where nobody wins because the owner's a joke. But I'm going to use this as my experiment of like, can a guy?
It's your canary right down in that coal mine that's going to fall.
He is the opposite of the leader of men.
Yes, he is.
What's a leader of men look like? Not this guy.
Not that guy.
But he will draw up some offense.
Yes.
So let's see what happens.
Let's see what wins the tug of war.
Right.
Are you leading men or are you drawing up things on napkins and having weird team meetings?
And I am open to changing my opinion.
Okay.
Like if some offensive minds get these gigs and fall on their face because they just can't run a room or whatever, that's fine. But my current track record is I've been around Matt LaFleur for a long time. Matt LaFleur is a great dude and one of the hardest workers you'll ever meet who knows ball. He's not a rah-rah, every guy in the building is going to want to run through a wall for him. He just wins 12 games every year, and the Packers are in the mix. Mike McDaniel's a nerdy dude from an Ivy League who, wears his pants funny, but he draws up offense.
Yes, he does.
Let's see if Liam Cohen can make sweet music. But that presser was, like, legit funny. My wife, Kevin, kept going over, like, she was just hearing it on my phone.
Like, what is this?
She's like, this guy's a head coach? I'm like, yep. As of today. We'll see how long.
Because it's so funny because, like, I know not to dwell on it, but it's the only place where that kind of thing's acceptable. Does that make any sense? Like you're such a genius. I guess I'm sure there are a few other places. Like the rocket scientist doesn't have to be good at the mic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're such a genius, we can overlook these glaring and obvious weaknesses that everybody associates with good leaders.
Yep.
Like you're clearly not good at it at all. That's not a crime. There's a lot of people that aren't good at it. But man, you're extra bad at it. And you're going to have to do this all the time. You're going to talk to people.
So let me rank my introductory press conferences for you.
So Aaron Glenn's the 1 seed. That's obvious. He's a defensive coordinator. He's going to talk about violence and attacking and aggression and downhill. And we're not going to be for everybody. And we'll leave people bloody and battered.
He's not full Joe Witt. Like, he doesn't have a lot of slogans or anything. Definitely number one, though.
The New York bleeping Jets.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
buddy.
He had this like great line where he's like, "We're the New York bleeping Jets," and that S needs to mean something. And I'm like, I'm not a curse guy at the podium. Like when JJ Redick did it, it wasn't cool. I'm not a fan of it, but it was a good line.
Yeah, it does mean something. Just not what you want it to.
Right.
Yeah, it means something.
I think I'm going to give Ben Johnson number 2.
Okay.
I'm going to give,
because Johnson's was unoffensive. I mean, he had the one joke that fell flat about Matt LaFleur. Maybe they're buddies, and that
no,
was
they
why
don't know each other at all.
Oh.
It was actually just weird. He like trolled Matt LaFleur.
Mm.
Odd thing to do.
Huh.
But you know where that's going to go over well is probably in the Bears building, because Matt LaFleur is the coach of the Packers.
Of the Packers, sure.
So I think he's just trying to win over the fan base. I would put Schottenheimer 3. He was pretty good, actually. I don't believe a word he says about, like, I'm going to bring you a championship and I'm the best guy for the job. And it's all adorable. Like, you're one of 32. And
That
I
is
don't know
precious,
how that's a thing. But he was pretty good. And then Liam Cohen is a distant 4th, I will say. It's kind of where I'm at this point.
That's fair.
Haven't seen Pete Carroll's yet. I think that was
By the
yesterday.
way, I know we had a lot going on.
Yeah.
This whole, our team was in the NFC Championship game. But Pete Carroll, dude.
Head coach.
71? Pete Carroll? That's Pete Carroll. Not the guy from USC 20 years ago. That's Pete Carroll.
Age is to some extent just a number. Like, there are sharp.
That's an energetic 71.
Old people. And there are old people that seem old, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a really sharp, young, old guy. And he's 73, by the way. That's old.
73.
My father is 73. Now, my dad is in a good enough spot that he could coach a football team. I mean, if he was a football coach.
Right. If he
who
was
knew about football. Like, to be clear, the Saints should not hire my dad. He would not help you.
Is your dad a candidate for the Saints job?
Absolutely. I think everybody is at this point.
Right.
Because who wants that job?
It's an open interview process.
But Pete Carroll's a young 73. You know who else is 73? Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
He's the best coach in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't care about age necessarily. But don't ask me to get excited when you tell me Pete Carroll's my head coach in 2025. You can hire him.
Right.
And you can tell him to bring his mop to clean up the mess, because it is a mess. And for 3 years, he could elevate my Tide to being not a joke.
Yeah, you know what's coming in. You know what's coming. I need a couple big physical corners. We're going to hold you at the line. We're going to play the Pete Carroll defense. We're going to have Will Ferrell come in and do a couple preseason promos for us.
We're going to run the dang ball.
Yeah.
Just don't ask me to be excited about Pete Carroll. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
How confident are you guys that the Commanders can run this season back? Which is to say, what's your level of confidence they'll be back in an NFC Championship game over the next couple of years? That's where we want to start the show today. Their 2025 schedule is going to be arduous. They're leveling up from last place to second place, and they're playing some brutal divisions, right? I mean, so often, when you look at the best divisions in football, like this year, the NFC North and the AFC West, they played the 2 worst divisions in the sport. So were those division records and 3 playoff teams from each excellent because the teams were just that good? Or were they beneficiaries of playing the weakest divisions? I think it's a chicken or the egg debate, and it's interesting to think about. Washington's going to be playing the NFC North, and Washington's going to be playing the AFC West. The divisions that had the 3 playoff teams this coming year. You obviously get your home and away with the division, Dallas, New York, and Philly. And then, Danny, they host the Seahawks, nearly a playoff team. The Bears will be one of the most improved teams in the league probably next year. The Broncos, a playoff team. The Raiders, with Pete Carroll, will be a tougher out than they were this year. And the Lions come to Landover. Should be one of the better teams in the NFC again.
Again, yeah.
Maybe they take a step back, but they'll still be a playoff team. The road schedule includes at Lambeau Field, playoff team that should be back in the playoffs. At the Chiefs. Is Arrowhead a fun place to go play?
No, sir.
At the Chargers, cross country, playoff team.
Playoff team.
At the Vikings,
playoff team.
Number 2 team in the NFC this year. At the Falcons. That is a game. Atlanta's going to be a fringe playoff team in the South, But that's a game I would say of all of the ones that we're naming that's, you could see Washington giving them the what for. And then the Dolphins on the road in Miami, fringe playoff team. They don't have one game on the road outside of the division that is against a team that you go into next year thinking is a last place type team. It's going to be really hard for them to do this again. And I say this all the time about the NFL. It is easier to write the first bestseller than the second. Being great for a year, 2012 Washington, 7 straight wins or whatever, the repeating of it is the difficult thing. The beauty of this opportunity for Washington, I think, Danny, is that you got Jaden Daniels. And if Daniels is as good as it looks like he is, if he is potentially elite and top of the league type QB status, then year over year, your schedule's not going to matter that much because you got the answer key, which is Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar. If Daniels is of that ilk, then you're just going to roll out the football and win 11 or 12 every year.
If that's the case, if you don't have the CJ Stroud mild regression, because it's not as if he fell off the face of the earth and became terrible, but he had one of the great rookie seasons of all time. At the time, it was thought of as one of the best. And Houston was fine. They sure they won a playoff game, got exactly right back to where they were. But everyone saw them as they're now eyeball to eyeball with Buffalo and Kansas City and the elites of the AFC. And they had kind of a disappointing year by the standard that was set. Everyone's going to look to Washington in a similar facet, to be honest with you, maybe more so. They got to the NFC Championship game in year one of this thing. Imagine what they'll do in year two. And if you're not a Super Bowl team, everyone's going to view it as, what a disappointment. And all the shouty shows will be doing the what's wrong with Washington and what happened to Jaden Daniels and what happened to this great offense. Even though it's just, a different year, different squad, different injury luck, different opponents. Maybe you don't get the Hail Mary, so you're a game worse. Maybe, the field goal doesn't go in off the upright and you're a game worse. A million things can happen. You could be better talent-wise and end up with fewer wins. That happens year over year in this league where everyone's designed to basically be 500.
Well, I'm positive they'll have more talent. I think this was the least talented team they'll have during Daniels' rookie contract years because they're going to go out, they're going to spend money, they're going to upgrade, and they're going to draft effectively. But to your point, that is not what equates to more wins, obviously. The other thing is you just don't know about injuries, where the only legitimate star-type player that got hurt this year for an extended period of time was John Allen. At a point, frankly, where he wasn't playing that well anyway. He came back and helped them a bunch after that. But their best players, thank goodness, guys like Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin and Sam Cosmi until the final quarter of the Detroit game and then the game that they lost in the NFC title game. Their stars mostly were healthy. That's not guaranteed next year either. I have hope that they can just run it back and be back in the mix, not just next year, but for the years ahead, and that this is the beginning of this window, not just a one-off because of Daniels. But I think that's kind of the whole key here. But let's open up the phones and see what people think. 800-636-1067. You guys know how hard it is to get to an NFC Championship game. What is your level of confidence that Washington's going to be in another one over the next few seasons here with Daniels in his young years of his career? G&D on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening. Start with some off-season Commanders news. Receiver Terry McLaurin will not participate in the Pro Bowl games coming up this weekend in Orlando. In the Seahawks announcement, because Jackson Smith and Jigba, their receivers, taking McLaurin's place. In their announcement, they cited a McLaurin injury. Ben Standig of The Athletic said he asked about it. No specifics were given other than basic wear and tear, so minor, nothing to be worried about. Been a long season. McLaurin has not taken part in the Pro Bowl. Now, linebacker Bobby Wagner has been named. He was added last night as a replacement for Philly linebacker Zach Bond. Jaden Daniels, of course, of the Commanders' rookie season, he is scheduled to participate Sunday in Orlando. Capitals Canadian road swing continues tonight in Calgary, 9 p.m. face-off here on 106.7 The Fan. The Wizards lost again in Dallas last night, 14 in a row for the Wizards. They are now 6-39. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Still reeling from the Commanders giving up 55, a record amount of points scored in the conference championship game. But I don't know where you're at, Danny. Yesterday, you were having a harder time with it than me. As soon as the game had ended, I was able to compartmentalize and feel good about the season and the journey and consider it all a gigantic win. I will say it stings a little bit today to see that 44.2 million people tuned in to watch the game, and that there was a peak of 50.3 million viewers between 5:30 and 5:45. That many people watching Washington get exposed for their flaws and get, frankly, just outclassed by the Eagles in Philly doesn't feel very good to hear. You kind of want those games to just happen in the 1 o'clock window with 8 other games on. Stand alone in the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, they saw that, didn't they?
Everybody's watching.
They saw that 32-point destruction, 33, whatever the number is. Yeah, so my answer to this is going to sound very negative and pessimistic, and I know everyone's going to laugh and make fun or joan on me, but the point is it's hard. Detroit was awesome. They didn't get here because Washington beat them. But you know what I mean? Like Philadelphia, the Minnesota. What did Minnesota do wrong? They're excellent. They won 14 games. It's really, really, really hard. It's what makes me appreciate that much more dynasties like the Chiefs, dynasties like the Patriots went on, and now again, I hope they lose for the next 1,000 years, but they went on them. Despite personnel changes and everything, there were a couple constants that worked so much better than everybody else's. They were able to constantly go to those AFC title games, into the Super Bowl, as the Chiefs are doing right now. But getting your key players, GM, coach, quarterback, and ancillary stars kind of around that, correct, have unbelievable health luck, and again, the onside kick goes your way, or the field goal bounces in, or of course you win that 17th straight close game like the Chiefs are doing. It's damn near impossible to do what just happened. Again, ask the Lions. So my answer is I'm not confident, but it doesn't mean they're going to fall off the table and be terrible. I think they could be really, really good again next year. I bet you they will be. I bet you nobody wants to see them on the schedule. When they're doing the schedule came out, where are the tough games? Washington's going to be listed when they're doing radio in Detroit, when they're doing radio in Kansas City. That's all I can ask for. But the idea that, they'll just be back here again, I think we're underestimating how hard it is.
Yeah, you're not scheduling your alumni homecoming game against Washington anymore. You are no longer circling that one as a win. When every markets radio show in the morning does their junkies thing where they go through in March or April or whatever, and they go win, loss, loss, win. The Commanders are no longer just a W. And that is massive progress, and that's awesome. But that also doesn't mean you get to go back to the NFC Championship game, to your point. Now, the example I'll give is the Bills. How great are the Bills? The Bills have won at least 11 and as many as 13 games every single year for 6 straight years. Think about that.
Yeah.
So what Washington just did this year is kind of the average Bills season over the last 6 years. They've only been to 2 conference title games. They've been to 0 Super Bowls. Now, they have the unfortunate circumstance of sharing a conference with Patrick Mahomes. which Washington doesn't have to deal with. But right now, the Eagles are the team version of that, where that's the most talented, well-built team in the league, and you got to share a division with them. But there's lots of examples like that. The Patriots, for so many years, just woke up and played in the AFC Championship game. The Chiefs are a better, more accurate version of that now. They're doing what New England never did. They're going to a 5th Super Bowl in 6 years. They've been in 7 conference championship games in a row. If you have Allen, if you have Mahomes, if you have Lamar Jackson, you're going to be in the playoffs every year. You're going to be in the conference championship game every couple of seasons. And it certainly seems like maybe Jaden Daniels could be that. And so my answer to the question is that simple. You want to ask me, what is my level of confidence that Washington will be playing in another conference title game over the next few seasons? I would say, is Jaden Daniels going to be what he was this year? Was this a excellent season that caught the league off guard, and then there's some kind of like natural step back coming, see CJ Stroud? Then probably not. If this is who Daniels is, though, see you guys in the NFC Conference Championship game next year and the year after. Because I use Joe Burrow as my example.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals were historically bad defensively, terrible on special teams, missed a bunch of field goals that could have tied or won them games this year. And they still in week 18 were playing for the playoffs as Joe Burrow was an MVP candidate because he's that damn good. That's what having a superstar quarterback does. You just never have terrible seasons. The other question with Daniels is he going to stay healthy and just play 16, 17 games every year? Which I still have some anxieties about, although I've turned that fader down since the beginning of the year because we saw him get up from all the hits over and over and over again and take care of his body decently. Let's go to Slims in DC. What's up, man? How are you?
What's up, fellas? How y'all feeling today? Hail to the Redskins.
Good, buddy.
Chilling.
Hey, before I ask this, let me ask you a question. Who is the actual defensive coordinator for the Redskins?
Joe Witt Jr. calls the plays.
So that's the blind dude in the booth, right?
Blind?
Who cover his eyes all the time, right? Okay, so let me tell you like this.
Is that a bit? I don't get it. Is he? Are you joking about their
every
defense?
time I see him, he got his eyes covered, like he's not seeing what's going on.
Gotcha.
I think people know what I'm saying. But it's based on 4 things, I think. You need a defensive coordinator immediately because what you just read on that schedule, if we got to play that, we ain't stopping nothing. Number 2, got to get Cliff Kingsbury up out of here because I think everybody went to his game. I actually think Jaden Daniels saved him and made him look good. You get a number 1 wide receiver in here to go with McCline and a solid defensive tackle. And then my hope will be good. But the 2 main things is an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. You need that offensive coordinator so Jaden can grow. Jaden, we can't do those plays. We got to have a basic, solid running game. I believe we could have beat Philly. I don't think they were stopping us on offense. So I don't think you really need to tweak that. But that defense, both that coordinator should not have been riding on the same plane with the team. That's straight up.
Thank you for the call, buddy. So to be clear, he wants to get rid of the defensive coordinator and the offensive coordinator after a 14-win season when the team got to the NFC Championship game in the first year of both of those 2 guys in the building, when they had a top 10 offense and Cliff Kingsbury just helped Jaden Daniels turn in the greatest rookie season that's ever happened. Is that all check out for what he just said?
But then at one point, I think we want to not tweak the offense, but we need a running game, and we could have beat Philadelphia. I don't know, but I appreciate the phone call. Yeah, the defense needs improving. I don't know that it means that Joe Witt has to go. I probably need a larger sample where I trusted more than a handful of players on that defense to be able to run and tackle and be in good spots. I don't know that Joe Witt's a genius. I feel like I saw enough from Cliff Kingsbury to go, I may have some gripes individually among drives or games or a couple things where I'm going, damn, I wish this was slightly differently, but at least there's a rhyme and reason to it. I'm not saying that Joe Witt's a slam dunk, but out after a year, I think that's probably a bit too extreme.
So a defensive line that I'm looking out at during the championship game with Sheldon Day and Jalen Holmes and Cleveland Farrell, right? And a secondary where your corners were a guy who's got a banged up hamstring who's learning your defense, who just got here, and a rookie that was supposed to be playing in the nickel who's now on the boundary. That's my defensive personnel at key positions against the most talented team in the conference, and you want to blow out the coordinator. That's a no for me, dog. That'll be a no for me. Let's go to Dex, or Dez, I guess, in D.C. What's up, Dez?
What's up with y'all, man? Hey,
Hey, man.
Sometimes y'all just gotta with them other callers, y'all just gotta cut them off early because I don't know what the hell he was
I
talking
try to
about.
give everybody at least 45 seconds. That one was tough, though. I'll be honest. We
Okay, I
earned
got
that one.
you.
We're like, do we really want to keep
Is that
listening?
where we're going?
Where are we going?
Because I'm like, what is he talking about, man? Like, but I digress. Okay, I got two quick things. One, I don't really like when people be comparing him to the C.J. Stroud. Yeah, he had a down year, whatever, but you got to think at the same time, C.J. had his wide receivers coming in and out, and he's not really explosive when it comes to running. He can run, but he's not explosive. He's a good thrower of the ball, but he's not great. He's not Joe Burrow or Pat Mahomes. I honestly think Jaden, when it comes to actual ball placement, he's better than C.J. So with those two things, I think he can have a better second year than C.J. But the third thing is the main thing, the main question. Our confidence is very high for us coming back. When you look around the NFC, I mean, Stafford's going to be another year older. Cooper Kupp's going to be another year older. Everything's going to be on Puka Nacua. The 49ers, they either got to pay Brock Purdy or don't pay him and then lose him. Dak is costing $90 million. Cowboys are cooked. Who else? Cowboys are cooked.
That's actually a really good point. When you run through, I'll just go through the playoffs, right? The Lions, I would say, arrow trending down. They lose both coordinators. They're losing a bunch of assistants.
Still very much a threat, but yeah, you would think they're not quite as
dominant. That's a playoff team, but that's not a 15-2 team next year, in my opinion. That's the 1 seed. I think the Eagles are sustainably built to be really good for a long time, unfortunately, in your own division. Tampa Bay just lost their OC for the second time in 2 years. I think that's a team that could take a small step back. They're also a little bit older defensively. Guys like Levante David, some of the things that have been going on that side of the ball, piecing it together. Mike Evans, right? I could see them taking a step back. They will get Godwin back. The Rams, Matt Stafford, older, banged up a lot. This was one of the rare years where he stayed healthy. I think that's a good point. I would go, if you're going binary, arrow up, arrow down. I would say stock down on the Rams in the next season. There's no way the Vikings are going to repeat 14-3. Also, they turn things over probably to a rookie, essentially, in second-year quarterback who's never played.
McCarthy, yeah.
J.J. McCarthy. So maybe arrow down there. I would say Packers probably arrow up because Love wasn't healthy all of this season. That's a really good team. But, you got to account for the teams that'll be getting better, too. I think Chicago's going to be a giant pain in the ass to deal with this year with Ben Johnson. Let's see what happens with the Arizona Cardinals, who've been a tough team to play. They were 8-9. Maybe they're a 10-win team next year. Atlanta, if Michael Penix balls out. Cousins struggled some this season. They have a whole offseason to go out and address a lack of pass rush and a bad defense. They could be a 10-11 win team. Seattle with, now a second year of a head coach. Maybe they sort out quarterback or do something there offensively with weapons. So as many teams there are that step down, there's going to be teams that step up.
That fill
too.
the void, yeah. The other point I liked real quick is the floor, to me, is higher for Jaden Daniels because of what he just said. That running ability. When all else fails, you're not having a good day throwing the ball, which, by the way, happens in this league. I'll take my 75, 80 yards rushing to supplement it, right? I mean, that is a factor. That is a thing that I think prevents some of the fall off.
He's the second best running quarterback in football behind Lamar.
Yep.
You're going to have
Pretty
that
good company to be in, yeah.
club in the bag when you need it. 800-636-1067. How confident are you that Washington can get back to the championship game in the NFC at some point in the next couple of years, as hard as it is to do? You're listening to The Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 on this Tuesday. Austin Eckler stops by at 5 o'clock. We do have a Beltway Blitz for you at 4 o'clock today. Spin you around town on the teams you care the most about. Talking about Washington and whether or not the Commanders will be able to get back to the NFC Championship game in the near future. Schedule's going to get harder. The other thing is, Danny, and I think this is reality, sounds like an eye roll kind of, oh, okay, well, that really doesn't matter. But I think it is tough. There is a big difference up on people. And now next year where you get everybody's best shot. You were talking about how, the schedule comes out and forever. You're playing the Commanders, so occasionally, a team might bring their B or their C game because they know that's enough to still win. You're now a 14-win team that advanced to the championship weekend round that is going to pick 28th in the draft, right? Only 3 teams are going to pick in the first round after you. You were in the final 4. You're going to get everybody's best shot next year. That makes it even harder, forgetting just that the schedule is super arduous.
So I do think there's something to that, maybe not as much as others. I guess the point to me, though, is it is a marquee game now when you're on the other team's schedule.
Speaking of which, how many primetime games next year?
Minimum 5. I'd guess probably more than that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think 5 is a good guess.
Because you think about some of their opponents. I mean, that Kansas City game's in primetime. Tell you that right now. Maybe when they go to L.A. and it's Justin Herbert and the Chargers and hardballing everywhere. I'm sure one of the divisional games will be in primetime. I mean, they'll be on a bunch. So it becomes that much more pronounced. It's the feather in your cap win if you beat the NFC Championship game team, right? I mean, that matters more. That becomes a measuring stick. The same way it's a huge deal when Washington beats Philadelphia. It's a huge deal when they beat Detroit, not just to go to the NFC title game, but you just beat the 1 seed. Like, stuff like that matters for sure.
You mentioned the Lions earlier in the hour. Think about Detroit.
And they're kind of my example for this.
Detroit was built so well to win it all this year. They got dismantled defensively by injuries, and I think that's the biggest reason why what happened. They also had a game where they turned the ball over 5 times, and those sometimes jump up on you. You got Jared Goff a little bit. He turned the ball over 4 times. Hopefully, your guy's better than that. It would be hard to imagine Jaden Daniels ever turning the ball over 4 times in a 5-turnover game. But Washington fumbled randomly. They got fumbleitis. And to the Eagles' credit, they were punching the ball out. It was kind of them creating the fumbles. It wasn't just Washington whoopsie-daisying the ball all over the place. But you just saw 3 fumbles, 4 turnovers for Washington. It happens, man. You think San Francisco at the beginning of this year would have believed you if you said the 49ers would have made the playoffs and it would have been just a debacle of a season? But you have enough injuries, and it doesn't matter how well you're built. Nothing's guaranteed. It's just so hard unless you're the Chiefs. And you have Reed and Mahomes, and I guess nothing matters. But it's just so hard to be one of the last teams standing. Brandon Waldorf, how are you?
Great, guys, great. My level of confidence is actually through the roof. I see it way different than a lot of people see it, I'm guessing. For me, it's I don't want to hear about, we need a defense coordinator. He came in with scraps and made a 5-star meal. You remember they cut the roster went from 50 guys on the roster to 20. You came in and you were basically just stocking the cupboard. Getting your basics, your salt, your pepper. You didn't go get your exquisite ingredients yet. We have the second highest amount of cap space, and we got decent draft picks, and we have decent players. So we have something to build upon. I can see it's only getting better. So I definitely feel highly confident that we will be back in the NFC Championship game for the next few years.
So my only response to that is I agree with every word you just said. Now, my acknowledgement is the environment makes it that much harder. I think they'll be a better team on paper next year, the year after that, than they are right now this minute. On paper, they were not a team in the NFC title game. They weren't. There's no way to me they were the second best team in the NFC. If you started the season tomorrow with everybody's personnel the same, they'd come back and turn in a record that's worse than Detroit's, worse than Minnesota's, worse than Philadelphia's, maybe worse than a couple other teams.
I'll go one step further. If you just right now call up all the teams in the NFC and you go, hey, we're going to restart the playoffs. We're pushing back the Super Bowl. Same seeding, same matchups. Washington, you're at Tampa Bay in a week on Sunday. You just run the whole thing back. they probably don't get to the NFC Championship game. Maybe they do, but how confident are you? How much money you putting to put down in a toss-up game that they won on a doink field goal, that they go to Tampa Bay and win, right? That they go to Detroit and have that game. A lot of things just the stars have to align. If the 2019 Nats had to restart the playoffs right when the final out of the World Series was recorded, they probably don't win that championship. Now, luckily, that's not how it works. But my point is just, yeah, that caller could be right, and we know they're going to be more talented, and that doesn't necessarily guarantee you anything. Let's do this next. 800-636-1067. Good feedback on the phones on this. What can the team do to ensure their best opportunity at getting back? Whether that means priorities into the offseason, what they need to address. Like if you're the Hogs, if you're Peters and Quinn, what that you control needs to be tended to here early this offseason and into the player acquisition period to make sure that you've got the best shot to get back to the NFC Championship game of the things they control. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Earl Forcing, and here's what's happening. Grant and Danny here just talking about what it may take for the Commanders now that they've gotten to this level to take the next step moving forward. Adam Peters, the GM, was asked about that Monday, breakdown day in Ashburn.
Bringing in the right people and bringing in guys who we see as commanders. And so I think if we're going to take away a lesson, I think that would probably be the biggest one, is getting the guys that are commanders, that are competitors, that love ball, love each other, and will play for each other. And we had a bunch of those guys on this team.
It is a big offseason. It's going to be a short offseason with the run to the NFC title game. Free agency starts 6 weeks from now, 6 weeks from tomorrow, Wednesday, March 12th. Commanders news today, receiver Terry McLaurin has decided not to participate in the Pro Bowl games this weekend. Linebacker Bobby Wagner, meanwhile, has been added, with Eagles linebacker Zach Bond playing with Philly in the Super Bowl. Of course, QB Jaden Daniels also among those scheduled to take part in the Pro Bowl game Sunday in Orlando. Caps hockey tonight as they continue their Canadian road swing, hoping to get back to their winning ways. Caps are in Calgary to face the Flames. 9 p.m. face-off tonight here on 106.7 The Fan. Wizards lost in Dallas last night. They'll be back home tomorrow against Toronto. College hoops, Georgetown, 15th ranked St. John's tonight, 6:30 on the team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. They can take care of a last will and testament or get you a revocable trust for you and your family. Again, kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount.
This is a cool thing. It's a national contest that's going on. You could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan. Win a trip for you and 3 friends during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and $20,000 in spending money. Just download for free the Odyssey app. Listen to The Fan for at least 1 hour. Listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. Basically, you listen to Odyssey for an hour a day, listen to the app, listen to the show, and you're entered. It's pretty cool.
That's very cool. That should be fun. So good luck to everyone who's going to participate in that little opportunity. We have not talked really at all about the Kansas City Chiefs getting back to the Super Bowl. We were very busy yesterday talking about the Commanders. We're going to get back into them in just a moment. But I will say congrats to Andy Reid and to Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Harrison Butker. I think there might be 1 or 2 other players that have been there for the entire duration of this run now. But the Chiefs are just unstoppable. They cannot be beaten.
They're inevitable
in these games. I feel so bad for Josh Allen and also for the other quarterbacks in the AFC that are really good and have nothing to show for it, like Lamar Jackson or Joe Burrow. But specifically Allen. I mentioned this stat yesterday, Danny, but this is just staggering. There have been 4 playoff games in history where both quarterbacks combined to throw for 400, run for 80, 65% complete, 3 or more plays of 25 through the air, 5 total touchdowns, 1 or fewer turnovers. In all 4 of those games was Allen versus Mahomes, and Allen has lost all of them. Like, you can't do much more than he's doing. On the play where he's getting crap for not, finding Shakur out of the backfield, he scrambles around. He's about to get crushed on a blitz that gets home with 2 guys in his face. He throws the ball up into the night. It comes down right into Kincaid's hands, and he can't catch it. I don't know what Josh Allen's supposed to do other than be born in a different era.
Mm-hmm.
We are now I'm sorry that you play in the NBA in the early to mid-90s, but Michael Jordan plays for the Bulls, so you don't get to win a championship mode. That's where we are right now.
The comps jump off the page. I mean, there have been different iterations, different really good teams. The Ravens have won 14, 13, 12, double-digit wins almost every year that they've had Lamar Jackson at quarterback. Nothing to show for it. The Bills, to your point, have been the pinnacle of consistency and excellence They've had to turn the roster over a couple different times. Hadn't mattered. Two AFC title game appearances and nothing to show for it. The only team to break through, I guess the Bengals did one time. Joe Burrow got him. But it was Brady who was this before Mahomes was doing this.
Also, the fakest AFC championship game ever.
There's that too.
Where Mahomes doesn't get to touch the ball. And there were a couple of blown calls at the end of that game that went New England's way. That was before, I guess, everyone assumed now that all the calls go Kansas City's way. Back when the Patriots were the big, bad, evil empire or whatever.
Yeah, Mahomes wins that game if the guy's not lined up off sides. They go to the Super Bowl before it goes to overtime. I mean, there's a million different things. So the point is, you're now in the, God, I feel bad for you. Charles Barkley, Karl Malone, Gary Payton's Seattle Supersonics, Reggie Miller's Indiana Pacers, Patrick Ewing's New York Knicks. You're all here at the wrong time in the AFC. You are. Bad luck.
The reason I feel really, really bad for Allen, more so than Jackson, and I feel bad for both, Lamar has played some bad playoff games. For whatever reason, it's happened. Go back to the AFC title game against Kansas City last year. I remember you and I coming on the air the next day going, what was he trying to prove?
Yeah, what were they doing?
Like, why is he standing in the pocket? Why aren't you running? Why aren't you being Lamar Jackson? Josh Allen had a game in an AFC championship game against the Chiefs where he threw for 330 yards and 4 touchdowns without a turnover and lost. And took the lead with a game-winning touchdown pass and drive with 13 seconds to play, only then to see Kansas City go get a field goal and then win in overtime when his team didn't get to touch the ball. By the way, the Bills scored 36 points and lost 42-36. He had another game against the Chiefs where he was 26 of 39 with a touchdown pass and had a big rushing day, and they lose 27-24 in the playoffs. And then, of course, there was the other night, 2 touchdowns, no picks, ran 11 times for 40 yards, and they just couldn't do anything in short yardage. Threw for 237 in a pair in a loss, 32-29. I'm just not sure what he's supposed to do. I don't know what anyone in that conference is supposed to do. Here's some numbers. Mahomes went down 1 to 8 points in the fourth quarter overtime. Have you seen this?
No.
Playoff history for Patrick Mahomes. Fourth quarter or OT. Tracking? Down by 8 or fewer. 1 possession game.
Mm-hmm.
His numbers. Basically, the amount of time is like a game. Okay? 40 of 56 for 552 yards. 5 touchdowns, no picks. A 132 rating and a rushing touchdown. 14 drives. So again, we're talking about like a game's worth. They've scored on 13 of the 14 drives. When they are down by 8 or fewer.
I mean, that's insane.
In the fourth quarter or overtime.
Like even Jordan missed a game winner or two. You know what I mean? Like he missed a free throw.
13 of 14.
That's just stupid.
They have scored. Only Brady now, with way, 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 way more time, more playoff wins than Mahomes. 28 more playoff starts. Mahomes in 20 starts already has more playoff wins than Montana, than Bradshaw, than Elway, than Peyton Manning. If you look at, you're an EPA per play guy, I know. Mm-hmm. It's like one of the stats that's used to tear a lot of stuff out to kind of, level the playing field in numbers. Playoff games above 0.5 EPA per play, which is like just a metric to show that.
Yeah, which is just absurd, by the way. Yeah.
Mahomes has 7 of those games in the playoffs.
Games.
Tom Brady had 3.
Yeah.
Josh Allen has had 3. Peyton Manning, 3. Kurt Warner, Hall of Famer, 3. Russell Wilson, 3. Big Ben had 2. How about Aaron Rodgers had 1 his entire career?
Man.
Drew Brees had 1. Phil Rivers had 1. Respectfully, we are watching the greatest quarterback to ever play in Kansas City right now. It's not even close comparing his career to right now and Brady's career to this point. When they both had played 112 games, which is the number Mahomes is at right now. At this point, Mahomes' numbers blow Brady's out of the water. Everything from record to completion percentage to passing yards, yards per attempt and game, touchdown, interceptions, rating, rushing attempts, yards per attempt, rushing touchdowns. Same number of conference championships, twice as many Pro Bowls for Mahomes, more All-Pros, more MVPs, 1 more Super Bowl MVP. Like, I'm sorry, this is the best that's ever done it already.
The only questions now are, will he not eat a blueberry and avoid carbohydrates and stay around until he's in his mid-40s to break every one of these records. It's about accumulation now at this point. But in terms of if you want to open the viewfinder and look through the telescope and see the career, this stands alone. Now, no, everyone will hear that and say that's blasphemy because of all the different things Brady accumulated, and I'm not taking anything away from those. That's still the most remarkable thing to do for whatever it was, 45 touchdowns at my age. Incredible. Stupid. All the Super Bowls and the greatness is evident. It's obvious. The position has never been played better than this.
Nope.
This is kind of the point I'm making here. The only variable is if he stays around long enough to break everything. If he chooses to. If he gets bored at age 37 and goes, that's it for me, dog, I'm going to go do something else. God bless, you're right up in the sunset. But if he feels like it, and they still, once Andy Reid moves on, because he's in his 70s, you already mentioned it, if they can kind of keep humming and keep rolling, this will be all the records will be the Mahomes record book.
Yeah, I mean, if the question is, can he get the most titles? Sure, then we'll have to see that. I'm already slamming my gavel. I mean, it is over for me. This is the best quarterback who's ever lived. He's at a point now to me. I don't know how to describe this, but it's like he's playing pool, where he's thinking about the next shot. Most quarterbacks will never get to that mastery of the position or will never be at the 500 level course. Like, they're just trying to hit the ball in the hole. They're just trying to take the cue ball and get that ball in that pocket. He is setting up his next shot. And what I mean by that is it's almost like he's playing the entire game so that he has the ball with 30 seconds left and he can go do his whatever he's doing thing.
Mm-hmm.
You can watch all game and be fairly unimpressed. But when it's crunch time, he's going to have the ball. He's going to scramble. He's going to all of a sudden do that awkward run where he tiptoes down the sideline. It is unlike anything I've ever seen before.
Well, he's also now to the point, and this reminds me of Joe Montana, who you didn't see much, but was this. Joe Montana was this when I was a kid.
I saw zero Montana that I can remember.
Yeah, so in his prime, Montana was like that. And you look at the numbers and you go, well, that's not that impressive. But if you saw it, you knew. There was a calm and an ease and a mastery of the position where when it came to it, he was going to put the ball in the exact right place, the exact right time, and do the thing. The last couple years, frankly, have reminded me of Montana because the numbers aren't prolific. We're 2 years removed from 5,250 yards and 41 touchdowns. Ho-hum, bold-ink, it's Pat Mahomes. Last couple years, if you just did a blind taste test challenge and went, just under 4,000 yards, 26 touchdowns, 11 picks, that's not that special nowadays. That's, Derek Carr did that a couple years ago in Oakland. What are you guys talking about? But if you watch, we're not better off with me slinging it right now. We need to play closer to the vest to get to the situation you're talking about, where we're within a score with less than 2 minutes to go and I've got the football and I'll just go win the game. There's that level of mastery to it. I think mastery is the exact right word. And to me, it reminds me of Montana in his prime, where there's a thinking of the game, whether you're doing it consciously or not, in different dimensions than the regular peons. They're going, I need to complete a pass. He goes, I need to complete a pass in a certain way to milk a certain amount of clock to get to 2 or 3 or 5 or 7 or 12 more plays, to then have them get the ball back and have them use their possession at the exact right amount of time so that I can go do my thing. There's a level that he's at that people just don't get to.
He has been the quarterback for the Chiefs for 7 years, and they have been in the AFC Championship game in every one of those years. Like, nothing else needs to be said. What else can you say? It's staggering. And they did it when he was throwing for 5K and 50, to your point, with Tyreek Hill and Kelsey as a young specimen who couldn't be covered. And now he's doing it with basically no real running game. I mean, their top back is Kareem Hunt, who's, to me, physically looks out of shape. Like, he came back in season.
And I know what that looks like.
He's a heavier version of what he used to be. Maybe he's in shape, but he's just thicker or whatever. But they're not a particularly good running team. They can't dominate you. They physically cannot. They're not explosive offensively. They can't really score a ton of points until the game where they've got to, and then they do. But if it's 17-14, they're going to beat you. If it's 36-33, they'll do that too, because he'll do exactly what it takes. It's just crazy to watch. Like you said, it's an eye test thing at this point, where he might throw for 196 and 2 touchdowns, and the 196 and 2 was incredibly clutch and was just enough, and he made 4 ridiculous plays along the way. I've just never seen anything like it. He is already the guy for me at the position, and He could retire right now, and I would feel that way.
He'd be a Hall of Famer.
And he's not even 30 years old.
Mhm.
That's the other thing. We always said, well, man, nobody's ever going to win 7 rings like Brady did. If he plays 20 years, how sure are we? Now, there's going to be a point where the Chiefs' run slows down or ends or whatever. But he's about to win, maybe, his 4th in his 7th year. He gets 13 more years to try to win 3 to tie Brady. I like his chances.
Yeah, bet against him. Go ahead. I challenge any one of you.
You could also go back, though, and find, when was it that the Brady Super Bowl started to really be about Brady? It was like the first year you go back through those numbers. He happened to be the quarterback of the team that won the Super Bowl, but it really wasn't about him. Mahomes has never had one of those, ever.
That's true.
This has always been about Patrick Mahomes. He was the reason that they won every time that they've won. All right, let's get back to the Commanders, though. I don't want to get too far away from home base here the day after the end of Washington season. And for a lot of you guys, getting back from Philly, getting back into your routines on this Tuesday, first chance you've had to chime in on this. So, Danny, you answer this question, and then we'll go to the phones. What should be the priority for Washington going into the offseason, and what's the number one thing that you can do if you're ownership and or Peters to try to ensure you're back in the NFC title game soon?
So I think you're going to disagree with this. It's a fundamental disagreement you and I have had a bunch. But I think offensive playmakers. I think you need in a game like that against an excellent defense, something to take the pressure off. I need easy scores. They had to play this one way where the offense that couldn't really run the ball, that couldn't really protect all that great, had to keep the ball for 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes at a time, executing incredible precision, short passes and scrambles and, figure out 3rd and 10s because the quarterback's magic. Not a sustainable way to live. I think they need a big-time wide receiver opposite Terry McLaurin, whether it's a game stretcher or a field stretcher, rather, maybe a guy that's great after the catch, some weapon that's bona fide and legit. Not for Carolina, not to beat Cleveland, not to beat Arizona, but to beat Philadelphia, but to beat a team like that in that kind of a spot. I think it would sustain. I think it helps Jaden Daniels from potentially having a sophomore slump, making things easier for him. So there's less on his plate and more, you know what? It's 3rd down. It's my version of, instead of just going to Zach Ertz, who's not going to get any yak, and he'll fall down just in front of the first down line, or maybe not. I can go to my other 3rd down war daddy, who's going to win in man, who's going to win every time, who's very dependable. I think they need that. You can extend that to maybe an extra running back or two, less plotting Brian Robinson, more explosive. I think that may be, harder to find and sustain. But to me, it's another offensive playmaker. I'm hoping my defense gets better. I'm not ignoring that. But to me, I think that's the one thing to prevent a drop-off to keep my offense excellent.
Yeah, you get no argument from me if you want more playmakers. You cannot have enough of them. If you got 3, give me 4. If you got 5, give me 7. That's how I'll always feel. Where you're right, I'm not quite going to walk side by side with you, is it's not their biggest need necessarily. Now, make no mistake about it, they better get a running back this offseason who can strike up the band. They better add playmakers at wide receiver, for sure. But you just averaged 34 points the last 2 weeks in the playoffs. You scored 45 in Detroit. You gave up 55 in the NFC title game. And you gave up 86 over 2 weeks in the last 2 games you played in the playoffs. The number one way they can ensure being back in the NFC title game, Daniels is going to make you right and make a lot of guys better on offense and be like a tide raiser, so to speak, an elevator of sorts. They've got to find a way to affect the quarterback more with pass rush, and they have to upgrade their ability to defend the pass in the secondary at cornerback. So for me, it's just about making life more difficult on QBs. Jared Goff and the Lions put up 500-plus yards and 8 yards per play. Not okay. Baker Mayfield had the best efficiency day as a quarterback that anyone's ever had in a playoff loss.
It was clean, wasn't it?
It was 3 incompletions. Which one was your favorite? It's just too easy. They couldn't cover anyone in that Eagles game. So that's where I would start. It's corners, it's pass rush, it's affecting the QB, because you got to deal with A.J. Brown. You got to deal with Detroit. You're going to deal with the elite passers in the game in the playoffs. But we're in lockstep. You got to go get playmakers too. Let's hit the phones on this next. If you're waiting, we will get to you as soon as we return. 800-636-1067. What is your priority if your ownership or the front office to try to help this team get back to the Final Four next year? What can you do to make sure you give them the best chance to do that? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Super Bowl 59, one game, two teams, endless possibilities. What's up, guys? It's GP for the FanDuel Sportsbook, telling you that there's no better way to make every play more exciting this Super Bowl than with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Whether you're predicting the first touchdown or who's going to win the MVP trophy or the coin toss, FanDuel's going to make it easy for you to place your bets and feel the thrill of every single moment for the big game. Live betting all game long. You can join into the action, adjust your bets, ride the wave of excitement from kickoff to the final whistle. Plus, to make the Super Bowl even sweeter, new customers, could be you. If you're not in yet, what are you waiting for? Well, I guess a great deal like this one. $200 when you make your first bet. You get $200 in bonus bets with that first bet. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 in VA, first online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. Here's what's happening. Caps hockey tonight, continuing their Canadian road swing. Caps in Calgary, 9 p.m. face-off tonight against the Flames here on 106.7 The Fan. The Grade 8 still chasing the Grade 1. Alex Ovechkin comes into tonight 19 away from tying, 20 goals away from breaking the Wayne Gretzky all-time record. Wizards, they're back in action tomorrow against Toronto, back at home after a loss in Dallas last night. College basketball, Georgetown hosts number 15 St. John's tonight. That's a 6:30 tip-off for Hoyas basketball over the Team 980. Some NFL news. Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin will not participate in the Pro Bowl this week in the Pro Bowl games in Orlando. Linebacker Bobby Wagner named to the Pro Bowl late Monday to replace Eagles linebacker Zach Bond. And Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, reporting this afternoon that former Bears coach Matt Eberflus will be the Dallas Cowboys' new defensive coordinator. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Do you see any of the videos of the Eagles fans harassing Commanders fans as they left Lincoln Financial Field?
Yeah, and I, for one, can't believe it. Yeah, I saw the one tough guy, and I see like a bunch of Eagles fans like steal one dude's hat, and he's like, "Well, I guess my hat's gone." And he's like, "Because if I try to get it back, I get in a fight with that guy."
Right.
8 jackasses from Delco jump me, and as a hospital trip worth the stupid beanie, probably not. But they're the Pits; they continue to be.
Yeah, the numbers were about 100-2. Sure, that's fun and fair. It was just good to see them living up to the reputation, for sure. We had a lovely experience at the Link. All you have to do is not wear any of your team's gear, not really acknowledge that you like that team, and sit in the club level with the richest people at the game.
Yeah. Celebrate so quietly, like quieter than Kip from Napoleon Dynamite, when he goes, yes, like not even that, like just gentle. You point at your neighbor, like we noticed a positive play, and that's it.
Just the Pits, man. Yeah. And there are they're like, oh, that's the bad apples. I understand that. Your bad apples are worse than most bad apples.
You got a whole orchard full, guy.
Because there's nothing Eagles fans like to do more than bristle at like the reputation. I'm sorry, it's earned. You guys stink. You just do.
Yeah.
Just wear it.
So for so many years, there was a leaning into it. You know what I mean? Where they go, yeah, nobody likes us. And that was kind of a source of pride. At least that I kind of respect. Again, I still find it loathsome and irritating. And it's not awesome to be hated. Like we should, that's what like antisocial people do. They take pride in being antagonizing to others. We should try to get along with each other instead of being like a Cowboys fan or an Eagles fan or something like that. But this sort of pretending that it's not a thing, stop lying, man.
I just remember when we got back from the Link, hearing from a bunch of people on Twitter, Eagles fans that are like, see, we're not really what they say we are.
You are.
Trust me,
you are.
Let's go to Emmanuel in Colonial Beach, which is down by King George County. What's up, Emmanuel?
How you doing there, Grant and Danny?
Good, buddy.
Doing well. Home of the Drifters, by the way.
The Drifters.
Yes, sir, buddy. Danny, I love the cup. Grant, the hat is, well, you don't turn it around backwards, but it's still good. But
thank you, buddy.
I'm just going to say that we won 4 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
4 games. This year, we went 1 game away from the Super Bowl. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? I think we got the right people in the right place. And to pick the players that we need, I think they'll do an excellent job.
You feel like they'll get back there then, it sounds like.
I think we'll go back to the playoffs.
Well, I do too.
Yeah, us too.
I think it'd be a massive cold water dump on this organization if they don't get back to the playoffs in year 2 of
Well, I
Jaden
also
Daniels.
thoroughly agree with the sentiment, by the way. The most important people in an organization, it's any given year, any given team, there's 4. Ownership group, check mark, please.
Yep.
General manager, a check mark, please. Head coach, check mark, please. And quarterback, check. I'll take my chances.
Yeah, those are the 4 pillars that hold up the building. If you got a good ownership group, a good general manager, a good head coach, and a good quarterback, you're going to be a very, very good team every year.
Yeah, I'll take a shot.
You're aiming for 3 out of 4. 2 out of 4 gives you a chance. If you have 1 out of 4, 0 out of 4, like they had around here for a long time, probably not going to have much of an opportunity. 2 out of 4, you're going to be mediocre. 3 out of 4, you're good. 4 out of 4, you're one of the best in the league. That's where they were this year. Let's go to Jay in DC on the Fan. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
Hey, Grant, you know I've been following you all postseason, man. We was on the plane together in Tampa.
Yes, sir. That was a fun time.
Yep, Mr. in Detroit, and I actually drove up to Philly.
Attaboy.
And listen, it was horrible. And you know me, Danny. I work out, so I was ready for whatever. But when
Head on a swivel, right, dude?
Listen,
Somebody
bro,
should try me. Right.
When I tell you that they are despicable in Philly, it was the worst experience. I said, I'm never going back unless I got 10 guys with me and we ready to show down.
What would give me an idea of what they were doing that was so awful?
So 2 things they did. So before the game, we was out with the tailgaters, and they had DJs out there. They had tents, they had bands and everything. So some of the people, we was out there and we was just like dancing to the music. Then this group of guys just came over like this was freaking like Def Leppard or Guns N' Roses. Like it was a mosh pit that just came and started trying to bump us out of the way and stuff like that. So the first time, this guy was a little older, so I let him do it at first. But as I let him do it, he started to get more into it and more forceful with it. So the last time he did it, I hit him in the chest with my forearm. And he was like, hold up, man, I didn't hit you with my arm. Hey, man, don't be in my space like that, bro. But the main thing that they do is, as you're going in, they get in your face and they start saying, a-ho,
right,
a-ho, and then a bunch of them get around you and do that, man. It was so horrible. I'm not going back, bro.
So that's what I saw a lot of just watching the crowd was any kind of Commanders fan or anybody wearing burgundy and gold walking to or from their seat was just being serenaded like that, right? Where I couldn't tell what they were chanting, but maybe it was a-hole or bleep you or whatever. It's like the whole section's joining in and pointing at you. And I think someone somewhere, probably in Philly, would say, oh, that's just good-natured ribbing. Like, we're grown-ups, man.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just at a football game, right? I'm trying to watch the football game. If that's good-natured ribbing to you, I guess you're not touching anybody. That's fine. But let's not. There's got to be a way to just you let someone go to their seat and watch the game. You high-five with your buddies. You boo the team that you don't like. You cheer the team you like. But and it's also like as people get drunker, it gets more and more and more. So it's one thing if Danny's walking to a seat in a jersey and everyone's like, ho, but then you get the guy that gets right up in your face and like his fingers near your nose, or like his.
Yeah, when he talks, he spits a little bit.
But it's just like it's almost like this is a weird analogy, but it's like a peeping Tom who like starts outside the window, then they have to go inside your house, then they have to stand in your room, then they have to sit on your bed until you wake up and run out. And then they have to like touch you last. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think I do. Yeah.
Yeah. That's like Eagles fans where it's like initially they're just yelling at you. Then they've got to stand there. Then they're trying to get you to respond. So if you're just being a reasonable adult, like I'm sure Jay was, they're not just going to keep chanting. Now they're going to get in your face a little bit. Now they're going to touch your nose with their finger and see if you do anything about that.
And the flip side of this is if you're the opposing fan in a road stadium, I call this the Cowboys fan. And your whole thing is antagonizing people. And every time there's a first down, you're like popping your jersey and
or standing up and yelling
and chirping people. If you bring it on and you get chirped back, you messed with the bull. You get horns now.
1,000.
Like I totally understand that. Again, I'm not condoning violence. Simply saying, like, if you're not yelling at people, you shouldn't be expected to be yelled back.
How about this?
Yeah.
Say so, Danny. Keep it a buck. Tell him, Danny.
Was I doing that just now?
You're keeping it a buck.
Right now I was?
No, that's a buck. You're keeping it a buck.
I thought I was, but you never want to give it your own designation.
But stick aside.
Yeah.
Like if everyone knows that annoying idiot fan.
Of course.
Where you're there to ruffle feathers and annoy people. I'm sorry, I don't have any empathy for you when some guy yells at you or pushes you or whatever. But if you're just a dude with 2 of his kids walking to your seat and everyone's screaming at you and when you're going to the bathroom, they're trolling you and following you and screaming in your face, those people suck.
Yeah.
The people that are doing that suck a little bit. That's what I'm going to say. Tony's in Long Island. What's up, Tone?
Guys, how are you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Listen, I wanted to throw a little color on the Mahomes-Allen thing, if you don't mind, just before I get to the Redskins, because it was something I'd like to bring out.
We'll allow it.
I couldn't believe you were talking about the entire thing, and you never mentioned the great Sean McDermott, who has to be the most overrated coach, maybe of the last 20 years. I don't think he'll ever win a damn thing once he leaves that organization. And to go further, just remember with Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan lost 3 straight Eastern Conference final games because he had Doug Collins as his coach.
Yeah,
they fired Doug Collins at the end of the '89 season, brought in Phil Jackson, and the rest is history.
I was actually, was it Clary? Was it me and you texting the other night? If I was the Bills.
No, it wasn't me.
It wasn't you, Tony.
You were texting Tony?
I think it was Clary. I would blow out McDermott and hire Cliff right now if I was the Bills.
You know what?
Man.
And I'll go even further than that. They should have fired McDermott after last year.
I agree.
So they're on borrowed time. There's the holy trifecta that the Chiefs have, and that is Mahomes, Reed, and Spagnuolo, who's the most underrated coach in the NFL. And
that guy can coordinate some defense.
Yeah,
man.
he's strong.
He's good.
And by the way, their defense is every bit as important for this year and last year probably as anyone not named Mahomes in the whole building.
Correct. Now, quickly with Washington, this actually is a perfect segue. I don't think the Bills wake up every morning and are obsessed with beating the Chiefs, and that's their biggest problem. They should be like that, but they're not. Washington, from here on out, every move that Adam Peters makes, I understand he wants to bring in commanders. I understand he wants to do all that, and that's great, yes. But he has to look and say, how is this going to match up against the Eagles? You know, Joe Gibbs, in the first stint, he was obsessed with the Giants.
Lawrence Taylor.
Said, he said, if I'm good enough to beat, if I'm building a team good enough to beat that team, we'll be okay versus everybody else. And he was proven correct with his 3 Super Bowls. And that's the same thing that Peters has to take with this team. We got destroyed in the trenches. From here on out, we have to figure out a way where we could win the trench warfare battle. And if we don't, we're probably going to be sitting here 3-4 years from now going, why can't we get past the Eagles?
And to your point, very specifically with Philly, Jalen Carter's unbelievable.
Yep.
That dude, no one talks about Milton Williams, number 93.
That's a bad dude, too.
That dude is a badass, like a really, really good player. You have to be built to beat Philly. I totally agree with that. I would absolutely shape my offseason, not just for those 2 games, but if you can beat them, you can probably beat just about anybody else that you're playing. I would have basically the Eagles depth chart in front of me with every move I make and go, how does this help me against Barkley? How does this help me against A.J. Brown? How does this help me against Jalen Carter? Jesse and D.C., you're on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Appreciate y'all, man. They just got to get the right people in here at the right price and not hold on to bad investments. Like, they got to let Lattimore go. Like, he is not part of the team. He's a hired gun. He never felt like he was part of this brotherhood. He's going to get hurt. He's going to stay out way too often, and he's way too handsy. If you watch that game, like, he is like literally hugging dudes. It's like he's at a family reunion, and he's like, as soon as this guy gets off the line, I'm hugging him. Like, it makes no sense. It was nothing like Chen or St. Juice any time this season. I actually like St. Juice. Like, he was doing that because he wanted to, and it felt real selfish. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I understand what you were saying, Grant. Like normally you don't let guys go that you invest that much in.
Yeah.
But I think it doesn't make sense that you hold on to a bad investment.
Well,
Okay,
that's
we
like
gonna
what
pay him.
the sunk
I
cost
think he said like
fallacy they
$13 million.
call it, Jesse.
So, Jess, they got to find out if this was a short-term thing or if this is who he is. Because that's where you got to trust Peters. If he knows, oh God, I made a bad call, he'll do what you're saying.
Or like, what is his health?
Yeah,
if they
that's what
know
I mean.
he's 80% or chasing
But
his tail,
you
then
guys always go to health though. Health doesn't make you hug a dude off the line. Like,
I kind of
Like,
disagree. If you know you can't
my,
run, if you know you can't turn and run like normal, I mean, one of the first things to go when you're not right is technique. You start cheating and
yes,
cutting
of course,
corners.
but that hole would look like a St. Juice hole. Like Chen had a hole in this game.
Right.
Chen had a hole in this game where he got beat. But
what are you suggesting? That he just sucks now? That in the span of 1 year he's gone from one of the better corners in the league to terrible?
I don't think that. I actually think he can still run. I think he's just being selfish. I think he's deciding to do this. Like he's like, if you look at his holes, it's like, why are you doing this? Like it's not like a tug at the hip. It's not like a pull at the arm. Like, it's like I want to hug this guy because I haven't seen him in 20 years. Like it's like that.
Love it.
That's great.
Thanks, Jess.
We're late, so we had to let you go, but I appreciate you. The point he made that I really do agree with, he was not really part of this group.
No.
He was a late arrival and he
Hired
never
gun at the end.
really fit in, and his line's correct. Like, he's not in the Brotherhood. Now, maybe he gets to graduate to the new Brotherhood next year, but right now he's just on the outside looking in. Like, he might get an invite to one of the cookouts this offseason, but you add him to the text chain that already existed without his name on it.
Yeah, and Peters gave a lot of grace at his presser yesterday that we played on the show. And, you're hoping, again, this is one of those you got to know. You need to know before the rest of the league does. Like, you got him in-house. You need to figure out, was that a hamstring issue or was that who the dude is now?
Looking forward to talking to Austin Eckler today, presented by IT Cadre. That's coming up at 5 o'clock. Our double play is next on Grant and Danny. Top of the hour, your Beltway Blitz at 4:25. We're going to dive into the Super Bowl matchup for the first time. I think everyone in D.C. is going to be rooting for the Chiefs, even though if the Lions, let's say, were in the Super Bowl out of the NFC, I don't know that anybody in town will be rooting for Kansas City because there's fatigue. I just don't know how you could possibly pull for the Eagles out of the NFC East, especially after the back and forth with that fan base of the last week and the rivalry kind of being renewed.
If you're from a tiny bubble, like a little tiny circle you could draw around like Philadelphia and like Conshohocken and Manayuk and like South Camden, New Jersey, you got that puke green. The rest of the country is kind of going, fine. Kansas City, I guess.
It's time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
I will tag in everybody on this. I will not lead the witness, but dare I say, a heated discussion occurred last night at the Rouillet residence. There was a disagreement over the following, and I want everyone to weigh in. We're all familiar with the dish lasagna. We know the lasagna, yes?
Of course.
Everybody knows it, okay? So there are 3 types of pieces of lasagna when it comes out of that big sheet pan or the aluminum foil or however it's given to you, okay?
What did you just say?
I'm doing a bit. Aluminum
Okay.
foil. They said aluminum in England.
Not
Aluminum
familiar.
foil. So you can have a piece with 2 edge sides, aka a corner piece. You can have a piece with only 1 edge side closest to the wall, to the barrier,
Yeah.
or a piece with no edge sides. There are 3 types of lasagna pieces. What is the most desirable piece of the lasagna? Corner piece, single edge piece, or no edge piece?
Corner is the answer. You want that crispy exterior. You get that on an edge piece, but the only thing better than that is getting 2 crispy exterior pieces. So we're going to go corner number 1, edge number 2, centered up without edges from the interior of the dish, slicing into the middle of the lasagna would be 3rd.
Now, it's all good. We're
And by the
talking.
way, I feel the same way about brownies. I love my I love edge pieces on the brownies. The only thing better than an edge is a corner. So I would say the same thing about anything cooked in a pan, probably. Mac and cheese for sure. You want that crispy texture. Lasagna, absolutely. Brownies, but let's keep it with lasagna. The answer is the edge.
Did you have a camera in my residence last night? And are you quoting me?
No, because I'm just correct. So hopefully you were as well.
Okay, so that's 1 vote for the corner piece. I want to keep track of this. Darius, I'll turn to you next. Corner piece, single edge piece, or middle piece of lasagna?
Wow, this is fascinating because I'm a lasagna guy, and I've just never thought of it. I just kind of dig in and eat.
You get what you get.
Yeah,
If you're at somebody's house and they're serving.
Respectfully, you should always be thinking about it. I mean, this is like you. It's not like I hope I get an edge piece. It's like I'm going to take an edge piece.
Yeah, that's wow. I think I'm going to go off of what is typically my first instinct when I do dig into a plate of lasagna or a pan of lasagna. It's typically the edge piece, not the corner. I typically go for the edge piece first.
Isn't this fascinating?
So, first of all, let me go back. I was just about to say no one would ever answer edge because if you like the edge, then the corner is more edge.
You get 2 edges.
So if you like the edge, the thing you like about the edge, you can get more of. So the answer really is either the interior with no edge or the corner, because why on earth would you want one of something if you like it so much? You could have 2 of it.
They just want a little bit. It's like icing. They want some. I'm telling you, this. I thought I just assumed the hierarchy. I mean, I'm being the witness here, but I assumed the hierarchy was, I can't have a corner piece. I guess I'll still have lasagna. Like I thought it was that far above everything else. And I was shocked.
But what you're saying, Darius, is that's what you normally get, which I understand because there are fewer corners, number 1.
Sure. Yeah.
So you're more likely to get the edge.
Absolutely.
And also, you don't always start cutting in the corner. Like you might cut down and you should take like top left, like you're reading or whatever, but you might just go to the edge. If I am offering you, I have 2 plates. You have to keep one and hand one to the other person at the table. And one is a corner and the other is just an edge. Which one are you keeping?
I'm not going to deny either, but I guess I would take the corner.
So his answer is
so.
corner.
So are you changing officially to corner?
Yeah, I'll change to corner.
2 corners.
Yeah.
Ryan Clary. Corner, edge, or middle?
It's the middle for me.
when it comes to pasta, like, I don't want crispy pasta. I want it soft. I want it mushy. Like, that is what pasta is supposed to be. And if you get those edge pieces, sometimes they're a little too burned. I don't want it burned. I want it soft. I want it just delectable, and how it is, and how lasagna is supposed to be.
How it
And
is.
how it is.
And how it is.
And pasta is soft. I don't seek out a crusty, like, macaroni and cheese. I've never done that with pasta.
So if you have a tray of mac and cheese with a little bit of crust on the edge, a little bit of that crunch, you don't want that texture with your soft, mushy pasta mac and cheese?
No, I want the middle.
Well, we don't see that the same way.
Benjamin the Red. Middle, edge, or corner?
Listen, growing up, there's a certain pizza place that I would eat a lot, and the pizza would go in corners. It was square slices.
They don't cut corners.
Sounds a lot like Lido Pizza.
They don't cut corners.
Yeah, I was dodging around. I wasn't sure what I can and can't say, I guess, about
Yeah.
that. But
Is
eating
this
that,
place pizza square because they don't cut corners?
that is the motto.
That is the
Okay.
motto, yeah.
That is what they say over at Lido. You never cut corners, and that's the motto I've taken into my life. I will never cut corners, and that's why I'm going with the corner.
Team corner. Team corner.
So when you get a Lido Pizza, you go for the corner piece?
Every time, I better be the first one to touch it because that corner piece is mine.
It's running Dean Smith's offense for
The
me.
only thing better than a crust is two crusts.
So much crust.
It's so good.
So
It's
I
the best.
could not believe the response I got last night in the household.
Which was?
I was the only person who liked the corner. The only one.
That means you get all four corners.
Well, you're damn right I did. Again, as I said, I ran Dean Smith's offense, and I'll run it again. But astounding. I could not process the fact that there are Ryan Clarys out there. More ways than one. In general, and these center people. There's so many of them. I posted a poll at Funny Danny. They're 30-some% are like, yeah, give me the piece with no crust at all of my lasagna.
I cannot fathom.
Can you fathom it?
No. The best part of the dish is the crunchy exterior. Regardless of what the dish is, by the way.
So here are the votes. The two edge piece, aka the corner, 46%.
By the way, do you agree with me? No one should say edge. You either like the corner the most, or you like the interior.
I disagree with you there.
Who would like edge over corner?
No, I wouldn't.
Corner is just
It's more edge.
Edge on crack. It's just edge to the second power.
It's edge ramped up. You and I both agree there. For some people who want some corner, they want some edge. They don't want double edge. I get that. Now, I disagree with it, but I can understand it. It's the no edge, the centerpiece people. I think you're glossing over them. 32% of respondents in this poll favor no crust of any kind.
Need to reevaluate.
Astounding to me. Astounding.
The Beltway Blitz on the teams you care the most about in town. Next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey, and here's what's happening a couple of days now after the season comes to an end for Washington. Still, with all the good things that happened this year, Dan Quinn spoke Monday about one of the biggest things this run to the NFC title game did for Washington, was able to reawaken the passion of many football fans in D.C.
You know what it meant? Like, honestly, so much. And we feel it. We feel it. And we know how important football is to this community. And so to know that we're a part of that, man, it's really awesome.
And now the offseason begins. It's going to be a shorter offseason with the run toward the NFC title game. 3 weeks from now, franchise tags go out in the NFL, and free agency starts 6 weeks from tomorrow, Wednesday, March 12th. Also, football news today, Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin is not going to participate in the Pro Bowl games this weekend. His place taken by Seattle receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba. Linebacker Bobby Wagner has been added to the Pro Bowl roster, replacing Philly linebacker Zach Bond, who's, of course, going to play in the Super Bowl, unfortunately, in 2 weeks. Quarterback Jaden Daniels also scheduled to participate and take part in the Pro Bowl game Sunday in Orlando. College hoops tonight. Georgetown hosts St. John's, 6:30 on the Team 980. And hockey Caps look to get another winning streak going as they continue a road swing in Calgary tonight, 9 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
There is breaking Commanders news we'll get to in just a couple of moments. Earl Forsey will have it for you on Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator here in Washington, and his future. There's been a lot of speculation about the Saints wanting to interview him for the last remaining head coaching vacancy. Earl's going to have an update on that in just a moment. But let's get to a quick update on the Capitals and the Beltway Blitz, and then you'll hear what's going on with Cliff Kingsbury in moments on G&D. And to squeeze in some thoughts on the Caps, we got our buddy Mike Vogel of washcaps.com. Vogues, Caps back in action tonight. 5-game road trip continues in Calgary. What do we need to know about the game?
Well, they're taking on a Flames team that's starting a 3-game homestand, playing its third game in 4 nights, fourth game in 6 nights. So probably a little more road weary than even the Caps are. They've had Washington's had a little bit of a leisurely portion of the trip here. They had a day off on Sunday. They sat and watched the sad Commanders result, most of them, and then reconvened for a practice yesterday in Vancouver before flying here late yesterday afternoon. And obviously in between, Logan Thompson signed that contract. But tonight, Caps are looking to get back on the winning track. They had their 6-game winning streak snapped in Vancouver in a 2-1 loss on Saturday. They have not lost more than 2 straight games at any point this season. So 13-2 in games immediately following losses, and they'll look to improve on that record here tonight.
Yeah, Vogues, you mentioned the Logan Thompson contract. Oh, boy, did I love that news. He has been unbleeping believable. How, I don't know how to ask this question better than this, but if they get this for the next however many seasons he signed for, that's the greatest signing I can remember. How sustainable is this play? He looks unbelievable to me.
Yeah, he's been excellent since the start of the season. He was pretty good last year too, in a similar role in which he was sharing the net in Vegas with Aiden Hill, and he just wanted a chance to prove that he was worthy and deserving of a little bit bigger of a portion of the net, and comes to Washington and essentially spends the first half season doing what he had done in Vegas, sharing the net with a different guy, Charlie Lindgren. And but both of those guys have been pretty excellent for the Caps all season, I think. But, Chucky gets dinged. I guess it was a Montreal game on January 10th. That gives Logan a little bit of a run. He takes it, runs with it, pitches a couple of shutouts. really nothing different than what he's done all year. He was just doing it in a tight and sustained. He got 6-7 starts in a row, I think, and proved that he could handle that type of a workload. I don't think it's any coincidence that the contract extension comes after that stretch and comes exactly a week after he's named the league's #1 star for the week ending, I guess it would have been January 19th. So you look at this contract, it's at 6 years, it's the longest contract ever given to a Caps goaltender. Wow. The money is a little bit lighter than Braden Holtby's last contract with the Caps. That deal carried a $6.1 million annual cap hit, but it was only for 5 years. So Logan's total package of 36.1 is the most ever given to a Caps goaltender. But when you look at the percentage of the salary cap that's going to be used by that contract, it's actually a little bit less than Braden Holtby's. I think his came in around 8.5%. Logan's is going to be less than 7%, right around 6.5%, 6.6%. And that's roughly where Darcy Kemper's contract that the Caps signed him to a couple of years ago comes in as well. So the advantage to me when you look at this is at the end of this deal, Logan Thompson will be 34 years old. And that's the age at which Kemper was when the Caps traded him to Los Angeles for Pierre-Luc Dubois. So Kemper still has a couple of years left on his deal. They get a younger guy. They get a guy with more of his prime years ahead of him. And when you look at, Danny, honestly, when you look at the likely free agent market for goaltenders this summer, it makes a lot of sense that they would jump and sign Logan to this deal now. It's not a banner year come July 1st if you need a goaltender in the NHL for the upcoming season.
Vogues, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
You got it. We were planning on a big, juicy Beltway Blitz, but then news broke right at the top of the hour. So let's bring in our anchor, Earl Forsey, with that news.
Yeah, guys, some breaking sports news concerning the Commanders just in the last few minutes. Jordan Schultz, who's the NFL Inside guy for Fox Sports FS1, reporting that Cliff Kingsbury will be staying put as the offensive coordinator in Washington, despite some interest this offseason from New Orleans Saints, some of the other teams looking for new head coaches. Schultz reporting that Cliff Kingsbury, at least for now, isn't going anywhere, will return for a second year as the OC in Washington. Remember, he did sign a 3-year contract when he joined the Commanders last offseason. So that's your breaking sports news. Good news for Commanders fans here in the Fan.
That's about as good an update as we could ask for. And frankly, that's about the best thing Earl Forsey's told us in a breaking news on the Commanders in a long, long time. Cliff Kingsbury, you can make the case, was the second most valuable member of the organization behind Jaden Daniels this year. He designed the offense that worked and hummed. He made Daniels' life better, just like Daniels improved everything that Cliff called and made him right a bunch. And when you hire Dan Quinn, which ended up working very well in year one, establishing the culture, leader of men, brotherhood bits, all that stuff, the risk is your offensive coordinator becomes the hot commodity and walks. And they should now get at least 2 years out of Cliff Kingsbury with him deciding to stay. And they lucked out in this regard. He told all teams at the start of the playoffs, I will not be interviewing until we are eliminated or we win the Super Bowl and our season ends, right? Everyone else kept moving. They were in a rush. You can't potentially get left holding the bag.
Mm-hmm.
What happens if Kingsbury decides he's not going to leave Washington and you were waiting on him so you didn't get Liam Cohen or Ben Johnson or whoever else you really like? There's only one opening left. It's probably the worst overall opening. The Saints, who have no quarterback, the Saints, who have the worst salary cap situation, they have reached out to and wanted to talk to Cliff Kingsbury. I was told this morning he was considering, as of yesterday, at least doing the interview and seeing what came of it. But he decided he did not want to interview with the Saints, and he is staying put. This is a massive development and a huge deal for the Commanders.
Yeah, he gets to keep making head coach money based on his deal from Arizona. plus his coordinator money in a great situation.
Yeah, remind people on that element of this from the Cardinals.
So I think that's the essential thing. It's something I didn't quite grasp when he was hired, and it's kind of come clear to me down the stretch. So he signed an extension with the Arizona Cardinals that pays him through, I believe, 2027.
28 is what I read. He's
there you
got
go.
3 seasons after this where he still gets paid.
So he gets to be very, very choosy. In other words, he's still getting his head coach money, and he's got the responsibility of a coordinator. Now, that doesn't mean he gets to slouch off. He gets to work at 3 o'clock in the morning, but you don't have the full team panoramic to worry about, even though I think his role as offensive coordinator was almost coordinator plus, where it's like, hey, Cliff, score, but not too fast. Score and move the ball, but it's got to take at least 10 plays and 7 minutes off the clock, even though we're tempoing this and that and whatever. So the thing that I have hammered, I don't know how strongly you feel about it. I get the sense not as much as me. I need as much continuity as possible for my rookie quarterback. Now he's no longer rookie. He finishes first
That's
year.
the whole reason I hated the Quinn hire. What do you mean I don't agree?
Well, to me, like I think the challenge is so great and so difficult for guys to just succeed in the NFL that changing horses midstream, even if it's just the same voice within the building, even if they'd elevated elevated Johnson, the pass game coordinator that they got from Philly, or moved David Blau up the ranks, or Tavita Pritchard, or whatever. I think the same voices, everybody same at the table as much as humanly possible to keep everything equal as defenses now adjust for you when the challenge becomes that much greater with a target on your back instead of people seeing you for the first time. Changing OCs and everything else that goes with it, I think is you put another hurdle in front of somebody where this thing is already so damn hard as it is.
Yeah, the best way to stunt your quarterback's development is to change offenses frequently early in their career, or to change voices in their head. Randy Orton style. I hear voices in my head. Rainey knows all about that. You need that continuity early on. I'm going to be worried and upset next offseason when they lose Cliff Kingsbury and they go to Brian Johnson, who called plays for the Eagles and was run out of Philadelphia. And hopefully he'll be really good in that role if that's who they go to. The guy I'm actually really intrigued by is David Blau, who supposedly designed some of the concepts that worked this year, including the touchdown to Crowder to beat the Eagles on a play that he liked from his days playing in the league recently. Like, he is a super interesting name to monitor. I also think there's a possibility, and Quinn talked about this, so did Peters yesterday in their presser, you could lose a guy like David Blau to be a pass game coordinator somewhere this year. You could lose a guy like David Blau to be an offensive coordinator. Like, I'm surprised Ben Johnson, as an example, who hired a 28-year-old random dude from Denver to be his OC, like, why Blau wouldn't have been maybe of interest there. But it's not like these guys can't be picked off by other organizations. So it's possible that Kingsbury won't have all of Pritchard, Johnson, and Blau in the building in September of next year, right? And then he walks and maybe 1 or 2 of those guys is back. And when he I'm just making this up, but he takes the head coaching job next year with the Giants, let's say, who have the number 1 pick and are taking a quarterback, and he brings Brian Johnson with him to be his offensive coordinator and maybe his play caller, maybe he'll call plays. So now 2 of those guys are in New York, but Blau's in Chicago. And it's all of a sudden it's like, well, we had all these guys, but they leave in bunches, right? So that's my concern. Those are my nerves. That's my anxiety. But to at least have 2 years without rocking the boat majorly,
I think that's massive.
It's such a big deal. Like, I am elated by this news. This is awesome to me. Now, not surprising. A month ago, I would have been a little bit surprised, but you and I have talked about this a lot. I've said all along, really the last several weeks, I thought Cliff was staying. The moment he told teams, I'm not interviewing till after the season ends, that is a tell about your aggressiveness, your interest, your desperation, right? That's the opposite of I need a head coaching job cologne. That's a stay away from me for now thing. Joe Witt didn't do that. I'm not knocking him. I have no problem with what he did. But Joe Witt went and interviewed with the Jets in the middle of the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know why? Because he's never been a head coach before, because he hasn't gotten many interviews, because he's not making head coach salaried money for the next 3 years, and he wants a head coaching job. Cliff Kingsbury was one of the few guys. You don't see that often. Do you remember other guys? I'm sure they've done it, but not here certainly, who have said, I will not be accepting interviews until the playoffs are over, AKA until all the openings are mostly filled, because they don't wait. Teams don't wait.
Yeah.
You're already saying there's maybe only 1 or 2 jobs I would take anyway, but I'm going to wait until after most jobs are filled.
You're all but taking yourself out of the running.
So
So I was wrong
the
about
only
this.
job that's the worst one to offer people is left, right?
Yeah, I was wrong about this. I thought that the iron was hot, and even with his backdrop of the Arizona money coming his way and You just never know what's going to happen. Look at Bobby Slowick in Houston, for goodness sake. Went from darling of the league, getting head coaching interviews, to, we're not so sure about that guy anymore. So I thought that he would go just because you're a competitor at that level. But I was wrong. And once he made that announcement, I think you're right, that was kind of the writing on the wall. Even though at a press conference, he said, he didn't shut down head coach talk.
No, he wants to be a coach again.
He wants to do it.
He has acknowledged that.
He's biding his time.
I think the fact, though, you started with this, and it's so true. He makes, I believe it's 3 straight years from now, if he wanted to, head coaching money. And he double dips as a coordinator. If you take a head coaching job, you give up the head coaching money from Arizona. So he is, I'm just making up numbers, but let's say potentially he's making, $6 or $7 million per year from the Cardinals, and then he's making another 1.5 in Washington. You would have to go get a job for like $10 million a year to be getting a sizable raise than what you're making right now, which I think you'd be asking for to leave a good situation, less stress, worse quality of life, in terms of the next job.
Yep.
More hours, more pressure, more press conferences, a lot of the stuff he doesn't love. You get to do all the stuff you like, very little of the stuff you don't like, and you're working with maybe a top 5 or 7 quarterback in the NFL moving forward right now who's going to make you look smarter and better than you are potentially. I'm going to give all that up so that I can
go fix a bad situation, make
equal money to maybe fail. Oh, by the way.
Yeah.
And if I do, I'll never get a head coaching job again. So he needs to take a great job. He needs to wait. Like, let's say the Bengals next year lose enough games that either they don't make the playoffs or they're one and done in the playoffs. They're a wild card team and they lose in the first round and they blow out Zach Taylor. Now Kingsbury is a hot candidate after 2 straight good years of offense with Daniels, and you get to go be Joe Burrow's head coach in Cincinnati. You make the jump, right? If the Bills fire
Sean
McDermott after next season because they don't get to the Super Bowl or whatever, now you get to go coach Josh Allen. Like, those are the types of jobs when you're getting the money coming in that he has, plus you have Daniels, who now you feel like is special, that it's going to take to pry him away, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not the Raiders, whatever they are. It's not the Saints disaster, as you said. That's one of the worst situations. It's a great city and town, but that organization kind of mortgaged the future a bunch of times, and now the Bills do, right? Where they don't have much talent, everybody's old, the roster stinks, and they're in salary cap hell. That's not a great place to coach right now.
You know what job I was told? I had heard 2 jobs that were interesting to keep an eye on for Kingsbury, and this is probably like 6 weeks ago. One was Jacksonville. I'm guessing Trevor Lawrence. Maybe he liked him a lot coming out or something. I don't know. But this person told me that he might want that Jacksonville job. The other was interesting because I didn't think it was ever going to be open, especially when they ended up making the playoffs. But I had this conversation with a few weeks left in the year. The Bucs with Mayfield, who I don't think he coached in college, right?
I thought he did, didn't he?
Was he at
Texas
Oklahoma
Tech before he went to Oklahoma?
Maybe he would have, actually.
Did they cross over?
Yeah, maybe they did. But regardless, he was linked to the Bucs and maybe have an interest with Mayfield and calling plays and being head coach there. Now, obviously, they got right. Bowles, again, did a pretty good job and was hanging around. But there were like rumors maybe that, who knows, if he retired or they tried to move on to Liam Cohen or whatever, that maybe Kingsbury could get interviews there. But as soon as Jacksonville hired Cohen, Tampa didn't open. And the open season, the vacancies and the openings were what they were. It felt to me like Chicago was a good job that he might take. Otherwise, I didn't really see it. Like, unless he loves Las Vegas and wants to live in Nevada, and I just don't know enough about Cliff Kingsbury. That wasn't that great of a job. Like, where are you going, man?
Because it wasn't a great slate of openings this year. He did coach Mayfield at Texas Tech for a year, by the way.
Okay.
I looked that up. But yeah, I mean, as you look at the
that
landscape,
makes sense because it was right before Kyler.
That's right. Yeah. You look at the landscape and you look at the different options. And I always talk about this with rookie quarterbacks. You're usually, if you're drafted in the top 5 or 6 or 7 or even 10, you're usually not going to a place that's great. The rare exceptions have been Ben Roethlisberger going to an excellent organization in Pittsburgh, Flacco first-round pick going to Baltimore. They were always really good. Mahomes going to a perennial playoff team in Kansas City. So it's usually, hey, man, everything's broken. Could you fix it all? And kind of the similar deal with a head coach, right? Where you're inheriting someone else's mess and a general manager that, is trying to, save their gig at the same time by trying out a shiny new toy. So it would have to be a more perfect situation. The thing that I was wrong about, more than Ron Rivera, more so than anything else, was these guys and their unbelievable ego, competitive, whatever. They're such alphas. They're different than you and I. Is they would look at a situation and I would go, man, that's broken. And they go, that's just a challenge. That's just something I'm going to overcome. I'm so good at this that I'll be able to be the one that fixes it. And I thought that would win. But this was a smart play by him, to be honest with you.
Totally.
Where again, it's probably easy. You're making more money than 99% of these first-time head coaches because you got your OC salary, probably the more higher paid guys, plus your extension from Arizona.
I bet he's not making more than the guys getting hired this year because the money's just jumped so much. I mean, you got to go back to 4 years ago, probably. He's starting from well, the extension was then, but his salary was even years before that. But regardless, the point is you're making awesome money to do way less work and have a way more enjoyable lifestyle. If it's true, what I've been told, that he doesn't really enjoy like the press conference media relationship part of being a head coach. He just wants to coach ball. Well, then an OC is a good thing for you.
Yeah.
But he's acknowledged he does want to be a head coach again, and maybe that happens in a year. Let's open up the phones. Want to get your reactions to this news. It's huge. Cliff Kingsbury's coming back, according to Fox Sports. He will not be taking an interview with the Saints. That is the only opening left. So barring something unforeseen and stunning, Kingsbury's going to have a second season with Jaden Daniels, which, in addition to just making life easier on Daniels and the continuity that comes with the coach-play caller relationship for year 2, I think is significant because it gives Washington one more year to prepare whoever under him hopefully is going to take over for him if he were to walk, likely next season, which you'd have to imagine is a real possibility after the way things trended this year. 800-636-1067 is the number. The news right now on Grant and Danny: Cliff Kingsbury's coming back for a second season with the Commanders.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. So the big news is the most recent Commanders news. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL insider, reporting that Cliff Kingsbury staying on as the offensive coordinator in Washington, despite some recent interest, late interest here from the Saints. New Orleans, the only head coaching vacancy still available. Kingsbury deciding instead to come back for a second season in Washington, working with Jaden Daniels. Also, Commanders receiver Terry McLaurin will not participate in the Pro Bowl games this weekend. College hoops, Georgetown, St. John's tonight, 6:30 in the Team 980. Caps hockey tonight in Calgary, 9 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit thewindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. It is official. Cliff Kingsbury will return to the Commanders for a second season as their OC with Jaden Daniels. This, according to Jordan Schultz, with the news from Fox Sports, their NFL insider. Now, just working back from about a week ago, I don't think this should be a surprising news story to anyone. This is not stunning. The only job left when Cliff was eligible to start interviewing based on his own self-imposed non-interview period was a Saints job that it didn't seem like made any sense for him to leave for. So I would say the chance that he was leaving as of the moment Washington got eliminated against the Eagles had gone from, on the final day of the regular season, let's say like 40 to 45% down to maybe 5%. That he would take the Saints job.
I think that's right.
But here's what I left open a possibility. If the Bills fired Sean McDermott and just stunned everybody, and we found that out today, well, all of a sudden he gets interviewed. That's a job he probably wants. He's probably the best available offensive guy to link up with Josh Allen. Like something like that could happen. So I wasn't willing to just completely rule out any possibility that he was not leaving, but it seemed like a long shot. It seemed like almost a certainty once the other jobs like Jacksonville with Cohen, Chicago with Johnson, were filled. This was a formality, but to hear today that it's official that the Commanders are essentially being told he's coming back by Kingsbury himself, that is now, you can put it in Sharpie, put it in pen, one of the big building blocks of this offseason falling into place.
I think that's well put. Just because it's expected doesn't make it, not a huge deal, right? Just because this made a lot of sense, it now turned into, the fact that it's big news, right? So it looks like when the writing's on the wall, you're going 2 + 2 equals, and we're sitting here waiting, and then they're like, we're making an announcement. The answer is 4. We're like, yes. Doesn't mean it's not newsworthy, though. I think you're right. It's a massive deal. And I've seen some people, I met Funny Danny, Grant H. Paulson, downplaying it to a degree because of how special Daniels is. And Daniels' excellence and proficiency in what he just put together doesn't change regardless of who the coordinator is. My point is, there are already enough challenges. This is the drum I keep beating. It's already so hard. Again, I'll keep pointing to it. Look at C.J. Stroud. Look at guys that were as can't miss, surefire as anybody else. Trevor Lawrence was the #1 pick for 4 years, basically, as he's leading Clemson to natty title games and was unbelievable. Just hasn't turned in great work yet. They haven't been able to unlock it other than one season out of his handful in the league. It's really, really hard to do this. It's hard to be consistent. So keeping the same beautiful garden of surroundings around your outstanding player should be as a higher priority as you possibly can for an organization. And to a degree, I think maybe they lucked out and they also, found themselves in a good situation. They found a guy that is playing a heady, smart game in terms of Kingsbury and this sort of young staff that they're trying to build around him, both Daniels and Kingsbury, to basically be able to say, here are some heir apparents on the staff. Even if he takes a couple with him, we'll be able to promote I'm just making this up. If he takes Tavita Pritchard and Brian Johnson, we'll be able to promote David Blau in 2 years, and he'll have his own sort of network of assistants. There are other young guys that we're training up. That's the idea, and it's worked out here for a second year.
I want to go back to something you just said. You talked about fans who have kind of downplayed whether Cliff stays or not, because Jaden's the whole point. He's all that matters. I think they have a dramatic misunderstanding of how much scheme matters offensively, how much the relationship, especially for a young quarterback, but the relationship between quarterback and coordinator, quarterback and play caller matters. Is Caleb Williams immensely talented?
Yes.
The guy that went first overall in the draft, the guy that's got mobility and play extension and the propensity to create and the arm strength out the wazoo. He did not have a very good offensive season, rookie year. Part of the reason is operator error. He held onto the ball. He did some of these things. But everything he did poorly is to some extent about coaching and him having been set up to fail essentially with the Shane Waldron hire and dismissal and with the fact that he went through, I think, 3 play callers and 2 offensive coordinators this year. That's a disaster for a rookie quarterback. It is a one-way ticket to ruining a young player's development. The antithesis of that is what Washington had, a very harmonious, easy, seamless, fluid transition where there's one voice in your ear constantly. You're working with the same guy who gets in at 3 a.m. every single day. Oh, by the way, and I had my issues with some of the schematic stuff that Cliff did over the years in Arizona, but a revered offensive mind who has coached some of the great college quarterbacks in the country that have gone early in the draft, who has coached good NFL quarterbacks as well. What percentage would you say of Jaden Daniels' rookie year excellence is Jaden, and what percentage is Cliff if you had to just divvy it up those two ways?
Oh, great question.
Because like you said, there's fans that'll say 95-5, and I think they're out to lunch.
So
like this is 60-40 to me. You know, this is,
yeah.
I could be, you know, if Cliff leaves and Jaden goes ham with the next guy, okay, I'll bump it up. But right now, this moment, coaching, scheming, especially with the weaponry they didn't have at receiver, it's everything. Like Kingsbury, I'm serious when I say this. I really believe you can make the case was the second most important person in the entire building this year from when that ball was kicked in the air in week 1 until the end of the season.
So I'd have it a little bit higher, but I think your point stands. In other words, like to me, there's nothing about scheme where it's nobody's open. It's 4th and 11. He runs for 29 yards. That's not Kingsbury doing anything.
That happens sometimes.
That's the special kid.
Most of the time, that's not how it was going.
Of course not. And the fact that the best case is chicken salad out of leftovers from other teams. Their second best receiver was cut by Houston. Their third best receiver had 5 catches 2 years ago here, had 12 last year. You know, whoever you want to give the credit to. Zacchaeus couldn't make Philadelphia's roster, et cetera. And you got pretty good excellent offensive results out of those guys. It's probably to me 65-35, but I think the point stands. He's instrumental. And I don't want to change that. I don't want to risk that 35% with an unknown. It might turn out you find someone as good or better. I don't like entering that territory. Continuity is great when you got the right thing.
Let's go to Musa in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. How's it going? What's up?
Hey, how you doing? Home of the Jaguars. I live right next to Falls Church High School. I like that.
Yeah, man.
Beautiful facility.
It really is, man. They're redoing the school. I'm right there with you guys. First of all, thanks for taking my call. I would say 70-30 because, look, you call in the plays, right? And he's a hell of a play caller, Kingsbury. And by the way, going back to the initial question, to me, it was a no-brainer that he was going to come back. I mean, you're asking this guy pretty much, do you want to stay with Jaden Daniels in this organization that clearly is on the rise? You had a phenomenal season. Or do you want to go to New Orleans where there are just too many uncertainties? They got no quarterback. That's a rebuilding organization, in my mind. Since Drew Brees left, they have not been the same, not even close.
Totally, and they have a bad cap situation. But what if he was willing to interview earlier and he was a candidate for the Bears or the Jags with Caleb Williams or Trevor Lawrence? I think that would be a whole different conversation.
I still think he would have stayed. He had such a great connection with Jaden Daniels. You see it on the field, man. And again, going back to that second question, I'd say 70-30. He's the play caller. He puts it in. A lot of times you could see the plays It was just good defense. But Jaden made something out of nothing. And, he would always look at his check downs. It's so hard to bring the kid down, and he's so tough. Times he'd get hit, the kid just jumps right back up, man.
Yeah, that was probably one of the things this year that impressed me most, that I liked the most about Daniels, was the toughness and just the hopping right back up with a big smile and
laughing and telling the guy nice
on
job.
The helmet
Yeah.
that just destroyed you. It's a good phone call. I think he would have left for the Bears job with Caleb Williams, because the thing is, when you get a second job as a head coach, you're not getting a third one if you fail. You've got to pick a team where you like the quarterback situation. And a 1-1 quarterback from a year ago with that much talent, if you're Kingsbury and you know how good you are as an offensive coordinator, you've got to think you can make that work. I'm not as convinced about Trevor Lawrence. Supposedly he liked Lawrence a little bit, but when he leaves, he's going to leave to go coach a Pro Bowl type quarterback, because there's no reason to
you
leave
have to
Daniels
like the spot.
otherwise.
Yeah, there's no rush.
800-636-1067. News of the day from Fox Sports. Cliff Kingsbury's not taking an interview with the Saints. That means he's coming back. What do you think? We're Grant and Danny. Our weekly appointment with Austin Eckler is about 10 minutes away at 5 o'clock. We'll ask him about his coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury, coming back for a second year in D.C. That's the news from Fox Sports. He is not going to be accepting an interview the New Orleans Saints wanted him to take for their head coaching job. And that's the only gig available right now. So Kingsbury, understandably and correctly probably, choosing Washington, Jaden Daniels, having another run at positioning himself to get one of the top jobs next year over going to the Saints. Let's go to the phones. Don's in Ashburn on G&D. What's up, Don?
Oh, my God, what a breath of fresh air. Normally these coordinators have their cars running in the parking lot all fueled up and just waiting for that next destination to get out of here. But it's nice that we don't have a situation where it's, going to be the second or the third coordinator in the second or third year of the quarterback's tenure here. And more importantly, I think, is that, now that Kingsbury has really got a good idea of what Jaden can do athletically and just with the ball in his hands, it's just going to make for a better year two, because he's really going to have a chance to go back and look at what plays worked really well, and then design things off of those along with using them. I just, all around, this is great news.
Appreciate you, buddy. Let's go to Ian in Vienna on Grant and Danny. Ian, Kingsbury's coming back. What do you think?
Zero. I mean, zero impact. If he left, the over-under total wouldn't win. The outlook wouldn't change. None of it. Have we not gone through this 1,000 times? Adam Gase, Josh McDaniels, Eric Bieniemy, all these guys, Ken Dorsey. It doesn't matter. If you have the right quarterback, that's all that matters, not 99%, 100%. We go through this all the time where we get this coordinator or that coordinator is going to make a difference. They get a head coaching job, goes nowhere. They return back. See Matt Nagy in Kansas City, or Bieniemy, whatever happened to him. Look, I'm not here to say Kingsbury's not good or not bad, but when a team wins, there's a desire to distribute glory everywhere. Oh, you know who it was? It was the special teams guy. Oh, you know who it was? It was John Paxson. No, it's all about Jaden Daniels. Dan Quinn is the guy who got his whatever smoked in the last game he played with the Cowboys. Cliff Kingsbury was fired from Arizona because his quarterback hated him. I think
in fairness, that quarterback's a pain in the butt, and his teammates weren't that fond of him either. Appreciate the phone call.
Next time.
Ian's great. He has strong opinions, and I love that he listens. There's no caller that I disagree with more often than that guy. I've got him muted on Twitter. He's a nice person. He really is. But he's got the tact of a sledgehammer on Twitter. And I'll tweet out that Alex Ovechkin scored a goal, and he's like, he's the worst, most overrated goal scorer ever. And I'm like, well, okay.
Okay.
I'm like, the Nats just won 7 straight games. He's like, they'll lose their next game and they suck. Like, that's how I would describe him. He's a nice person. And I've hung out with him a little bit at events. I know you're boys with him.
Yeah.
And he's a good dude. And I like Ian a lot, but we are oil and water on sports takes. I will say that. So just as an aside, I categorically disagree with the idea that the coordinator that designed their offense had zero to do with their success as they went from 24-7 this year. Now, if you're asking me, is Jaden Daniels the biggest reason for that renaissance? Obviously, the answer is yes. But there are young, talented quarterbacks all the time that don't hit the ground sprinting, that aren't in good situations. For me to believe what he's saying, I would have to then think that coaching matters zero, which is what he's suggesting, and that designing an offense and play calling matters zero. Forgive me for just disagreeing with that.
Yeah, so there's no way to prove this, obviously, but if we assume or if we believe that Caleb Williams has some ability, which I do still, by the way, then that was his fault up there in Chicago. Why it didn't work out with the receivers and the different designs and things and decisions. So, the thing that I always end up arguing against in general, by the way, with it just being in this seat and in this role, are the people that always want to say it's one thing. Whichever side they're on.
Yeah, that's so
right.
True.
It's like if you're way over there and you can't see me on YouTube, you're on that side. I'm going, well, there's some nuance here. Hold on. And the people are going, well, the other side, no, it's the opposite. I'm going, well, there's some nuance here. My point is, it's never just the one thing. So the idea that the offensive coordinator had nothing to do with their offense being good, hard for me to swallow.
Right.
The idea that it was, all Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels was just a video game character and a puppet, Also, probably hard for me to swallow. You don't see many of those guys arguing that point, though, but you see the point I'm making.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, love that he listens, love his passion. I like that he calls. Every show needs an eye in Vienna. But man, the next time he calls in and I'm like, me and you are seeing eye to eye on this, might be the first.
Dude, he's got to just drop a take that like he knows you like.
At some point.
Like he'll call tomorrow and be like, you know who's great? It's Drake May.
I'm just like headed to the Pro Bowl, by the way. Good for the kid.
Yes.
I mean, like, I'll have to send one to you next time, but like batting 1,000 on just yucking my yum on social media. Like whatever the thing is that I'm talking about, just the complete opposite. Like it's just comical. It's just like the Capitals will never win because they just when Alex Ovechkin get his record. Well, now they're the best team in hockey, have rebuilt, and Ovi would win a Rocket Richard if he didn't miss time with an injury. But now he needs to be tested or this or it's always something. But 100-0, Cliff Kingsbury irrelevant to the whole season. That is an interesting take. That is a fun one. Let's talk to Austin Eckler next. He is a very talented veteran running back who helped Washington turn their season around. I'm sure he's got a thought on Cliff Kingsbury. We'll get it from him next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Ruya here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm Ted Britt, man. Here's why they won my business. They've done this for so many folks, quite frankly. I've had a number of cars over the years from Ted Britt Ford. I got myself a Mustang Mach-E. You can get one too, just like I got. All charged up, 0% APR for 72 months, plus $2,500 in bonus cash. And check out this nice little perk that my pals at Ted Britt Ford are offering. They're going to hook you up with a home charger complete with installation. How do you like them apples? I love that Mach-E. That thing is incredible. Best car I have ever had, period, point blank. You can also get yourself an Expedition. How about a 2024 Expedition? 3.9% APR for 60 months. Or, this is an or situation, $7,000 cash back or almost $9,000 off the MSRP. The choice is yours, like Black Sheep. I love Ted Britt Ford because they want to treat you really well. It's the best buying experience I've ever had. They get you in, they get you out, get you great value on an outstanding car. It's pretty much the whole business model. It's how they've been doing this for well over 60 years now. Go see them in Fairfax or Chantilly. And when you do, please tell them Danny sent you.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home team, Keller Williams Realty. Lots of Commanders news, starting with that big story. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL insider, first to report today that Cliff Kingsbury is staying put as OC in Washington, despite some interest from the New Orleans Saints, who still have a head coaching vacancy. According to Schultz, Kingsbury cherished every moment this year in Washington and found it too difficult to walk away after just one season. So Kingsbury is back as OC. Commanders also have signed 9 players to futures contracts, according to John Keim, including quarterback Sam Hartman and tight end Cole Turner. Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels and receiver Terry McLaurin are both going to skip the Pro Bowl games this weekend in Orlando. Linebacker Bobby Wagner, though, is added as a replacement for Eagles linebacker Zach Bond. Capitals continue their Canadian road swing tonight in Calgary, 9 p.m. face-off for Caps hockey on the Fan. College basketball, Georgetown hosting 15th-ranked St. John's tonight, 6:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your Tuesday. We told you all show long we've been talking to our buddy Austin Ekeler, and he joins us as he does each and every week, Tuesdays at 5 p.m., presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders, presented by IT Cadre, Austin Ekeler, where DC Sports insiders share their exclusive perspective. Austin, it's been a fantastic season chatting with you every single week. Hate that this is our final ride here after the elimination game. Let's go back to Sunday going into the game. What was your guys' level of confidence heading up to Philly? How did you feel going into the matchup?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Yeah, this is it's been a great journey, and it was a great journey. Obviously didn't end the way we wanted to, but going into that game, the mindset was let's continue to hunt just like we were, the 2 weeks before that going in the playoffs, like understanding that, it's pretty much us versus basically ourselves, right? Let's go out there, and as long as we play our game, we'll be able to find success like we have in the past. And so that was the mindset going into it.
What was different about the third time? Like, what sort of changes did you guys make? Did they make that you kind of noticed was different playing the same team for a third time?
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, when you get to this point in the season, you are who you are, and you hang your hat on that. You're gonna live or die by that. And so it wasn't anything crazy that they did that we weren't expecting or anything like that, or vice versa. Just on that day, they were better at what they did than we were able to keep up with. And at the end of the day, as an offense, we just had too many turnovers. And as we know, watching the other games and even our games, that turnover margin in the NFL, especially at the playoff level, is detrimental to your success. And that's kind of what ended up playing out for us.
One of the things we've been talking about with listeners, we've taken a lot of calls on the last couple of days, is the juxtaposition, Austin, of the amazing year nobody saw coming, the fun ride that we all went on that was kind of a gift, frankly, and then it ending. Every year ends with a loss, but 55 points had never been scored in a conference title game, and 50 million people watching and losing by 30, and trying to make sense of all that. How do we feel about the end being what it was when it was so great all year? And I was kind of already, the minute the game ended, in the mode of, you know what? Thank God for this season. This is the best year in 33 years. I'm 36. I've never seen anything like this for this team in my life. Danny, it's taking a little bit longer. He's reeling a little more. What about you? How do you compartmentalize those things?
Man, it sucks. For us as competitors, being in the building, especially when you have a lot of guys that weren't here in the previous year. And even if you were, right, every time you have a new season, it's a new mindset that, hey, we're going to go the distance. And to get that close and to, kind of go out like that, where it was a pretty brutal beating, it stings either way. Even if it was a close game and we lost, it would still sting. Like, just because you're so close to getting to that final game, and really giving yourself a chance to be a world champion, and just how much goes into it. And especially as a year 8 player now, just knowing that teams are different every single year. You can have high expectations and kind of flatline, or vice versa, like we did this year, where there's low expectations, but we actually superseded those. And you never know how the game's going to play out. You just know you're going to give it your best shot, and hopefully that can give you some wins and give you a chance to get into the tournament. And it's a journey every single time. So I'm definitely still feeling it. Like, that weight will hold on me, for a while. Definitely till the Super Bowl, because it's just I can't even watch it. I feel like I'm just sick watching it, especially because I've gone against the Chiefs for the past 7 years. And then also now the Eagles are in our division. Now they're going. So it's like, great. I'm getting the double dip of people that I don't want to see win the thing. So, yeah, that's where I'm at.
How long does it usually take for you to kind of say, just that as such a high level competitor, Austin, to go from, I'm so annoyed, I'm ticked off, it stinks having lost that last game, to, okay, I can have some appreciation for this journey here as I get a little bit further away? Like, for you personally, how long does it kind of take to turn that page?
Ooh, I feel like I need to have a month or so. Like, I need to get in a different routine almost. Like, I've been in the football routine for so long, and that's kind of what I'm accustomed to right now. And until I can actually get some time to get in a routine doing something else right now, to be training and dealing with some business endeavors, once that starts to become like a normal daily thing for me and gets my mind on something else, I think that's what it'll take. So at least February, before I'm feeling okay, rejuvenated, and my mind is not thinking about it anymore, and kind of that weight of disappointment is lifted off of me. But there's always a little piece that will always remember what it felt like to be in that moment and lose that way.
Austin Ekeler, presented by IT Cadre, with us on Grant and Danny. One of the things Dan Quinn talked about after the game, obviously the 3 turnovers were such a key, but he talked about how he gave the Eagles a lot of credit. Like, it's not like you guys just dropped the ball or ran into each other or something, right? Like, the Eagles really made plays. The punch fumble on you when you were getting up after a really nice athletic catch and you're hopping back to your feet to try to go get extra yards. The Army's fighting for extra yards. Do you take any solace in that? Or is that something where you're like, nah, dude, it just can't happen? Like, what's your thought on they get paid too, and those were pretty good defensive plays, even though they were kind of damaging plays?
Yeah, that's the margin of the NFL. And, it's one careless play here or there with the ball, and that can, turn into, the game coming out in a different outcome. And for us, it was more of a landslide since we had 4 turnovers. They had 0. They took care of the ball better than we did, and it was kind of the opposite when we played the Lions, right? They didn't take care of the ball as well as we did. And it shows. It's not that you don't practice it. Obviously we practiced it. We didn't turn it over at all. We were the week before, or
you guys had 0.
We were one of the lowest, turnover teams in the league this entire year. And so it's definitely something that we coach. Dan Quinn says it almost every day. It's all about the ball. It's something that we're conscious of. But again, all the talking in practice is all to lead up to Sunday, to where it has to show up and it has to matter the most. And unfortunately, we were put in situations where there were some slip-ups, including mine. I take ownership of that. I got to make sure, even if I'm getting up off the ground, protecting the ball, or know when the ride's over and just stay down. And, we got to take that. And that's what sports is: who makes the least amount of mistakes. And for us on Sunday, it was them. And, that's why. So it's not that it's not important. It's always important. It's always of the utmost importance. It's about who can maintain the most discipline during the game.
Well, you put way more deposits in the bank than withdrawals. So hopefully you're not beating yourself up too bad. Our buddy Austin Ekeler here on Grant and Danny on the Fan, joining us one final ride after this, the final game of the Commanders season in the NFC Championship game, an amazing campaign where they ended up in the Final Four in the NFL. For the guys that are coming back like yourself with a multi-year deal, what do you think you can take out of the 3 playoff games you guys played in for a guy like Jaden, a rookie quarterback who hopefully is playing in games like this next year? Like, in what ways will you guys be better off for this experience and these scars, as Dan Quinn calls it?
Yeah, when you have a new core group of guys come in like we did and new coaching staff, they bring in the new philosophy. So something that's going to carry over will be just those. Will be the standard of the team. Will also be kind of the expectation of this team now is as at a new level for ourselves internally, because we know now not because, we don't think we're going to win, but now because we know the capabilities of our team, which we really had some questions about, at the beginning of the year when we were kind of unfamiliar with ourselves. And so now having a new core group with new philosophies and that are going to be here for a second year, I think we're really in a position to build off of what we've done this year. It's not going to be the same team, so it won't be necessarily apples to apples, but it's still going to be in the realm of the Dan Quinn flavor. We'll see what happens with the coordinators. I saw something about Cliff maybe not leaving or something like that. And obviously, we have Jaden coming back, so our offense is going to run through him just like it did this year. So, for an offensively standpoint, like we're going to have our identity, and I think that's going to be something that is going to be established. Jaden's going to be involved in running, passing, doing all that stuff, and then also keeping us in the RPO game, quick passes. Terry coming alive this year as well in his way. So our identity has really solidified ourselves. And I think that's going to be the biggest carryover next year. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Austin, you referenced it. That's the report, is that Cliff Kingsbury's, on his way back to Washington. How important is that continuity, kind of keeping those same voices? As a guy that's been around in the league and gone through a couple different sets of changes, how important is that to kind of keep all those things you just mentioned, everything on the train tracks?
Well, I mean, just look at the teams that have been there and done that. Look at the old Patriots. Look at the Chiefs now. And once you find a chemistry that works, man, as an ownership, I hope you're doing everything to really hold on to that, because it's rare. And you can tell, because you can see every year all the different shuffles of coordinators and head coaches and this and that. And so that's what the NFL is. How can we put the best group of men together and support staff together to actually push this thing forward and maintain and sustain success? Because we know what that means. That means legacy building. And now, the Chiefs are known as the heavy hitter. That's the team to beat. And, what that does for the city, what that does for, all of those fans that are in that, it makes it a staple in your legacy as a team, as a country. I mean, as a state, like you're represented. So there's so much that rides on. That's why we put so much into this. And I hope, they do everything they can to continue to keep us in a place where we have a winning culture right now and try to keep it together. But at the same time, if they get another opportunity and they're like, hey, I want to go be a head coach over there, you can't blame them for that either.
Austin Ekeler, 13 touches for the Commanders, heavily involved in their NFC Championship game in Philly this past weekend. Joining us here, presented by IT Cadre on Grant and Danny. We'll get some listener questions in just a couple of moments. In terms of progressing this offseason, like they're going to go out and add talent and bring guys in to help you out. Danny and I have been talking a lot about how we're confident the team will be more talented next year, but that doesn't guarantee anything. Like, so much of this was about chemistry and the brotherhood and the locker room, and this group will never be the same. I mean, as a leader in the locker room, what's that part like for you in terms of you're going to have to recapture that magic a little bit with Dan Quinn?
Yeah, we will. We 100% will, and that's kind of the plus and the minus, the good and the bad with sports. As far as you're going to have to do it over again, which can be a bad thing if you just had an amazing season because you're going to lose some people, but it's also a good thing because it's a new opportunity to kind of write a new story for that year if you're going through it. So it kind of makes things fluid, and so that's what it will be this year. And there's no guarantees. I hope. For me as a player and a leader, I hope we bring in good guys that we had like this year. Most of the guys that are bought into a vision and really kind of bought into this brotherhood thing that we talk about all the time, and what this standard means, what it means practicing, what it means taking care of the team. Really not a lot of problems coming from our team as far as, our culture, and especially going out to the media. Like, there's nothing really that really stood out this year that I've seen in the past where, you can see some things that are divided, and obviously winning helps that. But definitely can be easy to just have pop up that we see so many times where you have individuals that are popping off for not getting the ball or this or that. And there's just never, ever a sense of that it was ever going to be a thing just because of the guys that we had in. So you can't really judge a man's character from, seeing him up front and seeing his stats. But I'm hoping that we can bring in some good character guys that are talented that, can fit kind of the mold that we have here with DQ and Adam Peters.
Austin, you're such a sharp guy and very thoughtful about matters of the league and the sport in general and players and everything else. So I learned something this past week or this past Sunday as I'm watching the game. And the defense, your defense, was trying to stop a play. And the referee said, listen, I'm paraphrasing, if these guys do it again, I'm going to turn this car around and give Philadelphia points. I've never seen that. I'd never heard of that. What was first of all, did you know that? Second of all, what was going through your mind and the mind of the guys on the sideline going like, what the hell is this dude talking about? They're doing hard counts and guys are reacting. That sounded crazy to me.
Yeah, we every Friday we go over basically like a rules check, and we'll talk about some of the funky rules and things that can kind of come up through the NFL and talk through scenarios. So we've talked through that one before where they can actually award different types of points and weird kind of plays that come up. If someone runs off the sideline and stuff like that. So yes, I've heard of it. I've never obviously seen it because I don't think we've seen that in, decades ever happen. But, in my opinion, after the second one, I'm just like, okay, run the dang play. We know what's happening. It's freaking basically unstoppable. Just get it over with, do something. And, those guys, the defense, trying to do everything they can. Obviously, Luvu's selling out to try to stop this play. And so desperate times come from desperate measures. So I don't blame him. Send it. And, he got warned. And I thought it was, I'm like, yeah, I'm here for it, man. Cause I don't know what else you can do. Cause stuff is basically unstoppable. So, that was a kind of a wacky moment.
Austin, I got two listener questions here presented by IT Cadre for you so we can end the conversation with these couple. I'll start with Z, who says, what's Austin going to do to unwind after the long, crazy season? So what are your plans in the coming days to kind of get your head back on straight?
Yeah, as I kind of mentioned earlier, it comes down to just getting into the off-season routine. And for me, it really comes down to my training regimen. I'll get back into training. I'll take a few weeks off. Not necessarily don't need it from a lifting standpoint from getting hit and stuff like that. So let's let my body feel like it feels completely good. My finger, there's just little, residuals. My fingers are jammed. My neck is sore to turn, to turn to different sides. My hamstrings are a little sore. So things like that you give a couple weeks. And then for me, it's right back into my business endeavor. So I have an app that's helping athletes create content for universities right now for their collective duties and stuff like that. So we can continue to share the stories of ourselves as athletes for the fans. So that'll be my biggest priority as far as kind of the professional world. But then keep myself in tip top shape when it comes to my NFL journey and making sure that I'm spending the time, putting in the time at the training facility. And then also I'm married now. I'm married for 8 months. So I'll be spending a lot of time with wifey, a vacation here or there. And then I think we have a few weddings and stuff like that. So that is my off season. And I am definitely looking forward to it after 8 years in the league.
Austin, last one, listener question from Aaron says it's probably an underrated thing from fans, how hard it is for you guys that have been together every day for, 3/4, 9 to 8/10 or whatever of a year every day as teammates, and this unit will never be the same again. What's the hardest part about kind of saying goodbye almost to a team?
Yeah, there's a few things in there that I'll give you some insights on. So definitely not seeing each other as much kind of just breaks up the camaraderie that we had just every single day. Some of us will stay in touch with each other, but a lot of that was us put in a position where we get to see each other every single day, and it's more so forced upon you. So that brotherhood's a lot easier to maintain, just like when you're in college or high school, you see your buddies every single day, and then you grow old, you kind of grow apart from each other because of locations and jobs and stuff. So now it's now we all go back. I'm going to Nevada, there's going to Florida, Texas. So it just becomes a little bit more distant than it used to be. And then other things too that we always miss, for me, the routine of having a table to get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, so really not having to cook at all. The whole routine is just kind of flipped on its head. I would tell my wife, I'm like, dang, one of the worst parts is now we got to make our own food. So, it's just an adjustment that we have to do. But I mean, just like anything, we'll take it head on and, get after it. But yeah, definitely going to miss the guys. And I know some of them actually will be out in where I'm training. We'll train at the same place. So we'll stay in touch, obviously, through that and keep some camaraderie going. And I know OTAs is only a few months out. So that's what's great about off season as well, is we get some time together when we're training during OTAs.
Well, Austin, the season on the field for you guys was a blast. It was a lot of fun. 14 wins and an NFC title game appearance. Many of us will never forget it. But I got to tell you, on behalf of our producers, Darius and Ryan, and myself and Danny, we have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you and interviewing you once a week, all season long. Just such a pro. And we've had countless listeners reach out to us about things they've learned about the NFL experience, or just really getting to know you through the airwaves. You've made a lot of fans here in DC, but thank you for an awesome season. We really enjoyed this partnership.
Yeah, likewise. And I want to say thank you to you guys for, letting me have this platform. This is your guys' show, and you guys are sharing that with me so I get my voice out there and we can make some great content for everyone listening out there. So thank you to everyone that's been staying tuned, and looking forward to him coming back, and let's keep the wave going. We're not done yet. So I hope you guys are ready for next year.
Well, we're already line them up. Week 1, baby. Let's go. September can't come soon enough. I know you want to go to those weddings and have some fun.
Get your feet up a couple days.
Yeah, but we're not sore. We're ready to go. I can eat chips and dip and watch football again in a week. But seriously, enjoy your off season.
Thank you, buddy.
And we'll talk soon, hopefully, Austin. Thanks, brother.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, be good. There's Austin Ekeler, one final time this season, presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. He was tremendous all year long,
man. Such a sharp dude. And I love how thoughtful he is, and how he's whether I expected the perspective or not, he's always got a perspective on something. You know what I mean? It's not just any kind of recycled cliche. It's that you can always tell. I've thought about that, whatever that is.
Yep.
I have an opinion about it, and this is why I do what I do, or this is why this is done this way, and it could be done that way, or this is the right way. There's always he has an answer for everything, and that's what I was always so impressed with him, man. Awesome every week.
You know what I'll say is, hopefully we do it again next year, and next year I'm going to make it a point to ask him more things about around the league stuff, because it wasn't until late in the year that we started to broach more like NFL themed conversations, and not just what's going on with the Commanders matchup this week. And he was so good on that stuff.
Yeah. So for example, the coaching calendar, he volunteered that. It's not even, we asked him about it.
Right.
He's going, yeah, you know what I would do if I was in charge? I would have a moratorium on coaching hires, the same way we do for free agency in the draft. I don't think it's fair.
My favorite was his take, though, on Saquon Barkley.
Another one, yeah.
And just how passionate and opinionated he was on running backs not being paid what a lot of other positions get paid, and also the hard knocks behind the scenes video that we got to see of those negotiations and how bad the Giants looked. And he was excellent on that. Next, I want to get into our poll of the day. We're asking a question about who you're rooting for to win the Super Bowl. We just wanted to see how lopsided the poll might be as it pertains to rooting for the Chiefs or the Eagles, because obviously most people in this town are now rolling with Kansas City despite some fatigue on that front. We'll update that polling next on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's GP. What's going on? Wanted to let you know that the FanDuel Kick of Destiny's back. This time, every Manning is fighting for himself. This Super Bowl, 2 legends are going to take the field in a sudden death field goal shootout and a showdown. Peyton versus Eli, live from Nolans. 1 kick to claim ultimate family bragging rights. Who's going to rise to the moment? Pick your winner now in the FanDuel app. If you back the right brother, you're going to earn a share of $10 million. 3 p.m. Eastern on the pregame show ahead of the Super Bowl. You're going to watch on Fox as the Mannings try to kick for the win. And if your guy wins, you get a share of the money. FanDuel.com/GP. Promo code GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21 present in Virginia. No purchase necessary. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Void where prohibited. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Cliff Kingsbury staying put as Commanders' offensive coordinator. That, according to a report today. First to report, Jordan Schultz, NFL insider, Fox Sports, who said that Kingsbury is remaining in Washington despite interest from the New Orleans Saints, who are still looking for a coach. He says Kingsbury cherished every moment this year and found it too difficult to leave Washington after just one season. Also, Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels and receiver Terry McLaurin are both skipping the Pro Bowl games, which are taking place this weekend in Orlando. College hoops, Georgetown hosting 15th ranked St. John's tonight, 6:30 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. Caps in action, 9 p.m. in Calgary here on The Fan. TheWindowMan.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowMan.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowMan.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny on The Fan. It is time for our G&D poll of the day, presented by our friends at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Metro Moving and Storage. Danny, the question is, who are you rooting for in the Super Bowl? Chiefs or the Eagles? Now, listen. We are aware of the fact that the vast majority of fans in this area correctly will be rooting for the Chiefs. What we don't know, though, is how many people are just so tired of the Kansas City storyline. 5 of the last 6 Super Bowls, chance to three-peat. No one's ever done that. That they'll hold their nose and say, I want new blood. I can't imagine that, but I'd imagine there's some fans thinking that way. And right now, based on our polling so far, about 80% of 106.7 The Fan listeners, you can go vote on our poll at 106.7 The Fan's Twitter page. 80% are rooting for the Chiefs, 20% for the Eagles, which feels about 19% too high.
I was going to say 19% clicked the wrong button, and 1% are, Delco Daryl who come down. Remember, there are people like my dad, who I love so much, but he's one of the you root for the team that beat you so you feel better about your season, guys, even if it's your arch rival. He's the kind of guy that if he went to a Big Ten school, he went to Maryland, so not a Big Ten school, but they are now. Whereas, if you went to a Big Ten school and you're an Ohio State fan and Michigan beats you, you hope Michigan goes to win the national title so it makes you look better. I never understood that. I was like, I want them not to be able to make the next game. I hope they all get the flu and then the plane is grounded in some weird remote airport forever and they can't play.
The team in your division or in your conference is your arch rival.
Yes.
No to that.
No to that.
Also, you want Eagles fans to be happy?
That's a no for me,
You need me to show you a few more videos from this weekend?
So I want to clarify this for the poll. There's a distinction that I draw. You may not draw it, but I do. This is my weird fandom brain, okay? I'm rooting against the Eagles. To me, that's very distinct for rooting for the Chiefs. Does that make sense to you?
Of course.
I want suffering and pain and sadness and devastation for the Eagles and all of their fans. I want it for the rest of my life and then generations after my life ends. I want nothing but misfortune, okay? Whoever I have to employ to get that, I will. The enemy of my enemy. Enough with the Chiefs. Enough Mahomesing.
So you're out on Kansas City.
I don't hate it as much as some, but I've had enough.
I don't think I'm out, really. I know last week I said I'm leaning that way. It's because I'm all in on the Bills, and I love the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I almost said vote for. That's always one of my favorite things. Like a kid on a playground.
I would vote for.
I'm going to vote for the Chiefs. Now, I would root for Kansas City over a lot of teams. I think I would have rooted for them over Tampa Bay. I would have rooted for them over the Minnesota Vikings, probably, even though they've never won one.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe not, because I like Kevin O'Connell and I love Justin Jefferson. But I don't really have enough affinity for anything with those teams to pull for them over history of a three-peat, which has never happened before. I kind of like history. I like greatness being rewarded.
Yeah.
I have nothing against Andy Reid, who I think's one of the great
really
coaches
good.
ever. I really, really like Mahomes. I find him to be eminently likable. I like Travis Kelce a lot. He's a little bit more annoying than the other guys.
Yeah, I'm more annoyed there
because he has a mustache and his hairstyle is getting weirder. When he like does the comb over thing now with the big like, who's that comedian who's like super vulgar who has like
Andrew Dice Clay?
No. Oh God, you definitely know him. Andrew something.
Andrew Schultz?
Yes. Who's got like the hair that goes halfway up the back of his neck
Yeah.
where it starts. Like Travis Kelce's doing that hairstyle now.
We're going to have a great Andrew Schultz conversation during the commercial break, too.
Oh, good.
I wonder how he gets away with a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, so like Kelce, I'm a little over at this point. I am not like you guys where everything about Taylor Swift I'm supposed to be mad about. Don't care. Doesn't bother me in any way. She walked into the stadium. Sorry about that. I'm sorry she's there.
Yeah.
They showed her on TV for 3 seconds. Doesn't bother me. It's 16 seconds total of seeing her and Blake Lively, who, by the way, any seconds of seeing Blake Lively are good seconds for me. So you can all kiss my kiss rocks on that.
Whoa.
Kick rocks.
Whoa. Kiss them.
Kiss rocks.
Kiss them.
Yes. And
Yeah.
kick.
Butts.
Yes. Point of the dude's story is I'm fine with the Chiefs. I want them to beat the Eagles by 100.
Yeah.
And
I want that.
I hope Philly gets embarrassed terribly.
So it's not so much the Taylor Swift part, because I can deal with it. She's just a person at the stadium to me.
Doesn't bother me 1 ounce.
Here's where you and I are going to part company. It's not the Taylor Swift per se. It's the element that brings. So it's unavoidable now to have the person that's like, I'll watch the sports ball because Taylor. Annoying to me.
So what?
What do you mean, so what? So yes, it's annoying.
But
It's-
you're
it's-
not having to deal with this person.
All the time.
How?
Always in the way. The
Who?
Super Bowl party person, the friend of her. I want to watch because of like it's not funny. It's not original.
I agree that it's bad shtick that's unfunny.
Yeah,
And
it's
they're trying
everywhere.
to be funny.
It's everywhere and it's ubiquitous because of her. So like they need to make sure that we're here for Taylor Swift and not for the football match that is the most watched thing in the world. Right. So like there's that comes up on my Instagram feed every once in a while. The one chick from Barstool that does some sort of pop culture thing. It's like, I don't care about the sports ball thing, but Taylor said it's okay. So I'm watching it. Ha, LOL. Not funny. Awful. Now it's in my life. That the element that brings
But
sucks.
That being in your life means you saw a reel.
Yes.
You can go like this with your thumb and never think
which,
about it
which I
again.
do, but it's unavoidable. Like it creeps in. This is the thing you're disrespecting. It's in the element that brings is terrible. It's unfunny. It's pervasive, and it ruins it. It's not the Chiefs' fault. It's seriously no one's at fault there. My policy in general is I don't care who you're attracted to, who you're dating, who you're not dating anymore. Not my business. Not interesting to me. I've never been interested in any famous person who their dalliances with. And
See,
that's
I
a policy.
love celebrity.
And I know you do.
couples. It's one of my favorite things.
Travis Kelce has a girlfriend. That's not that amazing to me. Like that's going to happen before time, and it'll happen the next tight end might have a girlfriend also. I don't care, but her and that element that she brings inadvertently irritates me to no end, and that's by transitivity, Kansas City thing. But again, I hope they score every single play and set a record for points.
Do you know what we sleep on, by the way? The Eagles have been in 3 of the last 8 Super Bowls.
Oh yeah, two completely different
That's what I'm
rosters,
saying.
teams,
Like,
coaches. Yeah,
different coaches,
It's
different
infuriating.
iterations, different rosters.
One Howie Roseman,
different quarterback,
just making moves.
They beat the Patriots, and then the teams in the NFC have been Eagles, Rams, Niners, Bucks, Rams, Eagles, Niners, Eagles.
Yeah,
3 of the last 8. Philly.
They beat the Patriots with that oaf Nick Foles throwing passes.
He was everywhere at the link, by the way.
Yes, of course
They
he was.
showed him on the big screen. If it was twice, it was 10 times. And every time the crowd went crazy, as you'd imagine. Manoj in Brooklyn, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good,
First
buddy.
time we talked this year. Can't believe how much things have changed since last year.
Is this your first call this year?
Yeah, in the year of our Lord
Yeah.
2025.
Wow. I mean, I recognize the name in Brooklyn. Yeah, absolutely. That's been a while. Welcome back.
first call of the season? Yeah. So actually, I was at the Eagles game on Sunday as well, so I'm happy to chat about that. But
Sorry
just
to hear about that.
Yeah, it was an interesting experience. To answer your question, I mean, it's 1,000,000% you root for the Chiefs. I personally don't have a problem with dynasties that aren't that unlikable. You know, the Yankees, very hateable.
Agreed.
You know, the Warriors, not hateable.
Agreed.
This current Chiefs dynasty, not hateable. You know, Lakers with the Kobe and Shaq. I didn't hate them, but I can see why a lot of people did.
I'm a lockstep with you on this.
Well, let's keep going. What are the other dynasties? Duke basketball, hate them.
Hateable.
Correct. Very
hateable.
What else?
Celtics.
Baseball, Red Sox hate them. Celtics hate them.
Yep.
Boston, Philly, you can just pretty much cross off the list.
Right.
Good thing Dallas has no dynasties. So yeah, I mean it's
Yeah, I
1,000,000%
put the Chiefs
Chiefs.
kind of with
Yeah.
the Warriors, Manoj.
Thanks,
Thanks for the
Manoj.
call, buddy. I think they're, and I've comped the two
Yeah,
all year.
they're close. I'd say.
Golden State kind of changed the sport and how we did things with the spacing and the shooting and the threes, and they've ruined the sport subsequently in some ways.
People trying to
maybe.
copy it. Yeah.
But it was an awesome thing while it lasted. And the stars, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, other than Draymond.
I was gonna say they've got Draymond Green, who couldn't be more annoying.
Yeah, like they're Rodman, so to speak. But otherwise, pretty likable. Brian Alexandria, what's good?
Hey, Brian.
Boys, how you doing tonight?
Good, buddy.
Hey, listen, speaking as one who is not actually a Commanders fan, I have to say I want the Eagles to win, if for no other reason, to get those god-awful insurance commercials off of my television. I don't want to see Andy Reid say bundle Rooski any more than I absolutely have to. If I have to see Pat Mahomes' face on one more commercial, I will just... I will
You think
just
had enough?
You think they're going to lose their TV deals just because they didn't win the title? The AFC Championship game isn't enough?
If they win,
It'll be more.
and repeat the thing, it'll be everywhere.
There'll be more.
They'll be,
That's true.
they'll be on the dollar bill, for God's sake. I mean, it'll be everywhere.
I get a little bit sized for Andy Reid commercials. Big fat Andy Reid.
The one where he's eating
What's
Mahomes'
better than that?
cheeseburgers and stuff. I like that's tough, Andy.
Oh no, the Super Bowl's back on Fox. You know what that means? It means that Terry Bradshaw is going to just be humiliating Andy Reid about how heavy he is the entire post-game interview. I mean, just so rude and
I forgot
inappropriate.
about that.
Hey, fatso, you eat a burger yet, Andy? I mean, he's just so inappropriate. He's like, I guess they have some like shtick.
Yeah.
with
Do I
each
rub
other.
your belly for luck?
Yeah, he's like,
Fatty?
hey, why don't you take your shirt off? We can all throw up. And Andy Reid's like, okay, man.
Okay,
He's like,
buddy.
what have you eaten since kickoff? Everything or nothing?
What'd you eat at halftime, Tubagoo?
Yeah, he's like, I bet you had some burgers, some fried chicken, some pizza, and a milkshake. Anybody else order anything? It's like, that's not that funny, man.
Yeah.
Just keep talking about how fat he is.
It's the unfunniness.
Why are you trying to
Why are
just
you doing that?
keep saying
Why
how
are you
fat he is?
doing that?
Go Chiefs. Go Andy Reid, man. Beat the team
Anyone but Philly.
that said not you. Go beat him.
There you go. Yeah.
I wish I could root for someone else. I can't do it.
I can't do it. I got nobody left.
Taking you up to 6:30. Cliff Kingsbury's coming back. We're looking ahead to the Commanders' offseason on the Fan. 626-630. Thanks for making the show part of your day. Cliff Kingsbury's coming back to the Commanders. Fox Sports reporting. He told the Saints he did not want to interview with them. He's already double dipping. He's getting head coaching money from the Cardinals until he takes another job. 3 more seasons left on his extension from them, and he gets to keep getting his OC money in Washington. So kind of a no-brainer. Are you surprised, though, even if he didn't want the job, he didn't take the interview? I'm a believer in nothing bad comes out of accepting an interview. You just don't know who's in that building that might be in some other building next year when they have an opening. And if you go woo them and impress them, maybe you move up the board to get the, I don't know, the Bills job or whatever job you might want, the Bengals job next year. I just like getting the experience. Now, he might say, dude, I've been a head coach. I'm not Joe Witt Jr., who's going to get my first or second interview in this cycle. I don't need that experience. I'm choosing very selectively to take a job or not, and I'm not wasting their time or my time. And if that's his take, there's some logic to that.
Sure.
I just don't think anything bad could come. Maybe you go, they present their case and they go, hey, we'll make you the highest paid head coach in this cycle, and we're going to, I'm just making this up, but give you personnel control. Like, you just don't know until you sit down and negotiate a little bit.
There are no downsides to conversations when you've got something that you like and are happy with already. It's a thing that, I've seen so many people in all different walks of life have a door opened up that they didn't even realize was going to be opened up by having those conversations. Now, the reason you don't do that is maybe you don't want to lead them on and don't want to pretend and have them get their hopes up and make them feel like they flew you down there for no reason, right? So maybe it's out of courtesy that he's doing that, and it obviously means he's happy where he's at. He's staying, for goodness sakes. But I'm with you. I'm a believer in let him talk to you. There's no downside to it. You're walking in with I got something pretty good going. You've got to, bowl me over to be able to convince me to do anything other than what I'm doing, which is the cases you already laid out, double dipping, great situation, coming to a worse one. But as you said, what if they offer you $13 million a year? And, this is the plan. You go, well, actually, that's pretty good. It makes sense. The division isn't very good. Tampa's getting older and Atlanta's just okay. And maybe I could do something here. You never know. So, I'm grateful. I'm glad. It's good that he's staying, but I'd have the conversation on with you.
It just seems to me like there is no downside. Now, I would also advise, if I was his agent, hey, man, we shouldn't take this job. Your second gig might be your last gig. You really betting on the Saints, who are stuck in neutral, spinning their tires, who are in a bad cap situation. Granted, with a GM who works the cap beautifully, so it never really comes back to bite them in the butt. But the NFC South is a bad enough division that I think you could kind of convince somebody, hey, you come here, you could win the division most years. I just don't think you're an actual threat to go on any kind of run or accomplish anything in New Orleans until you get a quarterback. And how are you doing that where they pick? That's the problem with the Saints. They never pick high enough to get the QB to solve the riddle. You're probably not going to want to package everything together in terms of picks to go up the board because of the lack of free agency money that you have. The draft becomes that much more pertinent.
Yeah, they are the worst cap situation just by dollars in the NFL.
I think they're like 50 million over.
52 million over the cap right now. In terms of practical effective cap space, it's even worse than that. They're further -5 in the bad direction. They are in a terrible spot.
Washington's lucky that that's the last opening. It's not a coincidence. It's probably the worst opening too. And those two things might be related, but the rest of the jobs were filled before it was time for Kingsbury to start accepting interviews. Which commander needs to make the biggest leap next year? Let's talk about that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Busy offseason already so far, a couple of days after it ended for the Commanders. Lots of stuff to talk about today. Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports NFL Insider, first to report today that Cliff Kingsbury has decided to stay as the Commanders' offensive coordinator despite getting some interest from the Saints, who are still looking for a head coach. He says Kingsbury cherished every moment this year and found it too difficult to leave Washington after just one season. Also, Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels and wide receiver Terry McLaurin are both skipping the Pro Bowl games taking place this weekend in Orlando. Bobby Wagner has been named to the Pro Bowl games, though, added as a replacement for Eagle linebacker Zach Bond. Also, Commanders today signed 9 players to futures contracts, including quarterback Sam Hartman and tight end Cole Turner. And Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, says Bears head coach Matt Eberflus will be the new defensive coordinator in Dallas. Caps hockey on the road tonight. Capitals play Calgary, 9 p.m. here in the Fan. Georgetown college basketball hosting 15th-ranked St. John's tonight, 6:30 on the Team 980. This month only get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
I mean, you kick a hornet, so it's like, I can't believe a hornet came out.
No, guy.
A little bit.
That's not what this was. Lighten up, Francis. And don't call me Francis.
I feel like I'm pretty light. Pretty breezy over here.
Washington continues to build a foundation for success on the field with their sports teams. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, can help you update your last will and testament. They'll set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. All right, so I'm going to let the people in on this. So commercial break. Danny and I go to the bathroom. I come back. Danny is, for whatever reason, asking Ryan to do impressions.
So we do this bit where, like, if you're at dinner or if there's like kind of a blow in the conversation or there's an icebreaker, we do fun stuff as a show sometimes where you just go, I don't know where, all right, best Robert De Niro face, go. And people have to go a little bit. They make the face, right? Or they don't, or they can't. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
So sometimes Ryan and I will do a bit where I'll just go, I'll give him a scenario. For example, this commercial break, I went, Shannon Sharp discussing the Caps power play, go. Just put him on the spot. And if it's good, you go, well, that's good. Or if it's not, that can be fun too.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like normally guys that you can do.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll go first, can't do it. Then Danny will go and he can do it. He does it well. Well, then you say to him, Tiger Woods discussing, and it doesn't matter. Let's say eating a buffalo wing.
Yeah.
Right.
Because he was on TV on PTI just now.
And so Ryan is trying to do a Tiger Woods, but he doesn't really know what he sounds like, and he can't really pull it, and there's nothing happening. And then Danny starts giving him a Tiger Woods. Now, I have worked with Danny Rouillet for many, many years.
That's right.
I would consider him a friend. I know a lot about Danny Rouillet.
Yeah.
One of the things I know about Danny Rouillet is that if 1 million people compliment one of his impressions, but one person says that they don't like that impression, it outweighs the 1 million compliments. Okay?
Uh-huh.
So I would never in a million years, after he did an impression that he cares about, that is in his repertoire, so to speak, one of his main impressions, I would never get in his head and be like, dude,
that's what your Berkeley sounds like?
That wasn't your best version or whatever.
Yeah.
But he does this Tiger Woods, and I'll admit, Darius, I need you to find Tiger Woods audio for me, please. Because that is not a voice that's synonymous. Like, I think I know what he sounds like. It's kind of like this right here. A little bit of my glutes aren't firing. But, like, I can't really pull it. And maybe that's part of the problem. But Danny did this impression, and in my mind, I'm going, that's like any guy at Ruby Tuesdays doing an impression of Tiger Woods. Respectfully, Danny's impressions are a cut above. They're fantastic. He's an impressionist. He's great at it. Him doing I could have asked, the guy that's in the kitchen right now from PGC.
Yeah.
For
what does Tiger Woods sound like?
And it would have been just as good.
Mm-hmm.
So all I said, Danny, I want to ask you a question, and you're not allowed to get upset. Okay, no problem. I said, you wouldn't say if someone asked you to do a Tiger Woods that you do, right? Meaning that's not in your arsenal.
So that's not an actual impression, right? That's not what you think sounds
but there's
good?
a difference. Like you have guys.
I know what you meant, yeah.
You have a Shannon Sharp.
Yeah.
You have a Charles Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
These are excellent.
Yeah.
I mean, who's doing a John Walton and a Glenn Consor? You got those in your bag.
Rarely those guys.
You got an Obama and a Bush, and you can do these things.
Yeah.
My point was just
one sucks.
when you write that list.
That was your point.
You're not putting Tiger Woods on that list, are you?
No. So what I said was, it's definitely not my best. I'm very aware of that.
Yeah.
But if someone like came to me and was like, "Can you impersonate Tiger Woods?" I'd go, "Yeah, mine's okay."
So, but
I think it's just okay.
But right before we came back from break, that's what happened. Is Danny goes, well, like if someone came up to me and said, "Can you impersonate Tiger Woods?" And at the same time, I was like, "You would say no." And
You'd say no, right?
Danny's like, "I would tell them I can." And it did not go over well with you. You did not like that.
Well, the way you phrased the first question was more like, I don't know how to. I don't remember the exact quote.
Right.
Paraphrasing to a degree. You recognize that one isn't good, right?
That's
what it was.
That's what you heard.
Yeah, but that's
not what I said.
Which is, that was clearly the thing.
I was saying we're not putting that on your sizzle reel, right?
Yeah. Meaning like you do a bunch. That's not one of the ones you'd ever do in front of another person, right? Like it was close to that.
Okay. Here's what I would say. If you're on stage and you do a Tiger Woods impression, but you give no context clues with what you're saying, I don't think anyone would know who you were doing.
I actually tend to agree with that.
Then that's not a cover your ears. Great impression. All I'm saying is we're not putting that one on the demo.
But again, just to push back slightly, I mean, if
are you Rick at me?
No, not at all.
Okay.
If you, this is not a Blue Short situation where he was like,
Right.
that's not your best.
To be clear, he's referencing Blue Shorts because Blue Shorts 15 years ago, one time told him that he didn't think his Jim Rome was that good. And Danny refused to do his Jim Rome for nearly a decade.
So I didn't go full Rome. Like, I just was like ridiculous. And then like moved on to the next thing. And during the commercial break, Shorts is sitting there typing one article per day. And he looks over at me and he was like, that Rome's not your best. Like, I was like, oh, all right. I guess we'll talk later then. And I, went the rest of the show just stewing and pissed off.
To know. I don't remember what he actually said.
But it literally was, I think that was the quote.
I'm sure that's what you heard. I'm sure you heard him say that Rome sucked or something.
No, but
I bet he said it in a different way. Like, you got a better Rome than that.
Well, like that's not your best one. Like that was his point was.
But true or false?
Yeah, that's not as good as the others.
True or false? It still bothers you this many years later.
True.
True or false? You went almost 10 years without doing your Rome after that.
Also true.
Like, come on.
Yeah.
You've gotten so many compliments on that.
Oh, I know.
One comment is going to just take you down.
What people don't understand, and there's a lot that doesn't make sense in my brain that I try to get out to other people, is there's nothing like the disappointment somehow where as you said, I'm not to be arrogant, but we're just talking. I do dozens of impressions that I think are either really good, pretty good, or somewhere like above board.
You have impressions that are better than Caliendo.
Yeah, and he's got a billion better than me, and that's not a competition.
But I'm just saying he's like the preeminent impression guy. His Barkley cannot touch yours.
Mm-hmm.
You do impressions that pummel his.
In some cases, yeah, I would say.
And you talk about it behind the scenes a lot. That he's like overrated, and you're definitely
now
underrated.
You're doing a thing. I will tell you, it was butt awkward when I was on the Junkie same time as him. I'll tell you that years ago. That was fun.
That's
anyway,
true.
Like, hey, we got a local radio yutz that does impressions. Let's bring him in. I'm like, hi, I do a Barkley. Anyway, what was the point? Oh, yeah. There's nothing like somehow where everyone doesn't acknowledge, like, hey, you do these other dozens, right? But they go, oh, can you do Denzel? And I can't. And I go, no, I can't. And they go, oh.
I would think you could do a Denzel. Everyone can do a Denzel.
Grant, you would think so too? We have talked about this.
I just said that. You would think
You would think so.
Too.
You would think so. I cannot. There are a handful like that it should be fish in a barrel. My Denzel's worse now than when I first tried 20 years ago.
Are you willing to at least let me hear it?
Never once. That's never seen the light of day. It sucks. If you already have a ticket to the Fan Live event this Friday, I will try to do it for you in a one-on-one, not you personally, but you
like
listener.
come up to Danny and ask for his Denzel.
And it sucks. It's a terrible impression. I can't do it. And it kills me because I should be doing that all the time. and I can't get it.
Right.
I never can. So when I disappoint people like that, all this is this little wind-up doll thing, that this little act I have, it's to please people and receive accolades and adulation. It's to receive.
So when you don't get that, it
backfires. It is devastating.
So that having been said, Darius did find Tiger before we play it. Can you give people the Tiger Woods that you did?
So what you're basically saying is it's a way to, you start off quick and then kind of hesitate in the middle and kind of burst at the end. That's your kind of classic Tiger Woods delivery.
All right, now let me hear Tiger Woods.
You were 8. I was out of par 3 course in Hartwell, and it was the 12th hole, and I hit a 3-wood over top of a bunker and rolled in.
I guess it's not terrible.
It's not the best, but it's
See, you're doing Bryant Gumbel to me.
No, Bryant Gumbel is higher. Gumbel looks at you and he says, "Your hat, balding or covering up your haircut?" Like, that's Bryant Gumbel. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gumbel.
Do Bryant Gumbel interviewing Tiger Woods just so I can hear the difference.
Tiger, much has been made about your marital infidelity. You problem, her problem. Well, we've obviously we've talked about it so significantly. There's been a lot. It's not something I'm dealing with anymore.
So then, is Tiger in the repertoire or no?
So again, that's such a subjective deal. Like, there are, I guarantee you, tens of thousands of people who have better Tiger Woods than me.
What I'm trying to say, again, everything is eggshells with you a little bit.
No, but what you're trying
to say that
it's very clear what you're trying to say.
No,
yours, Tiger Woods, is not good.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
No, listen to me. Your impressions are so good.
Yes, thank you.
I don't want to water down your resume by adding the Tiger to it.
Stop trying to add skills to your toolbox.
No, not at all. You should be adding impressions every week, every day.
Just not that one.
I would just wait on the Tiger Woods.
Wait until he's more famous.
No, for like some more practice.
Until the star. Yeah.
Like,
he's been on the scene since the late 90s, dude.
It's not a him thing. It's more a you thing.
Oh,
like,
I know.
Practice it a little bit
more. Workshop it.
But what I'm saying is, all your impressions are A's.
Yeah.
Your Barkley.
This one is
Stop focusing on the wrong thing. Barkley's an A+.
I know what it is.
De Niro.
My De Niro
Pacino.
sucks. Yeah.
Okay, but whatever. But like B, A, B, A, B, A. Tiger Woods is not.
What grade is it?
It's not on that level.
Throw that letter on there.
I don't want to throw.
What am I? Say it with your chest. Am I asking him to do that? Put all your toes on the ground and say it with your chest.
Let's say it's a B-.
That's not what you mean, though.
I'm just saying.
B- gets to keep coming to classes on the honor roll.
Do we really need it in there? Like, what if? Here's what I'm going to say to you. Did you ever see the movie Walk the Line?
Yes.
Pretty good movie.
Great flick.
Really good movie.
Really, really good.
For those of you that don't know, I'm a music guy. I know a lot about music. No one knows more about music than I do, obviously.
Encyclopedia for music.
Really encyclopedic knowledge. Johnny Cash, I believe, was the performer in Walk the Line.
That was the character that Joaquin Phoenix was playing. Yes.
Correct.
Johnny Cash.
That's the singer, the performer. Joaquin Phoenix is the actor, obviously, playing Johnny Cash. There's a scene in that film when and singing at his house and trying to get his shot. And this record company guy, through a friend, invites him in to basically play into the microphone and record something. And Johnny Cash goes in.
Yeah, he does the "if you had one song" speech.
Right, and so Johnny Cash is like doing some song no one's ever heard of. And he's like, I'm looking over yonder and there's a girl in a dress. And he like records this thing. And this guy walks in and he's like, that's it? He's like, yeah, what'd you think? And he's like, let me say something to you, young man. I came down here and left my 3 kids at home. I was told you were the next star. That's all you got? And he's like, well, no, I got other songs. And he's like, that's your number 1 song? That's the hit? That's what you want to play for me? And the speech he gives him is like, let me tell you something. You got 2 minutes. You got 1 chance for the rest of your career. I'm listening to you right now to give you your big break. And that's what you're going to play? That's your best? And Johnny Cash is like, well, no. He's like, well, you give me what you need to give me for the rest of your life, young man. And then he like walks back into the room and Johnny Cash is like, I hear the train a-coming. It's coming around the bend.
What songs did you remember?
I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when I'm stuck in Folsom Prison.
Folsom Prison.
You know, it's Folsom Prison.
Folsom Prison,
Point of the dude's story is
This is not my Folsom Prison.
this is not true. God, I just spent 5 minutes building up to my big finish,
Yeah.
and you cut me off at the pass.
Yeah.
This
I
is
know
not,
I know what that feels like, buddy.
This is not your Folsom Prison.
Uh-huh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Sort of. To a degree.
So what I'm trying to get at is,
Don't do that one again.
if you were to do your Tiger Woods at a comedy show,
Mm-hmm.
and that's all people heard, what are they going to tell people about the impressionist that they saw the night before?
You would think that's not all they heard.
But what if it was? See what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think we just put that one on the chopping block for
Because?
now. Because we have other great ones.
I see.
We have really good ones. Spend your time with those ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Barkley.
Yeah.
Can't go to the well on that enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's a jump shot from the elbow with no one around you. It's frankly Charles Barkley from 14 feet throughout his entire career. You've made thousands of dollars doing that impression.
I made some money doing it.
On commercials, for God's
Mhm.
sake. Let's just stick to you like
stick to that.
No, not that. You have 20 amazing ones. 30. You said dozens. How many?
I honestly don't know. I should actually count it up one day.
You got a lot.
Well, but again, I can count them and then I can give you the list and you can start crossing some out that you don't think are any good.
I'm sure. God, all I'm saying is this waters it down a little bit. Let's not water it down. It's like
Okay.
It's like the USA swim team or something.
Yep.
If like there's 8 swimmers allowed,
Uh-huh.
and they have 8 guys and they all swim a lap in 14 seconds. And then the 8th guy, the next time, there's like let's say the 9th guy is like 1 minute and 11 seconds. We're not going to put him on the team. It makes the rest of them look worse.
So I see what your point is, but here's the point that I would respond with. I'm probably not going to craft a whole act or anything around my Tiger Woods impression. But if Tiger comes up on the show,
yeah,
or there's a group discussion, or if I'm hopping on the Junkies for 5 seconds
right,
or whatever,
then I think you don't do the Tiger.
See, that's where we differ.
I think you just
Pretend I can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just
don't do it. It cheapens what I'm doing.
I think you do the ones that you do really well. That way, when you hear Danny, you go, Danny Rouillet impressions are A+.
Uh-huh.
Every time he does an impression, it's fantastic.
But my point is, if it comes up and he's talking, when I start to do this, you're out. And the point is, it's fine. But if it's in context and conversation, it's like, oh damn, he just slipped into a Tiger and now he's kind of back out of it. It's a minor flex.
But you think it's a flex,
and that's where you clearly differ.
We're disagreeing
That's
a
right.
little bit on how much of a flex it is. I'm saying I want people to know that every time
Mhm.
you do it, if I'm giving you an impression,
Yes.
it's one of the best impressions you've heard about this person.
Okay.
That's what we should be sticking to. You see what I'm saying? Let's go to Josh in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Josh?
Grant, I just want to be clear. Danny, even though he's trying to act like this is not the case, has never been more incensed by any segment in his entire life.
My
He is
fear.
By the way, I texted Josh this, by the way.
He is seething right now. You just critiqued his impressions live on the radio. This is worse than if Dan Snyder and Ernie Grunfeld had a baby that's called a Grunt Snyder. He is so angry.
Whoa.
You just told him to basically shut up and play basketball when it comes to specific impressions. You have this is like telling your wife that she needs to lose 15 pounds, but no, oh really, baby, you look beautiful, but you just need to lose a little bit.
But
Grant,
this wasn't
I would
my
not be
intention.
You look great now, but it'd look better if you lost 15 pounds.
I
You are
literally said to
digging
him.
the whole. Listen, I would not be surprised if he did not show up tomorrow. And you're like, what happened to Danny? And you're like, oh, you remember when you critiqued his impressions for the man who has prided himself on impressions for the last 2 decades live on the radio, and you told him that that he needs to shut up and not do that one
No.
anymore?
But
He
this is
so
my
angry.
point.
He's
This,
so angry.
But,
He's
but
so angry.
Josh, this is not one of his impressions. That's my point.
Grant, it doesn't matter. It is. It is. He
It
thinks
isn't.
It is.
No, this is
According
not
to
on his
you.
list. This is.
No,
I
but
would
it
never
doesn't matter.
critique.
It's on the extended list, Josh.
If
That's
it
what he
was
can't get.
on your list, I would never in a million years critique it. Not once. I wouldn't even
all I'm
dare.
saying is, all I'm saying is the Tiger Wood impressions matter, but the love of your fellow host matters too, and he is boiling inside
Let me
right now.
ask you this. What do
you
you
need to give
think?
him a hug, Grant. You need to give him a hug right now.
I want you
gotta
to
give
go
him a hug.
outside so I can ask him a question. Can you just go stand outside?
I'm not going to stand outside.
Okay, then cover your ears.
Okay.
Or take off your headphones.
Fine, I'll take off my headphones.
And cover your ears. Josh, what
So
do you
mad.
think?
He's so mad.
What do you think of his Tiger Woods impression?
I'm not doing that because listen, I like Danny and I want to
I
have
like
a
him
continued
too.
relationship with Danny. Clearly, you don't, Grant, because because you wouldn't be doing this right now if you did.
No. But here's what you're misunderstanding. Thank you, Josh, for the call. Here is what he didn't get. He's acting like I'm critiquing one of Danny Rouillet's impressions. I'm specifically not doing that. Danny tried to, said something as if he was Tiger Woods in this moment. Not the same as Danny Rouillet billed as 17 impressions. Tiger Woods isn't one of them. I would never critique your John Walton or your Glenn Consor or your Shannon Sharp.
I understand you.
Stephen A. Smith. I would never do that. Those are your impressions. They mean a lot to you. Those are your babies. Those are your pets. You pet them.
I
and you
love my
hug 'em.
pet.
That's not your Tiger Woods. Is not that. It's just a thing you did that time to Ryan. That's all. Ryan and Clifton, what's up?
Grant, Danny went a decade, you said, of not doing his Jim Rome after Blue Shorts made one off-air comment.
That's right.
How long is it going to be before we hear Tiger again, now that we've spent an entire segment bashing his Tiger Woods? We'll never hear it for the rest of his life.
Well,
now you guys might be happy about that if it sucks that bad.
Honestly, for Danny's sake, that wouldn't be the worst thing, I will say.
Man, unreal. Unreal. Betrayal, Ryan. You feel that? That's that sound.
Now, could I also add?
Sure.
It is better than I originally thought.
Yeah.
Like when I heard the Tiger Woods audio after you talked, definitely better than I thought.
So again, I think
but this is a compliment to you. All you do is make great meals. You are one of the best chefs I've ever met. There's a thing you make that's a little bit like everyone else makes it. I ate it and I go, this isn't up to Danny's standard. And I'm just saying, stick with the foods that you're the best at. You're the best at those. Why would you make me a PB&J?
Because sometimes that's all you need.
So many
A quick little segment. We're doing a little tiny thing, and it's just a little Tiger Woods for a second. But here's the thing about the impersonation and impression game. There are some where you can, like, if you look at a painting and you go, that's exactly what that sunset looked like in that exact moment. That is a recreation of the original, right? That's masterful. That's incredible. Then there's kind of the impression where you go, oh, he's taken something that person has.
So what was
and
the first
magnifying.
one? Is that an impersonation?
To me, that's an impersonation. Not everybody thinks of it this way. This is how I think of it. Then there are some where you go, I can look at my kid's drawing and I go, he's drawing he's drawing a lion or he's drawing a nature setting. It's not perfect, but I know exactly who he's doing. I know exactly what he's going for. That's what that Tiger Woods is. So you said, I understand it's not my Rembrandt. I understand it's not a Picasso.
Yeah.
It's not like something that's incredible. It's a utilitarian impression where if it comes up and Tiger Woods is being discussed, slipping into a little, my glutes weren't firing. Fine, welcome, no problem. You're basically like, be ashamed of yourself.
No.
Quit.
And this is also
and wait in a hole to die.
Now I'm on trial like I hated your Tiger Woods. That was never the case.
You don't tell somebody before you come in for a segment, hey man, you're not going to do that in public again, are you?
That's not what I said.
That's what you told me.
No, I said, Danny, let me ask you a question. If someone asks you, do you have a Tiger Woods? What do you say?
You say no.
If I was you, I would say, I got these.
There it is.
Choose one of these.
If
you go to a party and you make animals with a balloon and you make 7 animals, you shouldn't try to make an animal you don't actually make. That's all I'm saying.
Say, hey man, this one's not as good as some of the others, but at least it's a little engine that could.
No. You say
it's hustling.
I'm sorry, man. I don't do the giraffe. I do the leopard and the turtle, and I do the frog, but I'm not doing dogs today. Matt's in Stafford. What's up, Matty?
Hey, I get the sentiment, Grant, but I kind of liked it. I like your Tiger Woods, Danny.
Well, thank you,
I wanted you to know that somebody out here likes it. There's one person out here that really likes your Tiger Woods, buddy.
One. Thank you, Matty.
You know what? It sounds like the Tiger Woods is over with the people. Maybe you should do it more.
Of one person.
No, the people love it.
That's not true.
I think they like it.
I did years ago, by the way. I did a call into 98 Rock in Baltimore as Tiger Woods after he had that duel with what was the guy? Remember, like he had his knee was hurt, and there's that one guy that he was always going to lose.
Phil Mickelson?
No, it was the nubber golfer who like never is there and choked under the pressure, and Tiger beat him in a playoff at some point. I can't remember. No, I can't remember. It's not important. It's golf stuff. It should never be discussed on the radio. No, maybe it's Rocco Mediate or Mediate or something. Anyway, I called it a 98 Rock as Tiger Woods. I did a whole segment as Tiger.
Did they ask you to do it?
Yeah.
They said Danny Cullen as Tiger
We
Woods.
want Danny to do it.
See, that I would not do.
Right.
Right.
Exactly.
You know, like when you say my glutes weren't firing and you move on, that's really funny, actually. And that's good because it's a throwback to a
And this
hilarious
is my
comment.
point. Yeah, it's a little bit.
But the whole segment is Tiger? And then people are like, that's what they're judging you on.
Mhm.
Someone listened to 98 Rock that day, and their opinion on you is based on that Tiger Woods segment? I don't know. Jason in Bethesda, how's it going?
Hey, what's up, guys? So Danny's one of my favorite impressionists, honestly, ever. And I got to say, that's one of the worst impressions I've ever heard.
This is not what we
My,
wanted.
take on
This is not what we wanted to do.
Danny is not the biggest loser in all this. I think the biggest loser in all this is Tiger Woods because he makes Tiger Woods sound like the biggest nerd in the history of the world.
Yeah, that's my feeling.
He did go to Stanford, and he is kind of a nerd. No,
I think so. I think he's a great big dork who got fame and didn't know what to do with it.
So can we make that guy the one that doesn't like the impression? I don't want to be known as the guy that doesn't want the Tiger Woods impression. I've never said I don't like the Tiger Woods impression. I'm just saying it's not one of your impressions.
And never do it.
It's just not one of the main impressions that you do.
It's a side piece.
I think it's really good.
You don't.
A side piece is
Thank
a
you.
good bit.
Huh?
Let's see if you just mix it in.
He works at Perkins. Yeah, I
Couple of
remember the whole
lines.
thing where he was
Perkins restaurant. Yeah.
Mm.
It's time for our Caps Power Play. And with today's Caps Power Play, Tiger Woods.
No, you lost your privilege. Caps have a game tonight or whatever. Hope they win it. No, they're playing Calgary in Calgary. Long road trip. Feels like they've been on the road for a month. Calgary, 55 points, middle of the pack in the Pacific Division. But be nice to get a couple of points out of after the Caps winning streak got busted the other night.
You think Ovi's glutes are going to be firing, Tiger?
It's none of your damn business.
You can hit the
Hit the
there
thing,
you go.
Darius. Yeah.
You could just wait longer too.
You can wait.
Whenever you're ready, Darius. We got all night.
I have a joke about that button not firing as Tiger, but you're not hearing it. You get nothing.
Darius's fingers weren't firing buttons. I'll tell you that. Screw glutes. I'm surprised this music is playing. Darius is asleep over there. I mean, in fairness, I get it. There was a lot of Tiger Woods impressions.
Yeah, you
there.
heard my Tiger Woods so he fell asleep. Is that the reference? Can't wait to do the show with you tomorrow.
That's the joke.
Oh, I got it.
I hope you don't think about this at all tonight or tomorrow or ever again.
Yeah, everything will be back to normal.
We're pals, man.
Yep.
Darius, Ryan, Ben behind the scenes. Great job, as always, for Danny.
See tomorrow's betrayal tomorrow, too.
Tiger saying so long on G&D.
Thank you for coming.